Aaron, Callie Dalton, Janina Edwards, Sean K. Jane, Christian Barillas, and Jason Cole. For my sister, Landy, who joined me on this great road trip in 1997 and has sat beside me in the car ever since. A long, long sleep, a famous sleep that makes no show for morn, by stretch of limb or stir of lid, an independent one. Emily Dickinson. There is a place, hidden among the sweeping, sandy swaths of southern desert, where all you can see is red. From above, it's a carpet of crimson, but as you lean closer, you see that it's not one singular sheet of color, but rows upon rows of distinct red dots. Thousands of them, all of them nearly identical, most of them silent and still, some occasionally vibrating with movement, like a wild field of poppies. Except it's nothing like that, because the little red dots are not flowers, but people. People who journeyed many miles to get here. People who came here to sleep. Thousands of them now rest atop unfamiliar beds, clothed in the same crisp red pajamas. Some of them will sleep for just 1 month. Others will sleep for longer. Some of them closed their eyes and felt ready, even eager. Others fell asleep, still afraid. Some of them feel like patients here. Others feel more like experiments. And some will not feel this until they awaken, the ones who wake up with the side effect. Many of them hope their loved ones will forgive them for choosing this strange path. And yet, nearly all of them felt they had no choice at all. Before they sleep, they think of their mothers and fathers and siblings. They think of their friends and lovers and spouses. They think of the big things, the milestones missed, the last time their hands touched, the words both said and unsaid. They think of the small things, the one crooked tooth, the scent of the pillow in the morning, the laugh in the middle of a joke. They remember the people they've lost. Their heartbreaks are burned into their bodies that lie on the beds. The bodies they have all made the choice to shut down, if only for a while. Needles pinch at the creases in their arms, tethering them to the tubes that send them to sleep and then keep them alive as they heal. Someday, they will all wake up. For now, though, they sleep alone in this sequestered space in the desert. But they are not alone. They carry the pain that comes for us all, the weight ultimately thrust upon everyone. Here, inside the poppy fields, there is rarely an empty bed. In those final fleeting moments before the sleep sets in, each of them wonders what comes next. This sleep will not make things right, on that they can all agree. It will not give sense to the senseless. It will not fill the yawning hole. But maybe, just maybe, it will help. Because they've each been told over and over that the only way out of a hardship is through. But nobody ever told them that they had to stay awake. 1. Ava woke up with her face imprinted on the paper, slumped across her wooden desk, the piece of charcoal still in her grip, as PJ tugged at the hem of her dress. She peeled her cheek off the sketch pad and uncurled her body, wincing slightly, nearly knocking over the cup of cold, cloudy tea she'd intended to drink last night. She could already see the sunshine glowing behind her shutters. Had she slept straight through her alarm? Briefly panicked, Ava twisted her watch around to check the time, the charcoal stains on her fingertips smudging across her wrist, as if she'd melted down all her freckles and then blended them back together. Thankfully, she wasn't late. She leaned over to give PJ a grateful pat, caressing the dog's head lightly. And that's when the alarm on her cell phone sounded. Somehow, PJ always managed to beat the alarm by 1 minute. Ava wasn't surprised that she'd fallen asleep while working. She hadn't slept very well the prior night. Or the night before that. Or any night, really, since she booked her flight. Since she decided to find her sister. Ava slid her glasses back up her nose, then glanced at herself in the mirror. A dark sheen coated the side of her face that had spent the night pressed against her drawing. Her cardigan had wrinkled while hunched in the chair, but it still looked fine enough to wear to the airport, Ava thought. The patch she'd sewn onto the left arm was holding up well, covering the hole her elbow had poked through the sleeve and adding a bright burst of purple to the otherwise plain white sweater. Ava never bothered trying to match fabrics, as she wasn't nearly skilled enough to make her mending look seamless. Granny May had taught her the essential steps, but failed to pass on her talent. She quickly showered, fed PJ his breakfast, and boiled a fresh pot of water for tea, picking out her favorite ceramic mug, the first one she'd ever made. Ava's shelves were now filled with her handmade pieces, and this cup was one of her worst. It was essentially just a shrunken bowl, since at the time of its molding, she hadn't yet learned how to add a handle, but the misshapen creation always made Ava smile. She'd chosen a slate gray glaze that looked blue from certain angles, like the sky just before a storm, with tiny scattered orange speckles, stars that snuck out during daylight. Ava thought perhaps the cup would bring her luck on her journey that day. As PJ finished his meal in a corner of the kitchen, Ava leaned against the countertop and stared at her hands, wrapped tightly around the warmth of her mug, trying to distract herself from mentally enacting every possible scenario of what might happen after her plane landed at LAX. Ava owed her hands everything. Her hands had given her a decade-long career as an artist. They'd allowed her to buy her own home. Her hands gave her joy at the pottery wheel and the sewing machine and the garden. And yet, whenever Ava battled a particularly strong bout of anxiety, her hands ended up bearing the most obvious scars. She would scratch at her cuticles viciously, leaving the skin pink and jagged and cracked. Often, at least one finger was wrapped in a bandage, while the rest of them were dry and dirty from hours at the sketch pad or in the soil out back. Her nails, of course, were always bare. No manicure stood a chance. Ava knew that her hands looked ugly, but they'd still built her a beautiful life. She washed and dried her mug, then prepared to leave her house, planning to give PJ his morning walk, then head straight to the airport together. Ava checked that the burner under the kettle was off. She checked that her hairdryer wasn't plugged in. She checked that she had snacks for PJ, snacks for herself, her 2 books on loan from the library, and, of course, her paper and pencils. She doubled back into the kitchen, checking the stovetop again, just to be sure. She grabbed PJ's leash and carrier, grabbed her luggage, and locked the door behind them. She checked that the door was, in fact, locked. Then she checked her watch. 3.5 hours until her flight. An hour-long cab ride from her house in Topeka to the airport in Kansas City. Another 3.5 hours in the air from Kansas City to Los Angeles. And that's when things would get difficult. She'd reserved a car to pick her up at the airport and take her all the way out to the desert. But once in the desert, who knew? Ava wondered if her sister was worth all this effort, after the way Emmy had treated her. Plus, she had no idea what sort of state her sister would be in, thanks to the nobody really knows what that goes on inside the poppy fields, where Emmy currently was. The whole place was something of a mystery. Ava tried to imagine her older sister among the dirt and the dust, the cacti and the coyotes, and whatever else made its home in the wilds of the Southern California desert where the poppy fields was located. Of course, it was nearly impossible for uninvited outsiders to access the facility, another challenge to be dealt with later. It was also quite likely that Emmy did not want to be found. and that Ava was chasing after someone who'd spent her whole life running fast. Perhaps she should just leave Emmy alone, Ava thought, the way that Emmy had left her alone. Ava stood outside her front door and looked down at PJ, who seemed to sense her hesitation, as if he could hear the rattling of Ava's ever-chattering mind. He offered her an encouraging bark and began to tug gently at his leash. It's time to go. And Ava always listened to PJ. 2. Ray was engulfed in darkness, hunched on his hands and knees. There was a wooden platform underneath him, that much he could tell, though he couldn't feel many details in the texture through his thick gloves and layers of clothing, his folded body currently weighted down by 50 pounds of cumbersome gear. He slowly began to crawl. As the platform started sloping upward beneath him, he moved cautiously, unable to see anything in front of him, yet aware that he was being watched. He followed the incline, gradually climbing up and up and up, until he fell. Or, more technically, until he was hurled forward, the platform suddenly tilting downward like the world's most treacherous seesaw. Ray felt like the floor had dropped out from under him. He tumbled straight off, his stomach flipping, and landed on dozens of pillows. Ray tossed around briefly, regaining his bearings, then trying to stand himself up, until something that felt like a fishing net abruptly landed on top of him. He flailed beneath the thick ropes, pushing, pulling, sliding, but the net barely moved. It was too heavy. It was pinning him down. He was immobile, ensnared. Ray heard a voice from above in the pitch-black basement. "What's happened to you? What do you do now?" Of course, there was a protocol for times like this. For a firefighter, lost or trapped, critically injured or unable to move. Call a mayday. Call for rescue. Do it fast. Do it now, before your tank runs out of oxygen, before you can no longer speak. Ray was lying in the deep well of pillows, enmeshed in the netting. The clock was counting down. But Ray didn't want to call it. Calling Mayday was the very last resort. Calling Mayday was admitting defeat. It was the pilot ejecting from his jet, mere seconds before the plane crashed. Ray tried to heave the net off his body, willing his well-trained muscles to coordinate, to lift himself up. But the buzzer went off, one loud, judgmental blare. Ray had run out of time. Ray was still thinking about that training session the next morning, as his cab pulled away from the fire station. Never mind that he'd finished the exercise and gone straight into a hectic shift, the following 24 hours witnessing a nasty fall down the stairs, a 3-car pileup, a diabetic shock, and a torched backyard after 2 teenage boys celebrated the end of final exams with a homemade fireworks show. That was all fairly standard for Ray. What wasn't standard was that he had failed the test. The basement simulation had been purposefully designed to be impossible, inescapable. And Ray, like nearly his entire crew that day, had ignored the official safety procedures. He had taken too long to call for help. Ray played with the zipper on his dark green backpack resting on the seat beside him. He was pretty sure he could have gotten out. If only he had a few more tries at the test. If only he had a little more time. But there was never enough time, was there? Ray wasn't sure of much nowadays, but he felt certain, as his cab made its way to the airport, that Johnny would not have failed. Johnny was just as strong and courageous as the rest of them, just as dedicated to the job, but somehow he never seemed saddled with the same sense of pride. Johnny would have known to call Mayday. Ray spotted the first signs for the airport exit and felt the pinpricks of guilt needling inside. The squad knew that he was flying today. He'd cashed in most of his vacation time and swapped a handful of shifts for the week, but he'd told everyone that he planned to go fishing. And though Ray had insisted that nobody treat him with kid gloves, everyone was happy to trade a few days so Ray could take some time for himself. Ray hated the way they said this, how that phrase was always accompanied by the look. The look they'd been torturing him with for months. The look that was too earnest, too cloying, especially for a gang of so-called grown-ups who still covered the toilet with cling wrap as a welcome gift to new rookies. Even that morning, as a few guys were wolfing down their breakfast in the kitchen, still grumbling about the basement training they'd failed, they had all wished Ray good luck on his fishing trip, bidding him goodbye with the look. Ray had never lied to his crew before. But he couldn't exactly have told them the truth, informed them of where he was actually going. They would have tried to talk him out of his plan, argued that grief was clouding his thinking. Would your brother have wanted that? They'd ask. But that right there was the problem. Nobody really knew what Johnny would have wanted now, in this moment, and no one could ask him ever again. And as far as Ray was concerned, there was only one thing, really one place, to blame. Ray turned to look out the window of the car, the runways and the flat, boxy buildings of the airport emerging up ahead. He was arriving later than he'd planned, that backyard fire taking longer than expected to douse. And now the sky appeared ominous before him, suddenly hazy and gray. It was getting too dark, too fast. "I'd pick up some speed if you can," Ray told the driver. "Then park your car and take cover." "You think a storm's coming?" the driver asked. A spiky shock of lightning lit up in the distance, a bright silver vein against the ashen sky. "Something's coming," said Ray. 3. Ava had arrived, unsurprisingly, quite early at the airport. So she sat at a table in one of the tiny terminal cafes and pulled out her art supplies. Ava had taken up drawing as a child, at her grandmother's suggestion, to keep her hands busy when she felt overwhelmed, welding her fingers around a slim colored pencil to prevent them from anxiously attacking each other. But she quickly found that she loved the feel of the smooth, pigmented surface, loved the smell of the pencil, loved the fact that she could build whole worlds on her paper and imagine herself living inside them. As the endless succession of pre-boarding and final boarding announcements droned on above her, Ava began mindlessly doodling her dog. She'd adopted PJ from a shelter 3 years ago when he was still very young, and she'd learned that he was a mix of breeds. He had the curls and the cleverness of a poodle. Ava had briefly considered naming him Charlie, after Steinbeck's famed poodle and cherished companion, but lacked the long neck and nose and legs. His most head-turning trait was his brilliant chestnut fur, his coat like a fresh copper penny. It had taken Ava several tries to first capture the shade on paper, until finally animating PJ's paws with the perfect melding of reds and yellows and browns, just the right amount of pressure on the pencil. And by now, drawing PJ was easy, instinctive. The simplicity of the task allowed Ava's thoughts to roam, and she couldn't help but think of her sister, unaware of Ava's imminent approach. Ava's artistic talent had always belonged to her alone, whereas Emmy was skilled in almost everything else. She seemed to relish her role as the older sister, charging ahead while Ava trailed. Emmy was assertive when Ava cowered, determined when she was unsure. Ava felt most comfortable immersed within the illustrated worlds she made for herself or the fictional worlds of books, while Emmy seemed to have been born with the belief that the real world was made for her. Of course, it wasn't her intention, but Emmy's strengths had often made Ava feel flawed. Emmy's natural tenacity, throwing Ava's timidity into starker relief. But Emmy was 4 years older and always 400 steps ahead. and she'd already started disappearing from Ava's life before she disappeared in the poppy fields. Ava glanced up at the screen tracking arrivals and departures. Her flight was still on time. At least that was one less concern. There were, of course, dozens of other concerns humming along in the background of Ava's brain. Would there be turbulence on the flight? Would PJ behave? Would her seatmate take off their shoes? Ava didn't really mind flying that much, although she always sat in the exit row, the obvious choice for ease of evacuating, and she did end up panic-pressing the call button multiple times on her most recent flight to a wedding, when she noticed some water leaking above the emergency exit door. She was eventually informed by the flight attendant, somewhat patronizingly, that it was just condensation and not, in fact, evidence of the hostile outside atmosphere attempting to bust down the hatch. Ava tried to let herself relax, just a little, leaning back into her seat, focusing on the sketch of PJ. But PJ himself was not relaxed. He stood up suddenly in his carrier, nose tilted toward the ceiling, vigorously sniffing around him. "Is everything okay?" Ava cupped PJ's face in her hands, staring at his glassy brown eyes. She could feel his body twitching slightly, growing ever more agitated. He started to scratch at the ground. PJ must have detected some shift in the air, and now he was trying to warn her. Ava stuffed her sketch pad into her bag, lifted the strap of the dog carrier onto her shoulder. And sure enough, it was only a matter of moments before the tornado touched down. 4. Sasha meandered through the airport bookstore, her tote bag slung over her shoulder as she examined the vividly colored covers of the romance shelf, all the pretty couples standing back to back, or arm in arm, or cheek to cheek. Her eyes began to sting. She was actually envious of them, these imaginary characters. The bickering enemies turned passionate paramours, the best friends turned lovers, the cynics who believed in romance again. The lucky ones, all. Sasha used to be one of them, used to fit alongside those fictional faces. She was the heroine, bubbly and bright. She had everything she could have wanted. Until she brought it all crashing down. Sasha was still staring at the bookshelf when something flared at the edge of her vision, a burst of lightning through the towering terminal windows. A thunderstorm, she thought. How perfect. The women in romantic comedies were rewarded with sunshine and flowers. Sasha deserved the pelting rain. She sighed, resigning herself to the fact that her flight to California would probably be delayed, when a voice emerged on every loudspeaker above her in a steady but startling tone, telling her that she had far more urgent issues. A strong tornado had just been spotted 30 miles east of the airport. All passengers and personnel were to seek immediate shelter inside. The alarm drenched Sasha's body in a frigid chill, fusing her feet to the floor. "Did they just say tornado?" she asked aloud, though no one was close enough to hear. Sasha lived in Boston. She never worried about tornadoes. Had she ever even seen one before? Tornadoes existed for Sasha solely on the news, preceding scenes of utter devastation, of wreckages that once were homes. She was paralyzed for a moment by panic, imagining the windows shattering around her, the airport transformed into rubble, the pages in all the paperback novels torn to shreds, strewn about by the furious wind. "We've got to move." The bookstore clerk suddenly placed her hand on Sasha's arm. She was much younger than Sasha, with the bulky braces in her mouth to prove it, but she knew the airport better. Sasha's legs unfroze from the ground. "We're heading for the nearest shelter," said the clerk, and soon they were both consumed by the swift-moving crowds around them. The passengers formed a single wave of bodies and backpacks, emitting a buzz of nervous murmurs and the steady rolling of carry-on wheels, until they began splintering off, some to the stairwells, some to the basement, some to the closest bathroom. Apparently, the women's restroom in this terminal was a designated tornado shelter. The placard outside the entrance bore the image of a pitch-black spiral, the illustrated twister of nightmares. Sasha grimaced at the sight, but at least she knew she was in the right place. She found an empty spot in the bathroom and tucked herself in, scanning the faces of the people around her for a sense of solace among the fray. She'd lost sight of the young clerk who had helped her as the throngs became more anxious, more aggressive. Sasha sat on the floor, hugging her knees to her chest and leaning against her big black tote, which crumpled behind her back. There was barely anything in the bag, after all, just a few light pieces of clothing, some toiletries, and the music. This wasn't supposed to be her story, Sasha thought. How the hell did she end up here? It was barely 24 hours earlier that Sasha had left her apartment in Boston. She'd slept through 2 early alarms in the sweaty knot of her heavy sheets. Her body, still unaccustomed to sleeping alone in the bed, craved the warmth and weight of her winter blankets, even in late May. And then Sasha realized that she'd completely forgotten to pack. Brain fog, her mother would have called it. As if an eerie mist had descended over Sasha. A few months ago, she would have been much more diligent, much more prepared for her trip. But yesterday, she'd just stumbled toward her closet, already running late, and evaluated the limited clothing options that were currently clean, before throwing on a pair of black leggings, a camisole, and her comfiest old Tufts sweatshirt, and then tossing a few pairs of underwear and a cosmetic kit into her tote. Luckily, she wouldn't need much else where she was going. The ring she had already packed, of course. The ring had been packed for weeks. But something had told her to bring the music, too. She'd stared at the large suitcase hiding in the back of her closet. The suitcase that she would not be bringing to the airport. The suitcase that was still sitting there, expectantly. Still stuffed with bathing suits and sun hats and wrap dresses, still loaded up as if it were heading to her honeymoon on Jeju Island. Still oblivious to all that had passed while it just sat there, untouched. She'd knelt down and carefully pulled a few pages of sheet music from the front zip of the luggage, touching the papers lightly, reverently, and then slipped them into an inner pocket of her tote before finally leaving her apartment and heading toward the T-stop nearby. And now, here she was, just 1 day later, sheltering in place on a bathroom floor, waiting to see if a twister was about to blow off the airport roof. Because Sasha was not the woman on the cover of a colorful book, and hers was not a love story. Or, rather, it was not the kind of love story that most people would want to read. Most people want happy endings. 5. Ray had traded one emergency for another, swapped the bells at the fire station for a tornado alarm at the airport. Of course, he thought. He couldn't even get 1 day to himself, 1 day to focus on his mission, on what he needed to do for Johnny. The universe always had to shove its other plans in his face. Ray swung his backpack onto his shoulders. All right, everybody stay calm, avoid the elevators, and head to the closest stairwell or designated shelter, he declared, joining a few airport staffers in directing the frightened flow. Everyone away from the windows. Ray found one of the airport's empty wheelchairs and pushed a pregnant woman into the restroom, then returned with the chair for an elderly man shuffling slowly in his line of sight. Then he helped an airport staffer wrangle a dozen out-of-towners into a cavernous stairwell while they shouted about the movie Twister. Ray didn't blame them for feeling afraid, of course. He just wished they'd move in a more orderly fashion. Even with official airport personnel directing passengers down the hall, those who were panicked and uncertain still found themselves turning to Ray. Strangers instinctively followed him, with or without his fireman's gear. He had the confidence, the level-headed composure, and, quite frankly, the obvious muscle mass that reassured people during a crisis. As hundreds of confused travelers rushed past, Ray kept his right arm raised in the air, finger pointing toward the nearest safe space. That's when he caught his reflection in the tall terminal window. He looked just like that statue come to life. The statue in Penn Valley Park, the firefighter's fountain. A very large and very loud fountain with powerful arches of water streaming around two lifelike sculptures, an older fireman kneeling down, aiming the hose, and a younger one standing beside him, his arm extended and showing the way. Ray's father used to take him and Johnny to visit the fountain years before they both actually joined the department, and Johnny had loved standing as close as he could to the water, so when the breeze picked up, he was sure to get sprayed. When Ray first saw the fountain as a child, he thought the squatting statue resembled his dad, with the husky build under baggy clothes, the wrinkled corners of his eyes, the thick brows, and even thicker mustache. Later, he'd recognize his brother in the younger male form, in the open-armed posture, the protective stance, the passion carved into his face. Ray tended to avoid that corner of the park when he drove alone nowadays, or turned aside when the truck sped past. This fountain that wasn't just a fountain but also a memorial, built to honor the fallen. Ray could still see his reflection in the window as the storm began its final approach. Objects on the runway started to fly, as if they were planes at takeoff. First, it was just littered papers, then a few orange cones, then bigger plastic bins and crates, all lifted up into the air, spun about, and swept straight out of sight. Disappeared. Quite literally gone with the wind. Ray wasn't sure if his eyes were just a little bleary. He'd come straight from a long shift, after all, but he could have sworn that the window panes trembled. He realized he was standing alone. With no one else left in the terminal to help, he jogged to the stairwell and lowered his body to the floor, next to a little boy and a flight attendant. He leaned his head back against the cold cement wall, trying to shut out the frantic whispers and phone calls reverberating around him. The boy near him seemed to be an unaccompanied minor. He wore one of those airport badges on top of his t-shirt, which appeared to be from a natural history museum, a T-Rex sitting on an asteroid. "You think the airport's gonna be okay?" the boy asked. "I think everything's gonna be fine," said Ray. He tilted his head toward the boy's shirt. "Definitely not as bad as a meteor." The boy nodded, apparently agreeing with Ray, or at least reassured by his words. Although maybe he shouldn't have promised that, Ray thought. The comparison wasn't so far off. A tornado, like a meteor, annihilates the land it touches. It flips and spins and turns homes inside out and upside down. It has the power to destroy lives at random, immediately and indiscriminately. Ray should know. A tornado of sorts had ripped through his own life barely 3 months prior, sudden and shocking and obliterative. That was the reason he was at the airport. The reason he was heading to the poppy fields next. 6. Sasha could still hear the muffled sirens from inside the crowded restroom where she sat, stuffed among dozens of other displaced travelers, leaning her back against her propped-up tote. Sasha was not a nervous person, but this was something she'd never experienced. The month of May, back home in Boston, was the city at its brightest. May was the end of the spring semester, students shedding their hefty backpacks. May was picnics along the banks of the Charles while sailboats floated past. And May was also, apparently, peak tornado season here in the plains. The lack of windows in the women's restroom meant that no one could see anything frightening, but it also meant that no one could see anything at all. "I don't know, we're still sheltering inside," said a woman on her phone near Sasha. "I don't know what's happening outside." She paused. "I don't know what's going to happen with the flights." Sasha wondered if she should call her parents and apologize for leaving the way she did, tell them that she loved them. But the people around her, possibly accustomed to this, appeared more annoyed than alarmed. The neighboring woman's frustrated phone call mingled with the sounds of whooshes and dings as a preteen played on his tablet. In another life, Sasha thought, she might be tanning on the beach right now, looking out at the sea, the new band on her finger glinting in the sun. But the realization blew in, as fast and harsh as the storm outside. There was no other life. And in this life, the only life, Sasha was trapped in an airport in Missouri, huddled in a restroom with dozens of strangers, her bare left hand resting atop her lap. Sasha knew rationally that she wasn't alone, that this wasn't just happening to her. But given all that she had been through these past 4 months, given all that she had done, the question still surfaced. Had she unleashed this upon herself? "Excuse me, do you know a 9-letter word for a breed of small dogs?" An elderly man inquired of Sasha. He was seated in a wheelchair next to a pregnant woman anxiously rubbing her belly, and he appeared to be sharing his crossword with her. "Oh, sure, let me think," said Sasha. "What about Dachshund?" offered a quiet voice nearby. Sasha turned to see a young woman standing upright in the corner, gently stroking her chestnut dog. "Or maybe Chihuahua," she added. The elderly man smiled and nodded. "That was very impressive," said Sasha. "I do a fair amount of word games myself," said the woman. "And it happens to be a topic I like." She kissed her dog on the forehead. Ava hadn't dared to sit on the floor of the bathroom. She could barely imagine a more revolting surface, except perhaps the bathroom of the airplane itself. But there weren't any seats in the restroom, other than the toilets, an obvious no, so she and PJ made do with standing, careful to avoid brushing up against the sinks, now drowning in the bright Barbie-pink hand soap leaking from the dispensers. Ava had settled in for the wait. Her nerves still stood at attention, of course, ever ready for disaster to strike, but she was quite familiar with the seasonal whims of the sky, and she trusted that the storm would pass quickly. She and PJ were safe inside. "Who's this little guy?" Sasha asked, standing up to greet them. "This is PJ," Ava said. "Full name, Paloris Jack." "He's adorable," she said. "My name's Sasha. Full name, Sasha Kim." Ava wasn't immediately sure if the jibe was good-natured or not. Such was the trouble with having been teased as a kid, but Sasha smiled warmly at her. "I'm Ava," she said. "Do you live nearby?" Sasha asked. "Not too far," Ava said. "In Topeka." "So this is normal for you?" Sasha's voice wavered slightly. "Well, yes," Ava said, "but not so normal that it isn't scary." Sasha let her shoulders drop, seemingly comforted by this. "I take it you're not from around here?" Ava asked. "No, I'm from Massachusetts," Sasha explained. She briefly examined the woman before her, somewhere in her early 30s with light brown hair lacking any particular style or shape. Her face was obscured by large round glasses that would probably be considered trendy among the 20-somethings back in Boston, but Sasha got the distinct impression that Ava simply wore the lenses to read. Sasha could think of 24 makeup tips to bestow upon this woman, along with 12 improvements to her attire, a loose knee-length dress and a patched-up cardigan paired with thin white sneakers. But Ava also appeared somehow trustworthy. And for reasons not quite known to Sasha, perhaps a guilty impulse to confess, to self-flagellate, or maybe just a sudden longing to connect, she decided to keep on speaking. "You know, I could have just flown to California directly from Boston," she said, her voice much lower now. She seemed wary of the other travelers around her, though most were absorbed by their cell phones. "But I decided to make a pit stop yesterday in Columbia to see my fiancé's parents. They both work at Mizzou." She paused. "And really, I wasn't supposed to have taken either of these flights. The next flight that I was supposed to be taking was to Korea for my honeymoon. A nightmare 15 hours of flying, but worth it for 2 whole weeks of..." Sasha's voice trailed off, and Ava hugged PJ closer, surprised by the turn in conversation. "It would have been his first time there," Sasha continued. "I was going to show him where my grandparents were born, where my family came from, and then we'd end at this beautiful island resort. But obviously that didn't happen. That's why I'm here. And the truth is, it was all my fault. So now this whole tornado situation feels kind of perfect. Why should I get some easy flight to Los Angeles? I don't deserve that. I deserve all of this." Sasha let out a meager laugh, her body tense. Ava was silent for a moment, unsure if she should console her or press for more details or maybe just nod along. She had to admit it was a slightly odd coincidence that she and this woman appeared to have been booked on the same flight to LAX. "You know, I've actually been trying to figure out if this is some sort of sign that I'm making a mistake," Ava shared. "Why would it be a mistake?" Sasha looked at Ava sincerely. "What's your trip for?" Ava didn't know what to say. How would Sasha react if she mentioned the poppy fields? The experimental sleeping treatment was certainly gaining traction, but many people still saw it as just that, an experiment. A place where human lab rats disappeared for months at a time, a place that preyed on the grieving, a place for only those eccentric enough, reckless enough, weak enough to accept the many consequences in the hope of healing from loss. Unlike everybody else on Earth who simply moved on with their lives. What would this stranger think if she learned that Ava was heading to the fields, that Ava's sister was there right now? "Actually, I was trying to get to, the poppy fields," Ava said feebly. "I don't know if you've heard about it. It's sort of a new therapy center." "Oh my God!" Sasha grabbed Ava's hand, amazed and relieved all at once. "That's where I'm trying to go." 7. The storm did pass eventually, and mercifully, no one was injured. But the damage to the airport would take hours to assess. The wind had sent debris flying everywhere, carrying thousands of scraps of metal and nature from dozens of miles away and scattering them across the runways, threatening every plane on the tarmac. The rest of the day's flights were severely delayed, and a few were already canceled. The route from Kansas City to Los Angeles landed among the less fortunate latter. In minutes, the cacophony of groans and sighs and 4-letter words resounding through the terminal made it clear that Ava's and Sasha's plans were not the only ones interrupted. They watched as a slapdash queue swarmed before them, coiling haphazardly around the closest desk with an actual human being behind it. Sasha volunteered to wait on both of their behalf, while Ava tried the airline on her phone. "We have to prioritize our passengers' safety," Sasha could hear the agent explaining up front. "If any debris got caught in the engines, the results could be catastrophic." Sasha was hoping to reschedule Ava and herself on the flight to LAX the next morning, but her position in the queue of discontented passengers continued to slip farther and farther back as more and more desperate travelers approached Sasha, armed with a heart-tugging tale about heading home for a funeral or an interview for their dream job, and would she mind terribly if they cut in front of her? Normally, Sasha would not have minded. Normally, she thrived in such a moment. Because Sasha considered her outsized empathy to be her greatest quality as a person, and when it came to air travel, boy, did she shine. Air travel made people moody, easily frustrated, prone to complaining. Congested waiting areas, shrieking children, unexplained delays, the perfect conditions for previously pleasant folks to descend into zealous jerkhood. But not Sasha. She was the one sharing a sweet, commiserating smile with the crew members. She was the one assuring the harried parents that their toddler could, of course, watch his shows on full volume without using the headphones that bothered his ears. And she didn't do it to brown nose or try to score perks. Yes, sure, she liked being liked. She enjoyed being everyone's favorite passenger, which a flight attendant once actually called her. But she also genuinely felt for these strangers. And she knew there was power in small acts of compassion. And so, each time someone tapped on her shoulder, she smiled and stepped aside and tried not to ask herself whether everyone who cut in front of her was actually telling the truth, because the odds were that someone was lying, and she just hoped it wasn't the man who'd claimed there'd been a death in the family. Eventually, word traveled down to Sasha's spot in the line that the next day's flights were already filled, and that everyone waiting in the back half of the queue should prepare themselves for bad news. "We do apologize for the inconvenience, sir," the agent was saying now, though the man she was speaking to did not seem to agree with her definition of inconvenience. Sasha would not let this derail her. Sasha was determined. She'd already come halfway across the country. She just needed to finish her trip, and then she could finally collapse into bed. Just not her bed. A bed in the middle of the desert. A bed in a magical and mysterious land, a place called the Poppy Fields, that just had to let her sleep. No matter that her parents found the whole thing offensive. No matter that her application had technically been denied. She was Sasha Kim, everyone's favorite passenger, a friend to all who encountered her. And once she was there in person, sharing her story with someone even more powerful than the initial interviewer who had obviously made a grievous mistake in rejecting her application, how could they possibly turn her down? While Ava was pacing the terminal with PJ, listening to the world's most excruciating on-hold music, repeatedly stating, "Talk to a human," and Sasha was nodding sympathetically at a frazzled desk agent who regretted to inform her that the next day's flights were already, regrettably, fully booked up, Ray was listening from a few paces behind Sasha, also realizing that he would not be flying to Los Angeles within the next 24 hours. And although he had already watched dozens of disappointed passengers make the same futile attempt, Ray still needed to try for himself. "Are you absolutely certain there are no seats left for tomorrow?" he needed to ask. "And how many people on standby?" And when he inevitably failed to secure a seat on the next day's flight, Ray couldn't help but think that his father would not have failed. His father would have leaned his large body over the ticket counter, allowing a few of his dark chest hairs to escape from the top of his shirt, while the tone of his voice would have indicated that failure simply wasn't an option. But Ray was not his father. Even though he had inherited the stubbornness, the physical prowess, the desire to prove himself, and the aptitudes for basketball and sitting in silence. Ray was, in fact, a little gentler than his father, which his father would have said as if the word tasted sour on his tongue, and his mother would have said with relief. And Johnny had been gentler, kinder than Ray. It's probably what made him a good fireman and a great paramedic, Ray thought. The fact that he really cared. That he saw patients as people and buildings as homes, and that every call, every alarm, was a chance to save them all. The 3 passengers on that canceled flight from Kansas City to Los Angeles, who shared the same strange destination in the California desert, eventually made their way to the airport exit and onto the curb outside. They embedded themselves within the crowd waiting to board one of the many buses that would take them to the parking lots or the rental car hubs or back into the city. All 3 passengers had begun to accept their fate.
San Francisco Gazette. Health and Medicine. Why have 100,000 people chosen to sleep for a month? By Ramona Williams. We've all heard the adages about a good night's rest. We've been told to sleep on it before making a big decision. We lay down our weary heads each evening with the comfort that we'll feel better in the morning. The benefits of sleep have been implicitly recognized for centuries. But a new therapeutic center in Southern California named the Poppy Fields, in a presumed nod to the plant's narcotic usages, has been attracting thousands of patients with its unprecedented sleeping treatment. Patients at the Poppy Fields enter a long-term state of dormancy, akin to a medically induced coma, that typically lasts 4 to 8 weeks and is designed to help those recovering from a devastating loss. The Poppy Fields promise to the grief-stricken, sleep here for a month and be healed when you wake. When I first saw the data, I couldn't believe it, said Dr. Jada Wynn, a professor of neurobiology. But the Poppy Fields represents our greatest hope as researchers that will find an application for our work that reaches beyond the ivory towers and helps real people with real problems. The health benefits of sleep have long been documented, such as supporting our immune system, cardiovascular health, and brain functioning. Sleep has also been found to assist in our emotional mood regulation, and a lack of sleep has been linked to a host of disorders, including anxiety and depression. But the lengthy sleep at the Poppy Fields extends far beyond these benefits. Our sleep helps people transition from a place of acute grief, which overwhelms and disrupts their lives, into a place where that grief has been meaningfully integrated into their existence, and the sharpest ache has retreated to the background. A representative of the Poppy Fields shared, "People come here because the pain of their loss is controlling their lives, and they need to feel like they're in control again. Our sleeping treatment allows them to re-engage with a life of joy, purpose, and fullness." In the nearly 2 years since the Poppy Fields opened, approximately 100,000 patients have been treated there. As a fraction of the U.S. population, that number may seem minuscule, but it represents people from all 50 states and several foreign countries, from ages 18 to 76. You could now fill America's largest sporting stadiums exclusively with spectators who have spent an entire month of their lives suspended in sleep. "I slept at the Fields last year," recalled a former patient who spoke on condition of anonymity, as he had not informed his workplace about his time at the Poppy Fields. "Before the sleep, I was suffocating," he said. "I felt like there was an elephant on my chest all the time. I felt claustrophobic, even outside. The best way I can describe the change after sleeping is that now I can breathe again." Another patient described her experience like waking up to a dry pillow after weeks of crying herself to sleep. "You know how one morning you just notice that your pillow isn't damp anymore? And you can't quite remember if this is the first time that's happened or if it's already been happening for the past few days. It kind of feels like that," she said. "Like I've passed some point of transition, but I can't really remember doing it." Representatives of the Poppy Fields note that the sleeping treatment is currently formulated for those grieving a loss, while survivors of certain traumas or those with PTSD may not be viable candidates at this time. Applicants must complete both a physical and psychological screening in advance and must typically be cleared of any serious medical conditions. Insurance companies do not cover the cost of a stay at the Poppy Fields, but the treatment remains free of charge. The center is currently funded by research grants and donations. "We are not trying to replace psychotherapy or necessary pharmaceutical interventions," said the Fields representative. "Not everyone is an appropriate candidate for our treatment. We work with trained psychiatrists to determine which applicants are better suited to traditional therapies and which might benefit from our approach. Just who gets accepted is a question ripe for speculation, however. There are no public guidelines explicitly stating the criteria for admission, and the team at the Poppy Fields insists that every applicant is evaluated on a case-by-case basis. There are no rules, no absolutes. There is no single type of loss that would guarantee acceptance here, which is why it's unlikely that someone could fake their way into our treatment, the representative shared. Grief is an individual journey. Everyone navigates it differently. When determining if an applicant is a good candidate for our sleep, we do not look at the pain itself. We look at the person who is feeling it. The Poppy Fields has faced some backlash over the ambiguity of this process, as well as attacks from those who remain skeptical of the sleep's healing powers. It's spreading a dangerous message, said Maria Gomez, a licensed clinical social worker. Maybe their treatment can fast-forward the average timeline of mourning and readjusting, but there's no such thing as a cure for loss. You can't just turn it off like a light. These feelings will stay with you in some form forever. The most significant criticism, however, has focused on the side effect of the sleep, referred to by the fields somewhat vaguely as emotional moderation, which affects approximately 25% of patients. The people who sleep at the fields are typically reeling from the loss of a loved one. But this side effect goes far beyond the desired healing to essentially erase the patient's feelings, leaving them with an overall sense of numbness or impartiality toward the person lost. Adam Russo, the brother of a former patient who was affected by this emotional moderation, described his sister, Sandy, as now feeling shockingly neutral toward their late father, whom she once loved so fiercely that his death led her to apply to the fields. Ever since she came back from sleeping, it's been heartbreaking to watch, he said. I don't blame my sister for going to the fields if that's what she needed to move forward. But it kills me that we can't talk about our dad together like we used to. Somehow, now, it feels like I'm the only one who lost him. For some, the pain of their loss is so excruciating that the 1 in 4 odds of suffering the side effect are surely worth the gamble. For others, though, the many sacrifices of sleeping remain too great. Jerome Brown, a graduate student, briefly considered sleeping after losing his best friend. Obviously, you give up a lot of time, literally weeks, while you're asleep and the world's still spinning without you, he said. But ultimately, it was the emotional stuff that kept me from applying. I was hurting so badly, but I couldn't risk anything messing with how I felt about my friend, how I remembered him. The Poppy Fields was founded by Ellis Jones, who previously worked at the research startup Asclepius Tech. Upon exiting the startup 5 years ago to focus on her own venture, Ms. Jones brought several top scientists with her, including Dr. Yasmin Saeed, who continues to spearhead research and development at the Fields. Ms. Jones has only ever sat for one interview on the record, when the Poppy Fields first opened 2 years ago, with retired reporter Ted Irving at the now-defunct California regional paper, The Valley Voice. The article has since been removed from the paper's archives, and Ms. Jones has largely retreated from public life, allegedly living full-time within her remote facility and distinguishing herself from fellow prominent founders whose faces are now just as well known as their companies. Ellis has dedicated herself wholly to this project, said Dr. Wynn. She's not interested in becoming a celebrity. She's interested in the work. Ms. Jones did not respond to requests for comment.
8. Ellis did not miss much from her previous life, which always confounded her colleagues. You really don't miss the restaurants? They asked. The nightlife? Dating? Not really. No, and definitely not, she'd say. Most of the Poppy Fields staff resided near the facility, sharing houses in the tiny, scattered towns of the engulfing desert. And given the round-the-clock demands of their work, There were 2 rooms with bunk beds inside of the fields, allowing it to function like a hospital. Most of the team returned to the outside world at least once every month, even if only for a stress-releasing weekend in Las Vegas. But Ellis always slept in the rooms with the bunks. Ellis rarely left the fields. The one activity she did miss from her earlier years, her daily 6 a.m. swim, was something she was willing to surrender. But sometimes, early in the morning at the fields, she still found herself craving it. An empty lane all to herself, the only sounds being made by her own arms and legs cutting through the water. It was the sole hour that she allowed her mind to be lazy, simply counting her strokes, her breaths, her laps. Her eyes merely focused on the wall ahead, instead of constantly straining to see into the future. Her body floating in a fog of turquoise water, everything outside her somehow distant, blurred, muted. Unable to touch her. Not unlike her patients, now, cocooned in their impenetrable sleep. Perhaps the next location of the poppy fields could include a lap pool for the staff, Ellis mused. The prospect of this second location was, of course, on everyone's mind, as this first iteration entered its 3rd year now. An incredible milestone. Ellis tried to remind herself every day to be proud, grateful. A brief moment of appreciation for what she had accomplished, what she'd always wanted. And then back to the day's agenda. May was already midway through, their busiest month to date, and 12 new sleepers would check in that day. The first arrivals were a man named Paul, whose wife had cheated on him with a mutual friend and still managed to win full custody, and a woman named Rita, whose mother had died. The poppy fields treated patients who'd suffered the loss of someone beloved, and though the majority of those asleep in the fields were grieving the death of a loved one, patients like Paul were not uncommon. Those betrayed and those abandoned. Those once unbreakable bonds dissolved in one bitter night. Ellis could sympathize with all her sleepers. That's what she personally preferred to call them, as opposed to the more clinical patients that Yasmin and the other doctors used. But the Pauls of the world at least reminded Ellis that she'd made the right choices in her own life. That she was smart to prioritize her work over the handful of short-lived relationships she'd fallen in and out of over time. Her longest-lasting romance, with a colleague at her former company, Asclepius Tech, had ended when Ellis left to launch the poppy fields on her own. She wasn't offended that her lover had refused to join her new venture. What was unforgivable was his failure to see her vision. He'd even tried to talk her out of her plan. How could she possibly date someone who doubted her? Besides, there was a certain thrill to chasing a man she admired, like winning yet another award. But Ellis never dreamt of a wedding. She was just never very interested in marriage, in the constant need to compromise, in putting her own goals second, if only temporarily. She wasn't that interested in money, either. Yet her body still reflexively recoiled at the phrase joint checking account. She never felt ready to assume the burden of responsibility for a spouse, not when the burden of her own ambition was already all-consuming. Sure, she had desires like everyone else, but any time Ellis invited a man into her bed, most recently her teammate at the poppy fields, Flynn, for just one night, though still it was a huge mistake. She remembered that she couldn't sleep comfortably with someone else beside her, disrupting her peace whenever they turned. For someone rather neat and organized in her waking life, Ellis slept like a sloppy starfish, limbs akimbo across the mattress. She simply took up too much space to accommodate anyone else, and she declined to pursue the possibility that there could be someone out there for whom she might not mind moving over. Of course, Ellis had grown up hearing the question, can women really have it all? Whatever the hell that actually meant. But all that Ellis really wanted was to leave her mark on the world. And now, with the poppy fields, she had done it. She consulted the clock in her office. The new sleepers would be arriving about an hour apart. They wouldn't be allowed to see each other in order to protect patient privacy. But she would tell them about the others. She would welcome them in and let them know that they were the first or second of 12 patients checking in today, and that several members of the Poppy Fields staff had even slept here themselves. And she would watch the relief melt the strain in their faces. Other people needed this too, they would think. Other people had made the same choice. 9. We weren't in our right minds, they would each think later, at separate moments, though all within the first hour of the drive. They were stressed, tired, confused, overwhelmed. They had just endured a tornado warning. They were hungry, and their hunger made them act strangely. They were unusually unguarded. They were driven by their desire to reach a seemingly unreachable destination. They were grateful just to learn that they weren't alone. It was Sasha who first suggested it. She and Ava were both facing a 2-day delay in rescheduling their flights. A more concerning situation for Sasha, of course, given the fact that she wasn't a local. And Ava was helping Sasha compare cheap hotels downtown when the idea struck Sasha as so plainly obvious that she was shocked she hadn't thought of it before. Okay, I know this might sound ridiculous, she ventured, but what if we just drove there instead? To California? Ava asked. Sasha pulled up a map on her phone. Apparently, if we took turns at the wheel and drove straight through, we could get there in less than 24 hours, before the next open flight even departs. Ava started squirming in her sneakers, glancing down nervously at PJ as if the dog might tell her what to do. You were wondering earlier if the tornado was sending you a sign, Sasha said. Maybe the sign was that we ended up next to each other in the bathroom. Maybe that was fate. Or maybe it was just a coincidence, Ava thought. Surely fate would have known not to offer a road trip to Ava. Fate would have known that she couldn't drive. It's not ridiculous, it's a good idea, but unfortunately I can't help you. I actually don't drive, Ava explained. I'm sorry. Oh! In her mind, Sasha was already driving, en route to California, and Ava just slammed on the brakes. You don't need to apologize, Sasha said quickly. She stopped herself from nosily asking why, but Ava felt the need to explain. It's just that I grew up walking to school, and then I've always taken my bike to work, she said. So by the time I decided to give driving a shot, I was almost 30, and you know how it's easy for little kids to climb up a tree or roll down a hill, but then when you're older, you suddenly find that you have vertigo and you're terrified of breaking your neck? It's okay, I get it, Sasha assured her. But what was she going to do now? Spend the next 2 days waiting idly at some hotel downtown until the next available flight? She didn't exactly have endless time. She'd told all the patients at her OT practice that she'd likely be gone for a month, the average length of a sleep at the Fields. But Sasha didn't know how long it would take to actually be sent to sleep. And every day up until she started the treatment was essentially another day wasted, another day feeling guilty for leaving her patients, leaving her family behind. Sasha wanted to sleep to get back to her life, back to the work she loved, and back as quickly as possible. You know what? We should still do it, said Sasha. I'll handle all the driving. Oh no, that's too much, Ava insisted. Having me and PJ would just hold you back. We're both going to the same place, Sasha said. We should go together. Sasha could hear her parents in her head, offering a word of caution. She was about to drive halfway across the country. She'd feel safer if she traveled with another woman. But Ava could have spent the entire day deliberating, weighing, and worrying. Anxiety came easily to her. Spontaneity did not. She could have played with the possibilities like a Rubik's Cube of fear, all the permutations in which something could go wrong, the ways she could end up hurt. There was no way that Sasha could drive for 24 hours straight. They'd have to break up the trip. Where would they stay overnight? How long would it ultimately take them to get there? Was Sasha even a good driver? A good person? Ava really wasn't a big fan of travel. She felt little desire to ever leave her home. She worked at the desk by the window in her bedroom, walked to the library and the market and the park. In fact, Ava routinely declined invitations to travel for work, preferring to read and paint and sketch on the wicker chaise in her backyard, PJ tucked under her arm, surrounded by the black-eyed Susans she'd planted, bright like miniature suns. Ava simply was not a person who'd choose to hit the road with a stranger. "I know it's a big ask," Sasha whispered, "but I really need this sleep." And there was something in Sasha's face, some subtle sadness lurking behind her eyes, the same one that had revealed itself while she was speaking of her fiancé before. From the story, Ava had gotten the impression that Sasha left him at the altar, a difficult and devastating act, of course, but was it enough to send Sasha to sleep at the fields? When she wasn't even the one who'd been jilted? Ava's sense of the poppy fields, albeit minimal, led her to believe that most accepted patients were suffering from something much deeper, much darker, something Sasha might not be telling her. And yet, Ava couldn't exactly blame Sasha for withholding, not when Ava herself was dragging around a secret she'd rather not share. Ava took a slow breath. Maybe, just this once, Ava could leap. Maybe she could view this as an adventure to experience rather than a danger to avoid. Maybe she could be bold. Be more like her sister, for once. The rental car office was unsurprisingly mobbed, with hundreds of travelers rearranging their plans. Ava and Sasha were still waiting in the queue when the lot ran out of cars. The fortunate few at the front of the line left to claim the final rentals, tilting their heads down to dodge the eyes of those less lucky, and Ava was ready to give up and go home, to wait for the next available flight. She'd already canceled her pre-booked taxi at LAX. But then she suddenly heard Sasha call out, "If anyone happens to be driving west toward California, we'd be willing to split the cost of the car." And just a few feet away from the women, Ray paused, his paper rental contract now sitting like lead in his pocket. He'd considered taking a bus from the airport and returning to his house so he could drive his own Silverado out west. But he figured that if he picked up a rental instead, he could leave it in California at the end of his trip and fly home to Missouri, rather than having to drive his truck all the way back cross-country. "It's only the two of us," Sasha continued, pointing to Ava, who clearly had not been consulted, "and it's really important that we get there." "Somebody, please, come on," Ray silently begged, stealthily peering around. There's got to be someone else. He'd seen plenty of stories like this, of course. The ragtag team of stranded travelers banding together to make their way home. A blizzard grounds everyone's flight, so they share a van and drive home for the holidays. It always made for a feel-good tale to cap off the end of the news hour. And Ray did want to help these folks, honestly. But he really didn't want to get himself stuck with two strangers quite possibly carrying a lot more baggage than just their tiny suitcases. Didn't Steve Martin make a whole movie about that? But a minute passed, then two, and nobody else spoke up. And that was the moment for Ray, poised right before the automatic doors that could have served as his escape route, so close that the monitors could sense his presence and the doors kept sliding open when he shifted his weight, that what should have been a simple day of driving transformed into something else entirely. 10. "I have a dog, is that okay?" The one with the glasses, Ava, was looking nervously up at Ray. In her arms, a dog the size of a puppy, with cinnamon-colored curls. "You sure that's a dog?" Ray teased. "He looks more like an accessory." Ray and Johnny had grown up with a 120-pound mastiff named Harold. Now that was a dog. "Don't worry, he didn't mean that," Ava whispered to PJ, softly patting his back. Here she is. The rental agent led the trio to a large sedan, yellow as a New York taxi, with the run-down, world-weary aura to match. You guys are lucky, he said. She's the last one left in the lot. That's not hard to believe, Ray muttered, squinting at the sunny coat of paint and wondering when the car was built. The agent seemed to read his mind. I know she looks like, a lemon, Ava deadpanned. Oh no, she's very solid. The agent rapped his knuckles on the hood. We call her the Canary. He grinned with all his teeth. After the keys exchanged hands, Ray and Sasha both reached for the driver's side door. I can take the first shift, said Sasha. The two women had already explained to Ray that Ava wouldn't be driving, though she'd insisted on paying for all the gas, and Ray decided to keep his mouth shut. Driving had become second nature for Ray, but he could see how it might overwhelm. He'd received only a single tutorial as a kid in his father's navy blue truck, with Johnny observing jealously from the back seat as Ray topped 75 miles per hour during his first half hour on the road. His father had assumed that after just one lesson, plus a quick primer on changing tires, Ray should be fine on his own. Ava loaded her suitcase into the trunk and took a last glance around her, one final moment to reconsider. A young girl, barely college age, wrapped in a gauzy gold shawl and holding a tattered canvas duffel, was being turned away at the rental desk inside. The Canary was indeed the last car. The teenage girl shrugged and walked away, seemingly untroubled, and Ava quietly slid into the back seat with PJ, one step closer to finding her sister. Up front, Sasha familiarized herself with the car, and Ava stared at her immaculate hands, her fingers flitting across the radio, the gear shift, the AC. They were simply stunning, Ava thought. Her skin appeared to have been religiously moisturized since birth, her nails never bitten in a panic. Ava didn't envy Sasha's situation, the mysterious wedding that wasn't, but she sure did admire her hands. Sasha let out a deep exhale. Well, let's see if this canary can fly. We're not calling it that, said Ray. But Sasha just smiled and put the car in drive. It didn't take long, of course, for the curtain to fall, for Ray to ask Ava and Sasha what was waiting in California. Ava blanched, worried that Ray, suntanned and obviously athletic, might be the kind of guy who would judge them. He seemed like the fully grown version of the high school jocks who'd mocked Ava for being so shy. Sasha didn't share these worries. Well, I'm going through a bit of a difficult time, she said, and it happens that both Ava and I are hoping to sleep at the poppy fields, if you know what that is. Ray turned his head sharply toward Sasha. Is this a joke? He asked sternly. And when Sasha assured him that it most certainly was not, he almost found himself laughing. He almost found himself dialing Johnny's number, asking him, Can you believe this? Can you believe that the two people I decided to help are heading to the one place I'm going? The place that stole you away? But, of course, he couldn't call Johnny. In the back, Ava chose to let Sasha's words stand. She decided not to mention her sister. She'd only just met these two people. She didn't owe them her whole life story, right? She didn't really know who they were underneath, what demons they might be harboring. It was better, safer, to maintain some distance, Ava reasoned, especially after she learned that Ray wasn't just some surfer heading west for the waves. As unbelievable as this sounds, he said, it appears you came to the right car. 11. Sky was the last to leave the airport. Of all the stranded passengers that morning, Sky was also the least disgruntled. Perhaps because she didn't see herself as stranded. It was true that she didn't have a flight, nor did she have a car, nor did she really have any plan beyond the basic urge to just go. But someone who's stranded is stuck. They're trapped, immobile, hopeless. And Skye was none of those things. Skye was in motion. Skye was only beginning. As soon as she'd arrived at the airport that morning, Skye had collected her usual stares. Curious stares, sometimes confused, sometimes admiring, sometimes jealous. She didn't seek out this attention, but she was used to it by now, and she didn't really mind. It was simply hard for others not to glance at the young girl. She could pass for 16 or early 20s, with a full lobe of earrings and a full head of curls, half her natural dark brown hue and the other half dyed red. Skye had collected stares in the airport bathroom, where the horrifically unforgiving light made everyone else look pallid and tired, and yet Skye looked somehow ethereal, wrapped in an iridescent gold shawl that didn't exactly match her distressed denim cutoffs and short brown hiking boots. The shawl was not a matter of fashion, but a matter of practicality, easily morphing into a scarf or a makeshift pillow, allowing her to cut down on packing. But when the stole shimmered under the lights, Skye looked like a goddess of the terminal. She had collected stares as she lugged around her beaten-up canvas duffel, which looked like it belonged on a World War II transport plane rather than in her arms. But Skye loved that duffel, which had indeed belonged to her grandfather before relocating to her parents' attic, precisely because it didn't have all the fancy trappings of contemporary carry-ons. No phone charging port, no laptop sleeve, that seemed designed solely to make it easier for people to work while on vacation. The duffel was simply the best vessel to be stuffed with all of her shit, and when she hoisted the leather strap up onto her shoulder, she felt like she was going on safari, like she was off on a real adventure. And Skye had collected stares at the airport cafe, standing in line beside a table where an older woman, and older to Skye meant 30-something, sat with a tea and a sketch pad, a tiny dog with gorgeous chestnut fur resting at her feet. When the woman stood up to search for some napkins, her dog poked his head out of the carrier and gazed inquisitively at Skye. Even animals tended to notice her. "Hey there, buddy," Skye greeted him. She looked at the snacks available for purchase, all of them vastly overpriced, and spotted a tiny bag of sliced apples. She grabbed it, tore it open, and offered the smallest slice to the dog, who seemed surprisingly hesitant. "Don't worry," said Skye. "I'm going to pay for it." The dog cocked his head just a little, evaluating the strange girl with the food between her fingertips, and then eagerly snapped up the snack. Skye did pay for the apples, along with an iced chai latte for herself. She still found coffee too bitter. And then she'd walked around slowly, as always. She was wary of moving too fast, of inadvertently rushing through life. Besides, Skye hadn't spent much time in airports before, her parents preferring to stay local after nearly 2 decades on the move. So the halls of the Kansas City International Airport now danced before Skye like kaleidoscopes, teeming with all different types of people, all going different ways. And Skye was finally going with them. She strolled through the terminal bookstore, scanning magazines, and swerved around a woman in a Tufts sweatshirt who reminded Skye of all her former classmates who'd be heading to college that fall, hurled back to the bottom rung as first years after they'd just climbed the high school hierarchy. Thankfully, Skye was finished with all that nonsense. It had struck her in the middle of a final exam earlier that spring that she never needed to take another test in her life, if that's what she decided to do. That the monotony of studying and being quizzed, then forgetting all those facts and equations while she studied and was quizzed on something else, would only be followed by the monotony of sitting at a desk and earning money, then spending that money on food and rent, and then sitting at a desk and earning money again as the rent grew steeper and the hours grew longer. Her parents had apparently welcomed this life of dull routine and reliability after their younger years spent living in vans and learning to surf and attempting to play music and definitely not doing any drugs, as they insisted in their stories to Skye. She often wondered how her parents could have traded their youthful freedom for an adulthood of bending to others. Her father, answering to his boss and his boss's boss. Her mother, fending off judgments from all the other mothers, women who indicated their disapproval of Skye with the most delicate of sighs and pursed lips. Her parents explained their decision quite simply. They were tired, and they'd run out of money. Needless to say, Skye's parents were not exactly surprised when their daughter announced her own intentions to travel. She graduated high school in the middle of May, and later that month, she was off. Her plan had been to fly from Kansas City to Phoenix, then make her way north to Sedona. Then she'd lay eyes on the Grand Canyon for the first time in her life, before ultimately making her way west. She'd spend some time in California, probably, then maybe Portland, Seattle, Vancouver. A first stamp for her brand new passport, the binding still crisp and unbent, safely hidden behind a zip in her duffel. Wherever she ended up, Skye knew that she just wouldn't stop until she'd run out of 4 years' worth of babysitting cash and 3 summers of frozen yogurt shop tips. She was standing in front of the digital screen listing all the day's flights, searching for her route from MCI to PHX, when the jarring announcement overhead warned of a nearby tornado. Shit. Skye gulped a final swig of her latte, grabbed her duffel, and turned away from the windows. By the time she'd emerged from the basement, along with a few hundred other passengers who had followed the TSA staff down there, news had already spread about the cancellations and delays, and there was already an exceptionally long line of passengers looking to plead their case to an agent. But Skye was content to just sit and wait for the queue to eventually thin out. Skye was on her way to see the world, and the world wasn't going anywhere. She had woken up, nearly an hour later, face down on her duffel, when she heard 2 parents attempting to wrangle their 4 little kids and race over to the rental car concourse, which inspired Skye to mosey on down herself, surprised she hadn't thought of it earlier. She'd recently acquired her license and happened to quite enjoy driving. When she got there, of course, there were no more cars. Not that it would have mattered anyway, as Skye was promptly informed that she couldn't rent a car at her age. She watched an incredible yellow sedan drive past her in the lot. Skye loved vibrantly colored cars. She dreamt of a baby blue Beetle. And she thought, what the hell? She'd never tried hitchhiking before. Skye perused the line of vehicles at the passenger pickup curb, as if she were a contestant on a dating show, examining each of the drivers sitting impatiently behind their wheels. She figured that she needed to establish some hitchhiking ground rules for herself, to avoid inadvertently starring in the first scene of a horror film. No cars without at least one other woman inside. No freaky bumper stickers like honk if you're horny. No vanity plates indicating a massive ego or unsavory personality trait. And no wailing babies. Fortunately, she ended up standing on the curb next to a girl around her age who smiled at Skye and started chatting. The girl was waiting for her parents to return to the airport and then drive her 5 hours to Oklahoma City, where she could fly to New York that evening. She was enrolled in a summer acting program that started the very next morning. She wanted to perform on the stage. She said that her name was Clara, which struck Skye as supremely fitting. Skye weighed the opportunity before her. Clara, like most actresses, was clearly an extrovert. Her parents were clearly accommodating. They were already driving their daughter. Perhaps they'd be willing to take Skye, too. 12. Ever heard of a blinker? Sasha grumbled, exasperated. Ava was rather amused that Sasha's outward friendliness hid a surprising capacity to unleash her frustration at any driver who cut off their yellow jalopy. It just kills me that so many people drive horribly, Sasha explained, and yet I'm the one who everyone looks at and assumes I don't know how to drive. She glanced at Ava in the rearview mirror. No offense. But once they emerged from the city into the sprawling flatlands of Kansas, the roads began to empty out. allowing Sasha to relax at the wheel and actually look at the world passing by. It was overwhelmingly lush and verdant, much greener than she'd thought it would be, though she couldn't exactly say why. For a landlocked state so far from the coastline, Kansas oddly reminded Sasha of the ocean at its calmest. The way the grass rolled on, low and unbroken, one expansive emerald sheet, until sliced across by the blue horizon. So unlike the New England forests she knew, shaded by thick canopies of towering trees. Sasha had lived for so long in the city, dense with life in all its hurry, that she could actually feel her vision recalibrating, learning to drive without darting her eyes in fear of bikes and pedestrians, to stop searching ahead for skyscrapers and simply appreciate the silent beauty around her. Ava sat in the back of the car with her sketch pad, filling out a field with grassy blades and strewn with patches of deeper greens. Ever since she moved from her hometown to the city, she'd missed the peace of the countryside, the stillness interrupted every so often by animals roaming about. Ava delighted upon spotting clusters of cows and horses exploring the edges of their farms, gentle reminders that life still abounded here. It was only the humans that were missing. And PJ happily rested his chin out the open window beside her, the breeze tickling the fur on his face. He was probably thrilled with this change of plans, Ava thought. He preferred cars to planes. Ava rubbed PJ's back as he peered out the window at the stretch of road ahead. California seemed so far away. 24 hours trapped in a car with strangers. I think maybe we should get to know each other, Ava said bluntly. It's going to be a long trip. Well, you already know I'm from Boston, said Sasha. I'm an OT, occupational therapist. I usually work with patients in rehab or adapting to life with a movement disorder. Ray nodded. My uncle has Parkinson's. I know how tough it can be. I'm lucky I found a job that makes me happy, Sasha said. It's hard to live in a world with so much pain. She swallowed a sudden dryness in her throat. At least this makes me feel like I'm actually helping people instead of just being overcome by the sadness. Ray had to turn his face, relieved that Ava had chosen the seat behind Sasha and couldn't see his reflection in the mirror. He'd started seeing reminders of Johnny again. Not on the surface and not in any significant sense, but in the way that we often see impressions of the people we've lost in even the smallest and strangest of details in others. In their lopsided gaits, Johnny's left arm would swing more than his right. In their mysterious mispronunciations, Johnny would eat penny pasta. In their precise combinations of flavor and toppings, vanilla with so much hot fudge that he should have just ordered chocolate ice cream. The familiarity that Ray began to feel in the car wasn't quite so specific, but Ava appeared to have Johnny's tendency toward quiet contemplation, Sasha his sensitivity to the world. He might have even described his own job in the same words that she had used. I'm a fireman, said Ray. Sasha scanned his profile, tan skin, toned arms, golden brown hair. Like an actual firefighter, she said, or you just play one on TV? An actual firefighter, he said. Wow, that's very heroic. Sasha failed to conceal her surprise, imagining the cinematic scenes of strapping men and beautiful women rushing out from the flames, a baby in their arms, mere seconds before the explosion. Well, I'm only a hero about half of the month, Ray joked. I'm also a personal trainer on my days off from the station. Most of the crew has some sort of side hustle. And Ava felt some of the tension that had been gripping her body slowly begin to thaw. A caregiver and a first responder. That was a relief, right? At least they had good training, should any issues arise on the road. Does the job run in your family? Ava asked. Dad's in construction, Ray replied. But my brother, he worked at the station too, more as a paramedic. Really? What's it like working with your sibling? Ava leaned closer to the front, intrigued. And Ray felt the discord, welling inside him, the dueling desires within. He wanted to talk about Johnny endlessly, and he wanted to just shut down. He was grateful to anyone eager to listen, but he wasn't ready to speak. He wanted to tell them how most of his fellow firefighters merely tolerated the daily EMS calls in the hope that the next night would bring a blaze, something to really get their hearts pounding. Ray often felt the same way, but not Johnny. He thrived on even the dullest of medical runs, even the people who dialed 911 out of fear instead of necessity. Johnny liked the face-to-face interactions, liked meeting new people each day, liked leaving their homes and offices and schools knowing that he had calmed them down, that he had made them feel better, safer. But Ray couldn't talk about that. That would mean confronting the essential injustice that someone as good and hardworking as Johnny had been ripped from the earth so young. Ray wasn't ignorant, of course. He knew that life wasn't fair. He'd seen dozens of overturned cars, hundreds of accidental overdoses, tragedies where one person walks away and the other gets taken to the morgue. He knew that buildings and homes in more impoverished neighborhoods were much more likely to burn. He knew that people as brave and selfless as Johnny passed away every day, while the greedy and corrupt carried on. The sheer unfairness of life was partially why Ray had a job in the first place, but still he took this personally. This was his little brother. How could he not? "We mostly rode on different trucks," was all Ray said for now. But he was really good at the job. It was then that both women picked up on Ray's use of past tense, a sobering reminder of their journey's destination, and Ava leaned back in her seat. Once it had been established that all three of them were heading to the poppy fields, it seemed that a mutual sense of respect had settled upon the car, and nobody asked about the fields directly. They all knew how hard the decision was. "What about you, Ava?" Sasha pivoted. "I illustrate children's books," said Ava, scratching PJ behind his ears. "And I also volunteer at the library. I host the kids' story hour." "That sounds really nice," said Sasha. And it really was, Ava thought. In her childhood, the library had been the place where Ava and Emmy would do homework after school, while their grandmother sat at the desk up front, wielding her little black book scanner. Ava would often finish her work an hour or two before Emmy, who usually arrived later after student government or tutoring. Emmy was the tutor, of course. And Granny May would give Ava assignments of finding or reshelving books, or sometimes simply let Ava sit next to her and draw. And now, Ava was the one commanding the carpet where the children formed their circle to listen. The one who hopefully made them feel a little less scared or lonely or shy, at least for 1 hour each week. Ava knew that people would always form their opinions of small towns, especially in her part of the country. But she took pride in the fact that even the tiniest of towns around where she grew up, compact communities with little more than a grocery, a gas station, and a church, often had a public library too. It was one of the essentials, like food and fuel, the nourishment of body and mind and soul. No matter how small of a city she lived in, no matter how quiet a life she led, Ava never felt bored or trapped or ignorant. She could travel the globe or travel through history, feel love or hate or envy or hope any day she pleased, any time she checked out a new book. And she felt an obligation to ensure these children knew they could do the same. The Poppy Fields. FAQs for prospective patients. Q. What does the treatment feel like? The treatment feels like falling asleep or being put under anesthesia. Q. Where will I be sleeping? Patients all sleep in individual beds at our secure private facility, so they can be monitored by our staff 24/7. Q. What exactly happens while I sleep? How long does it last? You will embark on a controlled journey through different stages of sleep, reaping the many physical and psychological benefits as you go. The treatment typically lasts between 4 and 8 weeks total, depending upon the patient. During the lightest stages of sleep, when your brain is most aware of surrounding sounds, our staff therapists may speak to you and guide your thought processes, though you will likely not remember these sessions upon waking. You will also be given doses of certain chemicals and hormones, including ones naturally found within the brain, to aid in your emotional recovery. Although you won't be aware of it until after you've awoken, your mind and body will be doing the necessary work of healing, all while you are asleep. Q. Is it safe? What about food? We will ensure that you continue to receive the medical supervision and the essential nutrients needed to stay healthy during your sleep. Q. And what about using the bathroom? If you would feel more comfortable knowing the intimate details, we are happy to discuss in depth. If not, simply rest assured that all physical functions will be taken care of. Q. Is this similar to those pods in sci-fi movies that preserve astronauts' bodies while traveling for years in space? No, your body will still age normally over the weeks while you're asleep. Q. How much does it cost to sleep at the poppy fields? Will my insurance cover it? Currently, insurance companies do not cover a stay at the poppy fields, but we offer our healing sleep to all accepted applicants at no cost. We also cover any related travel expenses in order to reach the fields. Q. Can you tell me why my application to sleep was rejected? We evaluate every applicant on an individual basis in order to determine which patients will respond most successfully to our unique treatment. Regrettably, we are not able to offer details regarding our decisions, but we do provide all applicants with a list of additional resources they can turn to for support in the event that they are unable to sleep at the poppy fields. Q. If I know that someone I love is nearing the end of their life, can I apply in advance and go straight to sleep when they're gone? No. We require that at least 3 weeks have elapsed between the time of loss and a patient's entry to the poppy fields. It is important that patients are sufficiently exposed to their new reality before beginning treatment. Our sleep is designed to build upon this initial foundation of learning to adjust to a life without. Q. What is the emotional moderation that is listed as a potential side effect of this sleep? There are very few medications or treatments that come with 0 side effects. Most patients at the poppy fields are suffering the loss of an important person in their life, either through death or the end of a relationship, and our sleep will reduce the intensity of this pain and grief. The majority of patients will wake with a feeling of acceptance regarding their loss, but they will still retain their love for the lost person and the feelings of joy, warmth, and meaning associated with their memory. Approximately 1 in 4 patients may experience an emotional moderation, in which they wake with an overall neutral feeling toward the loss that brought them to us, and they no longer feel the same depth of love for the person lost. Although 75% of patients have not experienced this, we recognize that this is a significant risk for some, so we encourage prospective applicants to consider what this means to them and to speak with their family and friends about the decision. Q. If I sleep, will I still need therapy or grief counseling after? Prospective patients are required to consult with a trained therapist before beginning their treatment. We also encourage our patients, upon waking, to continue their healing journey with a professional counselor. Our sleep will give you the ultimate head start. Q. If I sleep, will I forget about the person I've lost? No, and we do not accept applicants looking for any degree of memory removal, as they will only wake up disappointed. Our sleep helps you process and accept your loss. It does not erase it. Even those patients who experience the emotional moderation will still remember what happened. Q. If I can still remember the person I've lost, will I still miss them? Will I still feel sad sometimes? After sleeping at the poppy fields, the pain that first brought you here will have largely subsided. You will hurt less. You will cry less. You will anguish less. But you will always miss the lost person in some capacity, as there will always be an empty space where they once stood. Healing is not a purely linear process, and heightened feelings of sadness may be triggered by anniversaries or other potent reminders, but the pain will never feel all-consuming again. Many former patients describe the feeling as having come out on the other side, a bittersweet state of cherishing the past while being able to focus on the future once more. 13. The staff meeting went about as well as Ellis could have expected. It began in celebration. The poppy fields had just marked its 2nd anniversary, and its 3rd year was starting off strong. One woman even brought in a cake, red velvet, of course, to match the pajamas, she'd explained, as if it needed explaining. But the encouraging numbers had only increased the pressure on Ellis to devise a timeline for Phase 2. Ellis oversaw the operation of the fields and led the on-site staff, but her power wasn't unbridled. The pool of applicants had recently started growing, catching the attention of the board, a small assemblage of philanthropic donors and scientific advisors who'd begun seconding the calls for expansion already coming from the staff. The poppy fields could currently treat 5,000 sleepers at once. Phase 2 would open a 2nd location. And it was only Ellis who seemed unready. "You're still hung up on that patient," said her colleague Flynn. That patient was a former sleeper who had died from the sudden rupture of an aneurysm just a few days after waking up and departing the fields. "We've determined that it was unrelated to the sleep," Flynn added. He had a little crusting of cream cheese frosting caught in the corner of his mouth. "I just want to proceed with an abundance of caution," Ellis said for perhaps the 5th time in as many weeks. She'd come to hate that expression. Thankfully, Yasmin continued to back Ellis, at least for now, and her unquestionable expertise as lead scientist, coupled with her nearly impossible air of both approachability and all-knowingness, always held sway over the team. "Right now, we just want to expand," Yasmin said calmly. "We don't actually need a timeline." "But what about all the people out there who need our help?" asked a younger staffer. She was just so earnest, so buoyant, Ellis thought. Her dreams weren't yet bogged down by reality. "We haven't yet reached the point where demand is eclipsing supply," said Ellis. "But I know that word is spreading fast. Believe me, I want us to get bigger. But I want it to be perfect." Ellis's team had confirmed that there wasn't any connection between the aneurysm and the sleep. An undeniable tragedy, of course, but also an unfortunate coincidence. They were already doing everything in their power, she was told again and again. Testing for health risks and medical abnormalities before accepting any applicants. Tracking patients long after they'd checked out of the facility. Keeping her sleepers safe. Ellis knew that perhaps a part of her was just clinging to the current poppy fields as long as she could, never fully satisfied, always more to be done, still the obsessive student furiously scribbling words on her paper even after the teacher had called, "Pencils down!" Ellis wasn't oblivious. She knew that her brainchild was becoming too big to be parented by her alone. It was only a matter of time before there were multiple poppy fields, each led by someone who wasn't her. Perhaps she was squeezing every last drop of time before a new era of change rushed in, before her creation outgrew its creator. But they had already helped 100,000 patients. They would help another 50,000 this year. Was she the only one who appreciated the magnitude of that? Who worried that opening numerous centers, each overflowing with more and more sleepers, clearly invited chaos? How could she oversee it all, ensure that mistakes weren't made? Truthfully, Ellis wanted to expand more than anyone else at the table. It was her vision, her legacy on the line. The greater the impact, the better. But she hadn't reached this pinnacle in her career by rushing or cutting corners. She got here by demanding excellence. Growing up, she was clever, methodical, eager. People expected a lot from her. She expected even more from herself. Ever since she heard about the former sleeper's death, she'd taken to rereading past research reports before going to bed each night, feverishly retracing her steps. Could she possibly be responsible for what happened? Was there something she might have missed? It wasn't the first issue they'd encountered. That, of course, was the side effect. The emotional moderation. Ellis could still remember, with stomach-sinking detail, when she realized she'd committed a crucial error. That she'd failed to anticipate the side effect of her sleep, which, in retrospect, she really should have suspected. Our sleeping mind is not truly asleep, after all. It's still busily working, sorting through the day's learnings and storing the most important ones as new memories to carry forward. Even before the research at Asclepius Tech, some scientists had theorized that sleep allowed us to preserve those new memories while also weakening their emotional force. Perhaps the reason that mortifying moment we'd kept reliving while trying to sleep never feels quite as embarrassing when we wake up in the morning. Ellis should have realized that a similar emotional detachment, a numbing effect of sorts, might be possible with her own treatment. And what are the chances of it happening? She remembered asking Yasmin after they'd concluded the final trial. 1 in 4, said Yasmin. Both women were silent, the statistics settling between them like a slow-falling leaf. Not the best odds, Yasmin admitted. No, Ellis replied. She was in the midst of preparing their application for FDA approval. But I don't think this will affect us from a medical standpoint. This doesn't impact a person's health or safety. This is something else, right? But this issue felt personal for Ellis. It was almost enough to shut down the lab. Ellis almost walked away from her dream, until she resolved to let her patients choose for themselves. After all, who was she to decide the value of healing, to presume how others might feel? She would inform her sleepers of the emotional moderation. Flynn had actually crafted the term, somewhat cryptic and euphemistic, though technically accurate enough, and then each applicant could choose whether or not to sleep. Weigh their pain against the potential price. After the fields officially opened, Ellis's team had worried at first that the sleepers who suffered these unintentional consequences would be angry, vengeful, litigious. And some did appear confused or mournful upon waking and realizing they'd been sorted into the unlucky quarter. But most of them were surprisingly tranquil. Once they could no longer feel the intensity of their grief or their affection, it seemed they had almost forgotten they'd ever felt either emotion at all. And there were even some patients, typically those coping with divorce or adultery, who actually wished for the numbing effects to choose them, hoping to finally be freed from a love that lingered undeservedly, chaining them to their past. After more than 2 years on the job, Ellis was still surprised by the disappointment she felt each time the side effect occurred. She wasn't always there when her sleepers woke up. She felt it more important to greet them upon arrival when they were most wobbly and in need of her steadying presence. But whenever she did observe a patient regaining consciousness, her whole body clenched in anticipation. It took a few minutes to identify those affected, since everyone was groggy and soft-spoken at first. But then she'd spot it. There was a certain calmness that always came after the sleep, the quiet of acceptance. But the uncanny serenity of the side effect crept much closer to apathy, to blankness. Ellis felt each occurrence intimately, a perpetual pressing upon the same wound. No one on her team had really grown accustomed to it, to hearing someone speak of their lost beloved so plainly, when just a few weeks prior, tears had soaked every word. And yet, everyone at the poppy fields learned, eventually, to keep going, to place the small number of disheartening cases on a separate shelf in their minds, away from the grateful majority of sleepers who thanked them upon being discharged, to continue their research in the on-site lab, with the goal of someday offering a sleep that worked effectively for all, and the hope of finally eliminating this side effect for good. This was science, after all. The path was rarely smooth or fast. They'd never reach the perfect treatment without having somewhere to start. And whenever things grew particularly heavy for Ellis, she would call to mind certain applications, the interviews that reminded her why this sleep was so important. Recently, she'd been rereading the words of an art historian mourning the death of his husband, applicant ID 144-509. The man had talked about a famous Renaissance painting, Landscape with the Fall of Icarus. The canvas depicted a farmer plowing with his horse, ships sailing on the water beyond. Only if you looked closely enough could you see the two legs of Icarus, nearly hidden in the bottom corner of the frame, splashing into the water where the young boy had fallen from the sky, where he was drowning. No one in the painting notices him, and the rest of the world goes on. And that's what it feels like, to me, the man had said in his interview. Grief. The moment when you realize that your world and the world are entirely separate. When your world has come to a grinding halt, when you're drowning and flailing about, and the world just rolls on without you. His office had offered him only 5 days off. His coworkers, already impatient with him before the sympathy bouquet they'd left on his desk had even started to wilt. You know, it's sort of funny, the man had said. My friends asked me how I could possibly let myself sleep for such a long time. Could I really allow the world to just move on without me? They had no idea that the world was already moving on without me. And that's precisely why I wanted to sleep. To help him catch up with the rest of the world. To stop feeling like the doomed Icarus, alone, in pain, and unseen. And Ellis remembered the man's words upon waking. It feels like you've pulled me back out of the water. Privately, away from the conference room table, Yasmin tried to reassure Ellis about the one sleeper they hadn't been able to save. We've all pored over the data, Yasmin said, and we've been following the rest of the patients, some for 2 years now. This patient's aneurysm was a pre-existing issue, and it wasn't life-threatening when he got here. It could have burst at any moment in his life. But if this was true, Ellis thought, and the poppy fields wasn't at fault, then that would mean they had helped this man return to his life happier and stronger than before. And then he didn't even get to enjoy it. Could life really take such a merciless turn? Of course it could. Ellis wasn't naive. There were 5,000 people sleeping under this roof who'd been dealt a similar blow. Hell, her own family once suffered the same. It's impossible to understand why some things happen, said Yasmin, but I try to take comfort in the fact that he didn't spend his final days in a state of pain. At least he came here first. At least he felt peaceful when it happened. Nearly 3 months had now elapsed since the patient completed his treatment and passed away mere days later. Last week, the final reports were filed. These reports referred to him by his formal applicant ID, 205-339. Flynn called him that patient. Ellis preferred to use his name, Johnny. 14. About 4 hours into the drive to California, Ava requested a rest stop. She'd finished her portrait of PJ in the field, and she'd been tapping her feet and twirling her ankles for the better part of the last 50 miles, suddenly convinced that every minor ache or muscle twitch in her calves warned of a nascent blood clot. Sasha pulled into a gas station, and Ava put PJ on his leash, and the two of them traced the length of the station, until, after a couple of laps, the moment arrived that Ava had long been dreading, and she couldn't delay any longer. She needed to use the bathroom. Ray and Sasha were both buying snacks at the store inside, so Ava asked the cashier for the key to the restroom. He reached beneath the counter and pulled out a key, which was tied to a plastic spatula. Sasha swapped a curious glance with Ava as she grabbed the mysterious spatula, coated in a thin layer of what seemed like frying oil, despite the fact that this gas station mini-mart did not appear to serve hot food. Ava held the spatula lightly between the uppermost tips of her fingers as she walked toward the restroom and back. She thought the store felt uncannily familiar, until she realized that it just looked like the cramped and colorless market that gets robbed in the opening scene of every cop show on TV. She hastened her step down the aisle. Ava attempted to use the spatula key to unlock the heavy gray door, only to find that it hadn't been locked. And once she was in the bathroom, using her foot to kick the door closed, she realized with a wince that the door couldn't lock at all. Of course not, Ava thought. The spatula key was merely decorative. The walls inside the bathroom were tattooed with approximately 29 unmentionable words, 14 strangers' phone numbers, 3 doodles of stick figures in compromising positions, and 1 declaration of eternal love. Jake plus Trisha, forever. Each time Ava lifted her shoe from the floor, it sounded like Velcro unpeeling. She tried not to gag, or breathe, or let her arms touch the walls, or look around too much. Without letting the stale air invade her nostrils, Ava began hurriedly gathering toilet paper. At home, in her own bathroom, how she missed her beautiful bathroom with its fluffy white towels and filtered tap. She would always try to conserve rolls, but here, unfortunately, she needed the squares, however low quality they were. Ava wondered if there was such a thing as half-ply toilet paper because these sheets were practically transparent. She needed 2 full layers of coverage to shield herself from the toilet, even though any skin-to-seat contact was clearly out of the question, and these were purely precautionary measures. While she coated the seat with protective paper, still trying not to breathe, Ava remembered one October as a child when she and Emmy had begged to dress Granny May as a mummy for Halloween. The girls had grabbed 2 rolls of toilet paper each, to their frugal grandma's dismay, and covered the poor woman from head to toe, spinning around and around together as their grandmother disappeared beneath the wrapping. Granny May had indulged them in a few minutes of moaning and walking like the undead, before nearly tripping on a loose strip of paper and declaring it was time for bed. Ava was pulled out of the pleasant fog of memory by the buzz of 2 large flies, circling each other before her, swirling upward together like a dance, or like PJ chasing his tail. She realized they must have broken into the bathroom through the crack in the tiny frosted window, offering a meager sliver of light, a pitiful glimpse of the outside world, perhaps to remind her that she was still on Earth and not, in fact, in hell. Ava's lungs were just about bursting by then, but she felt that if she dared to open her mouth, the flies would swoop straight in. Instead, it was Sasha who did the swooping. "Ava, are you okay?" she asked through the door. Ava had forgotten that most women viewed trips to the restroom as a team sport. But Sasha leaned a little too hard against the unlocked frame and accidentally pushed the door open. "Oh, shoot, sorry!" she cried. Sasha was relieved to see Ava still clothed and upright, but slightly confused at the sight of her, hunched over the seat, clump of paper in hand. "Are you redecorating in here?" Sasha asked, "because I think a marble countertop would do wonders." Ava finally opened her mouth to laugh. "Germs and I don't really get along," she explained. "Yeah, well, this is one of the grossest bathrooms I've ever seen," said Sasha, gagging, "and I've peed in my fair share of grimy nightclubs." Sasha spun around, exited, and quickly returned with a travel-size bottle of Lysol. "You look like you could use a little help," she said. And then she began to spray. When the 2 women finally emerged from the bathroom, soldiers returning from battle, they walked back toward the Canary, where Ray appeared to be teaching PJ how to high-five with his paw. "Hey, what's the story behind PJ's full name?" Sasha asked Ava. "What was it again? Pegasus Jack?" "Pelorus Jack. He's named after the dolphin," Ava said. Sasha's face made it clear that she needed more explanation. Pelorus Jack was a dolphin in 19th century New Zealand who spent more than 20 years swimming alongside ships when they were coming or going from a particularly rough passage near the Pelorus Sound. Almost like he was guiding them, or at least accompanying them on their way in and out of danger. Ava's voice was quiet with a kind of respect. We've got a book about him in the library, so I just assumed more people knew about him, maybe only in New Zealand. Well, he does sound pretty amazing, said Sasha. Of course, we don't know for certain what he was thinking when he escorted all those ships, said Ava. Because he was a dolphin. Of course, Sasha smiled. But I adopted PJ during a tough time, Ava said. So the name was sort of a hope. A hope that he would guide her through treacherous waters, never leaving her side. Back at the car, Sasha sent a text to a friend who'd been following her whole ordeal, insisting on updates to prove Sasha's well-being. Greetings from a gas station in middle of nowhere, Kansas, Sasha typed, snapping a photo and sending it off. Ray poured the last of his Doritos into his mouth, then offered to take over the driving, and the trio reshuffled their seats and retook the road, with Sasha now gazing out the passenger side window, the phone in her pocket buzzing with a lovingly inevitable variation of, "Stay safe, keep me posted," the sun outside beginning its evening descent, and the car speeding away from middle of nowhere toward an entirely new corner of nowhere. 15. It was dark by the time the Canary entered its 7th hour of the drive, and Sasha could barely read the signs off the road that welcomed her to Oklahoma, one state closer to the poppy fields. She felt the muscles in her stomach subtly stiffen, in either eagerness or anxiety, she wasn't quite sure. "Do you remember when you first heard about the poppy fields?" she asked. Ava nodded. Her sister had told her about the center. A restorative treatment for loss. That was how Emmy had explained it. Someone else might have spoken as if the words were written in all caps or italics, but Emmy had no taste for melodrama, even when describing something straight out of a sci-fi film. "I remember at first that I didn't believe it could be real," Ava said. "I know," said Sasha. "It's unbelievable." Ray narrowed his eyes. "You really think this place is some sort of magic, huh?" "Not magic, obviously," said Sasha, "but certainly a remarkable scientific achievement, don't you agree?" "I'm not sure," he said. "Wait, then why are you trying so hard to get there? You don't believe in the sleep?" "I haven't decided yet what I believe," said Ray. "First, I need to see this place for myself. It could be a sham, a long con." "Then why aren't they charging people money to sleep there?" Sasha challenged. "If it was just some money-grubbing scheme, they should be raking in millions." "They only need to dupe a handful of rich donors," said Ray. "I mean, really, sleeping away your grief. Don't you hear how that sounds?" "How many times have you gone to bed sick or upset and then woken up feeling better?" Sasha asked. "You know this is different," said Ray. "And what exactly is happening to you while you're knocked out for so many weeks? What kind of chemicals are they pumping into your body?" "It's no different from other experimental treatments," said Sasha, more for herself than for Ray. "It's the scientific method." Ray nodded at Sasha's Tufts sweatshirt. "I may not have gone to some fancy college, but that doesn't mean I don't believe in science," he said. "New technology, new medicine, it's all made my job a whole lot easier. A lot more lives get saved now. But I'm trying to be realistic here. We may never know if there's a God out there helping us or hurting us, but we know that humans trying to play God are more than capable of doing some damage." What was Ray trying to imply, Sasha thought? That the fields might even be dangerous? She simply couldn't entertain the idea that the sleep was not, in fact, the life-changing cure it claimed to be. She'd risked too much already. Sasha turned around in her seat. "What do you think, Ava? You're going to sleep there." PJ's head swiveled along with Sasha's, riveted by the drama. "Well, actually, I'm not planning to sleep there myself," Ava confessed. She'd have to be honest sooner or later. "I'm looking for my sister, Emmy. She's at the fields right now." "Oh, wow, I didn't realize," said Sasha. "Well, I didn't say," said Ava. "We haven't really been in touch lately." "Sorry to hear that," said Ray. "Is she okay?" Sasha asked. "Sorry, I mean, obviously she's not okay if she needed to go to the poppy fields, but do you know what made her want to sleep?" Ava took a breath. The ties between her and Emmy had eroded these past few years, and it was hard for Ava to decipher what she actually knew from what she mostly assumed. Harder still to separate the facts from her feelings. "Emmy was always her own person," said Ava, "but we were actually quite close when we were kids. Eventually, we just drifted apart, I guess. And these past few years..." A familiar sadness swelled within Ava. It was a road she'd traveled down so many times, she knew every bang and bump to expect, and yet it still didn't stop her body from being jolted and bruised anew. "I don't really know Emmy. Not anymore," she said. "But I want to at least try to understand what happened, why she chose this path." There was so much more that Ava could say, of course. So much disappointment and anger and betrayal that had layered itself on top of the love that Ava had felt for her sister, that she still felt, even after all that happened. But Ava couldn't share too much with Sasha and Ray. Kind as they seemed, they were strangers still. And Emmy felt somehow slippery, like wet clay in Ava's palm. If she pressed too hard on the pedal, spun the wheel too fast, she might risk losing her grip. She had to be careful. Now that Ava was getting closer to the poppy fields, now that she actually had to plan what she would say and do when she finally saw her sister, Ava worried she might jinx herself by talking too much about it. By talking too much about Emmy inside this perplexing place, a place that was either a blessing or a blight, depending on whom you asked. An admirable and virtuous venture for the sake of all humanity, or a few arrogant geniuses flying ever closer to the sun. "But how are you going to talk to her?" Sasha asked. "I didn't think they let you wake someone up in the middle of treatment." "I think Emmy should be awake when I get there," said Ava. "Why not just wait until she's back home?" "Emmy hasn't lived in Kansas since high school. She used to come home for Christmas, but she would leave after 48 hours, and now I'm not sure she's ever coming back," said Ava. "So I've decided to go to her, where she'd least expect me to show up. And she can't exactly run from what I have to say." Ray hadn't expected to see this nervier side of Ava. "Good for you," he said. But Sasha turned back solemnly to face the window. The night sky so black and undisturbed in this land that it looked like it could stretch on forever. Or it could just be a wall smack in front of her face. When they'd embarked on this journey together that morning, Sasha thought that all three of them would soon be asleep, and there was comfort in that unity. Now, suddenly, it seemed she was alone. Maybe her parents were right. Maybe she shouldn't have rushed toward the fields. Sasha was already aware of her parents' feelings toward the treatment long before she needed the sleep herself. The poppy fields had, of course, been a topic of discussion among her mother's colleagues at the hospital, and they'd all read the article that had appeared in the Gazette. As a nurse, Sasha's mother had treated hundreds of patients in the throes of a mental health crisis, and her parents didn't tiptoe around the topic, unlike some of their family and friends for whom the subject seemed verboten. But the poppy fields was simply too far a departure from conventional forms of therapy, and the sleep struck her parents as somewhat dishonorable. Life and death, love and mourning should be treated in certain ways, they thought. Sasha knew that her parents, and her grandparents especially, felt that the grief and traumas of history, both personal and communal, were meant to be carried, not discarded. Like weights to be worn all our lives, something to recognize, not to be rid of. To them, the poppy fields was an attempt to sanitize the most brutal, and yet most essential, elements of life. But was that really what Sasha was doing now, she wondered, running away from her hardships, her duty to labor beneath the pain? Was there not a way to honor the past that didn't press so heavily upon the future? Are there not, perhaps, some burdens that are just too big to bear? Some tragedies that justify the sleep? And after the risk that her grandparents had taken in leaving the only home they'd known, a country that was at the time ravaged by poverty and war, also their descendants could grow up in a land teeming with dreams and potential, why shouldn't Sasha take advantage of all that was offered to her here? Of all the once impossible dreams that had since become realities? Sasha had been raised to seize every opportunity. What made this one so different? If the chance to feel less miserable was waiting for Sasha right now in a clinic out in California, why shouldn't she at least try to grab it? 16. Oklahoma, where the wind comes sweeping down the plain. Clara's chipper chorus ushered her families forward into their journey southwest, and Skye wasn't sure if she'd been blessed with such a friendly group of travelers willing to pick her up, or if she was being punished. Clara's parents occasionally joined her on a lyric, and they all kept glancing at Skye, encouraging her to jump in, but Skye just smiled and shrugged. She actually did enjoy singing herself, but she wasn't about to start harmonizing with a car full of exuberant strangers. Skye had taken piano lessons since she was a child, and when she practiced on her own, she sometimes sang along to the melody, but she never sang in front of other people. Skye's vocals were quiet, slightly raspy, and she sang lyrics that sounded like poems lifted lightly off the page. But Clara had a classic Broadway belt, big and bold and bright. A voice that was meant to be shared. The family, plus Skye, stopped for lunch at a roadside diner where a mounted chalkboard listed the day's half-dozen rotating pie flavors, and an antique doctor's scale invited new arrivals to weigh themselves for 50 cents. Another 2 quarters gave you access to the vintage gumball machine. It was the kind of place where there weren't actually any customers, only honeys and sweethearts, depending upon which waitress you got, all of whom had worked there for decades. The kind of place where the menu was endless, thick with laminated pages that were each as tall as a toddler. Skye pointed to the hungry man platter. "I'll have the hungry woman, please." The waitress shook her head, amused. "Aren't you cute?" she said, her words like a pinch on the cheek. Skye buried the urge to roll her eyes. Skye slathered her dish in maple syrup, dripping in globs from the crusted silver pitcher, while Clara talked about her plans, of which she had quite a few. They started with this summer's program, and then on to the conservatory, and then on to the theater marquee. And Skye realized why Clara seemed like such an appropriate name for this girl. She sang with conviction, with clarity, just as she envisioned her future. "So, Skye, what's your plan?" Clara's mother asked. "After your travels, of course." There it was, the same question as always, the same set of expectations. Skye didn't like to think about the future, when she'd inevitably stretched her meager savings as far as she possibly could. The future, when she'd be forced to settle down, just like her parents had. What an upsetting phrase, she thought. Settle down. It's what you tell someone who's being too loud, too passionate, too free. "The travel is the plan," said Skye. "I just want to explore, take advantage of the fact that I can." Skye didn't mention the party, of course. The party where she never should have been in the first place. What was she thinking, hanging out with those obnoxious snobs inside their gaudy mansions? But the party was where it all started, really. Where she realized that she'd been squandering the gift of her youth, unencumbered and unjaded and alive. Back in the car, Clara leaned in toward Skye. "You know, I think you're actually a lot like me," she said. "Life is juicy, and you've just got to have your bite." Skye squinted at the girl. "Well, that's probably not how I would phrase it, but sure, I guess so." Clara laughed. "It's from Funny Girl." Here we go again, Skye thought. And Clara opened her mouth to sing. By the time they reached Oklahoma City, it was early evening, and a bus seemed like the smartest next step for Skye, at least for the overnight stretch. She could charge her cell phone and sleep. Clara's family dropped Skye at the station, where Clara hugged Skye for a full 60 seconds, the hug seeming to last longer than the amount of time they'd spent in the car. Then Clara handed Skye a glossy headshot, already autographed. "Hopefully this will be worth something soon," Clara said. "Maybe it could fund another month of your travels." Clara's parents wished Skye the best of luck, and then, as luck would have it, the next bus departing the terminal was heading westward, just where Skye wanted to go. Albuquerque. She liked how the word bounced off the back of her throat. She'd never been to New Mexico before. Skye tossed her duffel onto the overhead rack and claimed a seat next to an older woman with knitting needles in her lap. Life was juicy, Skye thought, and she wanted to have her bite, even if all the nectar oozed out and left her looking like a mess. Her life felt a little too clean as it was. She leaned back against the coarse fabric of the bus seat. She was due to arrive in Albuquerque just before the sunrise. 17. By 10 o'clock, yawns began to bounce around the walls of the Canary, and Sasha wondered if she should try to nap before her next turn at the wheel. But as soon as she closed her eyes, she was accosted by a vision of sleeping straight through the rest of the drive and waking up just outside of the fields. A man in a long white lab coat reaching for her with freezing hands and dragging her out of the car. Her arm suddenly felt crushed against the passenger door, her body cramped and claustrophobic. Sasha believed that the sleep would help her, she really did, but suddenly she found herself wanting to grab Ray's shoulder and tell him to slow down, to give her more time. She was wondering what she should do when the first drop of rain hit the windshield with a splatter, surprisingly large and loud, startling all three passengers. In a matter of moments, it turned torrential, the kind of spontaneous, ferocious deluge seemingly designed solely to remind humans that they existed at nature's whim. The poor windshield wipers on the Canary started whipping frantically, like the car was on fast forward. Sasha consulted the weather app on her phone and frowned. Looks like this isn't stopping anytime soon. What was that? Ava leaned forward from the back. She could barely hear against the constant thudding downpour. It's not stopping, Sasha enunciated. She thought again of her nightmarish daydream, the frightful scientist reaching into the car. Maybe we should find a motel nearby and rest for the night, finish up in the morning after the storm passes. I'm fine to keep driving, said Ray, performatively straightening his posture at the wheel. It feels ridiculous to drive in the pitch black in this weather, said Sasha. We can sleep for a few hours while the rain passes, then get back on the road, and we're still on track to arrive by tomorrow night. She pulled up a map on her phone. There's a motel just 20 minutes from here. While the prospect of a lonesome roadside motel sent actual shivers across Ava's skin, had she ever even heard the word motel used without the adjective seedy preceding it? She couldn't deny her misgivings about forging ahead, the streets cloaked in darkness, soaked in rain. I think I agree with Sasha, she said. None of us know these roads. They could flood and we wouldn't even see it. This was what Ray had been worried about back at the airport, back when he was still deciding if he should open his car to these strangers. Now it was 2 against 1. Ray knew, of course he knew, that whatever he discovered at the poppy fields would not bring Johnny back. But the sensible side of his brain had been silenced by far more powerful sentiments, by the enraging, gut-punching, disorienting way his brother had just disappeared. The doctors had listed all the explanations, the medical what and where and when, but nobody ever said why. And now the poppy fields, that disturbing place, remained his only hope, his last best chance at answers. He wanted to get there as soon as he could. But yes, technically, there was no urgent deadline by which he had to arrive. Johnny was gone. Nothing could change that. And Ava was right about the condition of the roads ahead, unknown and barely visible. Ray had snuck in a nap during his last shift at the station, but now he'd been up for more than 24 hours. Johnny would tell him not to be foolish. They'd both rescued plenty of folks from scenes that looked just like this. The poppy fields would still be there tomorrow. "Well, this is sufficiently sketchy," Sasha declared on all their behalf as the Canary slowly approached the motel. 7 doorways surrounding the parking lot were each illuminated by thin slivers of misty light, and the rest of the property was concealed by the dark. Plastic white stacking chairs sat outside each of the doors, appearing to Sasha like a far more depressing version of the sloped white Adirondacks gracing the summer lawns of New England. 2 other cars were parked in the lot, but no people were in sight. Just a solitary cat with muddy brown fur, slinking possessively in front of the entrance, shielding itself from the rain. "Do you think she's the owner?" Sasha asked. Ray cracked a smile, but Ava was preoccupied. "Does this place look safe?" she asked. "There are at least 2 other guests staying here," Sasha nodded toward the cars. "I'd still lock your doors," said Ray. Sasha flipped up the hood of her sweatshirt, and Ava draped her sweater over her head. Then all 3 darted out of the car and under the covered walkway. PJ started barking at the cat. Inside the tiny reception area, a blonde teenager deigned to glance up from her phone and greet them with forced enthusiasm. As she swiped each of their credit cards in turn, Ava kept hearing the clacking of hard candy in the girl's mouth, constantly knocking against her teeth, like Violet Beauregard and her gum. The girl charged them each $70 for a room. Sasha didn't know whether to be shocked at the discount compared with the cost of Boston hotels, or shocked she was still paying that much for the chance to be eaten by bedbugs, and then turned to grab 3 keys from the wall. "Oh, wait, you didn't all want the same room, did you? Is this one of those thruples?" the girl asked, sotto voce, a spark of interest finally chasing the boredom from her face. Sasha nearly snorted in laughter. "Definitely not," said Ray. "He should be so lucky," Sasha whispered to Ava. This, Ava thought. This was all that she wanted. What she'd been missing. The big sister who became a best friend. She wanted someone to joke with her, to share sideline comments meant for only their ears, to sense when Ava was feeling afraid and say something sweet or funny, to reach for her hand and squeeze. Emmy had been that person once, the one who taught Ava how to braid her hair, the one who would raise her eyebrows at Ava whenever Granny May began yet another sentence with, "Back when I was your age." The one who demanded that Billy Noonan apologize to Ava after stealing her copy of The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe and ripping a few pages from the middle. And the one who, back in the safety of their home, proceeded to explain to Ava that Billy Noonan should in fact be pitied, because his aggression was clearly an overcompensation for the fact that he was bad at kickball and bad at math and would likely amount to far less in his life than Ava and Emmy would. But it wasn't just Ava and Emmy against the insecure boys at school. "It's us against the world," Emmy said one night, crouched behind a rock that was slick with moss, as she and Ava were hiding from the kids next door, who were currently tasked with seeking. Ava wasn't sure, at the time, if what Emmy had said was simply a reference to the game, but Ava had chosen to take it as a promise, a vow that Emmy had broken. Ava opened the door to her guest room, peering down at the dark chocolate carpeting. A nefarious trick to hide stains, she thought, and all the way back to the bathroom, which had a shower stall barely large enough to fit a child and a faucet that dripped every 4 seconds. After so many hours seated in the back of the car, her whole body thirsted for warm water, but she took one look at the off-white tiles and couldn't help but imagine thousands of pairs of dirty feet slipping and sliding around, all the hair that had circled the drain. She missed her home in Kansas. PJ, too, seemed to approach the motel room with trepidation, his paws barely crossing the threshold before he stopped to reconsider. So Ava scooped him up in her arms, his fur still damp from the rain. Only 12 pounds and a warm ball of fluff. PJ made for an excellent travel companion, but a guard dog he was not. Ray and Sasha were already headed to their own rooms when Ava called out behind them. "I know it's getting late, but if you guys want to hang out for a little bit, you're welcome to stay here with me." And, to Ava's surprise, they both took her up on the offer. Ray was comfortable enough on his own, of course, but he wasn't really accustomed to it. Growing up, he'd always had his brother around, and the firehouse was one giant family. Sasha was a little creeped out herself. Ava fed PJ a fistful of treats from her bag, then passed around a few Kit Kat bars, the only item in the motel vending machine that didn't get trapped upon its descent. She and Sasha each sat atop a corner of the double bed, though Ava had folded down the faded maroon duvet and was sitting with her dog on the inside sheets. Probably something to do with germs, Sasha figured, while Ray's whole body consumed the poor desk chair, wobbling slightly under his weight. With the rain still beating on the windows and the three of them forming a somewhat circular shape, a ring around an invisible fire, the scene appeared set for a ghost story. And Sasha certainly had one to share, haunted as she was. She still couldn't quite believe that her life had led her to this moment, that everything she did and didn't do had brought her to this semi-deserted motel in Oklahoma, rather than a beachfront resort in Korea, sitting across from two people she'd met just that morning, rather than the man she'd loved for 3 years. "Do you really think the sleep might not work?" she asked Ray. "I don't really know what to think," he said, his voice adopting the same softened texture as when he'd spoken of his brother before. Sasha wondered what these two strangers might think if they heard her full story. Until then, she'd been comforted solely by people who already knew her and loved her. Perhaps Ava and Ray could tell her honestly if she was, in fact, a bad person. "I already mentioned some of this to Ava at the airport," Sasha began, "but I was actually supposed to be married by now." 18. It all started with a piano. A few days after moving into her apartment, Sasha heard the music. A pianist lived next door. A pianist who sometimes played so beautifully and sometimes so clunkily that she thought perhaps there were two of them. Until one day, Sasha spotted a pair of tiny shoes sitting outside the door to 4C, and she realized that her neighbor was a teacher. It was transporting to live next to a music instructor, even when the students' high-pitched, prepubescent voices would belt so earnestly about an everlasting love or a terrible heartbreak they couldn't have yet known themselves. It was like having her life set to a film score, or at least the moments of her life spent walking up and down the hallway. Sometimes the music would align just right, sending her off to work with an upbeat tempo, or welcoming her home from a disappointing date with a ballad of lonely nights. Sasha would often loiter in the hall, pretending to search for her keys, so she could listen for 1 minute longer. She was 26 years old, and she had nothing but time. Sasha had caught glimpses of the man in 4C. He appeared around her age. And so she decided, 2 months in, that she would just knock on his door, wearing her best red lipstick, of course. Her neighbor, Dean, was sweet and a little shy, and when he leaned against the doorframe to speak to Sasha, he slipped for a second, clumsily cute. He was about what she expected from someone who taught children how to play music. Sasha was already a little smitten. And then she saw his show. She watched in awe as Dean transformed into someone else on stage, his vintage denim jacket rolled up halfway on his arms, his strong hands darting across the keys. Whenever he bent his head over the keyboard, his dark hair flopped forward onto his face, sending a delightful tremor zipping through Sasha's chest. He didn't seem to crave the attention, unlike the frontman of his band, practically French-kissing the mic as he sang, and yet Sasha could sense that most of the audience found themselves staring at Dean. That first show was the one she would always remember, when Dean looked up from his keys, his face glistening from sweat and spotlights, and aimed his smile straight at Sasha, easily parting the crowd with his eyes, the moment they both chose each other. Music was his passion, and teaching was his calling, and Sasha was drawn to his duality, the kind and patient and responsible instructor, and the smoldering star who rocked out after dark. Dean and Sasha both enjoyed working with people, both acted as caregivers in their own way, and they shared the same capacity to feel quite intensely. Dean liked to joke that their emotional amps each went up to 11. And Sasha fell in love with the boy next door. The year that she turned 28 saw a cascade of friends' engagements, everyone seemingly operating on some version of a by 30 mindset. Married by 30, homeowners by 30, pregnant by 30, settled by 30. While Sasha recognized the arbitrariness in these aims, she still wondered if perhaps she wanted this too. She knew that Dean was devoted to her, that he'd already asked her parents, and she wanted to make him happy, to make him smile and write her a song. Getting engaged did just that. Suddenly, impossibly, she was 29, the pages of her calendar marching rapidly toward marriage. She started to have trouble sleeping. Her stomach grew easily unsettled. She began to wonder if she was about to commit a big mistake by 30. Sasha loved Dean. She felt certain of that. But was she wholly, madly, crazily? The way she suspected one should feel in the run-up to one's wedding? What if she was just infatuated? What if she'd just grown comfortable? Was finding someone attractive and lying beside them in bed each night and coming to know their habits and their fears and their dreams, was all of that the same as a true and deep and abiding connection? What if she loved Dean for the way that he loved her? Dean made her feel happy and cherished and cared for, but did he make her a stronger woman? A better person? Did he make her believe in soulmates? They shared the same gifts and shared the same flaws, and she thought this made them compatible. But what if they were really just similar when they should be complementary? But she had to ignore the doubts. She could never actually call off the wedding. Not now, not with the church and caterer and florist all booked. She could never behave so selfishly. Sasha was her own woman, yes, but she wasn't alone in the world. She had to consider everyone around her, everyone she owed so much to, everyone whose lives would be shook by her choice. Sasha knew that her parents would have understood if she'd been able to tell them the truth. Yes, they may have tried to talk her out of it, argued for a classic case of cold feet, but still they'd want her to be happy. They'd want her to find what they'd found, an accountant who fell for his nurse. Almost an annoyingly trite origin story. Sasha's mother first thought her father was merely a flirt, caught up in some questionable fantasy, but it proved surprisingly real. It was Halmoni, who still lived with Sasha's parents after her grandfather had passed, who might not have understood quite as easily. Marriage was respected, deeply valued by her family. A few of Halmoni's siblings and cousins who'd stayed in Korea, the oldest generation still living, even frowned upon divorce. Surely leaving Dean at the altar would be spoken of just as harshly. And of course, it was Dean. Sasha just couldn't do that to him. Once, in a brief and terrifying moment, she allowed herself to envision it, and she was struck by a ridiculous fixation on what she would wear when she crushed him. Would she put on makeup? Or try to look worse? She could picture Dean more clearly than she could even see herself, how he would appear so sad and small. Dean was just like Sasha. He would feel the rejection down to his core. A description came to mind. Crestfallen. A strange word, and yet the right word. If she ever told Dean that she couldn't marry him, something inside him would come crashing down, never to be lifted up again. "That's really tough," said Ava. "I'm sorry." She couldn't imagine what she would have done had she been in Sasha's place. "But you eventually called off the wedding?" Ava asked. "Actually," said Sasha, "I didn't." In the end, it wasn't really about her fear of disappointing her family, nor was it about her fear of shattering Dean's heart. In the end, Sasha simply decided it was normal to have second thoughts. All these things could be true at once, she felt. She could love Dean, and she could have her doubts, and she could doubt the strength of those doubts. She wanted to be married, to someday be a mom, but how could anyone really know if the love they felt for someone now was strong enough to last a lifetime? She'd read somewhere that the phrase cold feet came from the world of card games, first used to describe chary players wondering when to step back from the table. Wasn't marriage always a gamble? How could anyone not be a little anxious? But then, in the very end, Sasha never got to place her bet.
The Poppy Fields. Interview transcript. Applicant 797-806. Interviewer. When did you first consider sleeping at the Poppy Fields? Applicant. The night after the funeral. Last time I ever laid eyes on my wife. My Geraldine. When she still looked so much like herself that I half expected her to stand up and join us. She didn't listen to me, you know. I told her to let me go first. I started saying it back in her 60s. I must have told her 100 times. But she never did listen to me, I guess. Jerry always did whatever she wanted. Interviewer. Do you have any concerns or hesitations about sleeping at the Poppy Fields? Applicant. I know people will think I'm off my rocker, that I'm too old to join some kooky experiment. But you know what? I am too old. Too old to care about what anybody thinks of me. My kids worry that it could kill me, this poppy field thing. Turning off my lights for that long, at my age. They don't want me to risk it. They're already so nervous about me. Always throwing out the food in my refrigerator before it's even gone bad. Switching out my regular coffee pods for decaf, like I wouldn't notice. They tell me I could live another 10 years, see a few more graduations and weddings, maybe a great-grandkid or two. They don't realize that I don't want to see any of that without Geraldine. We made that family together. And if I'm honest, Jerry did a whole lot more of the work than I did. I'd come home some nights and she'd be talking on the phone to her sister while chopping a vegetable, while bouncing a baby, while keeping apart the two older ones who were always fighting. That was Jerry for you. And I don't really know what this sleep can do for me. We were married for 51 years. But if I am going to be here for another decade without Jerry, then I can't go on the way I'm feeling now. She was the love of my life. I never want to stop reaching my hand across the bed for her. But I guess I just wonder if maybe it could hurt a little less when my hand hits the empty space.
19. So, the first order of business, said Ellis, consulting the file before her. Applicant 797-806, Abe Buckley, seeking to sleep after the loss of his wife, Geraldine. He's 80 years old, and it seems like his family doesn't know about his application because he assumes they'd disapprove. He said he enlisted his grandson's help in applying, swore him to secrecy. Sounds like someone's getting a sweeter deal in the will, Flynn joked. And Ellis felt the flush of shame and knew that she'd actually slept with this man. So we're worried that the children are going to come after us if we admit him? Asked one of the team. Obviously, we'd prefer sleepers to have some family support, said Ellis. But our doctors evaluated Abe. He's sound of mind. He doesn't need their consent. And we're not worried about an old man, passing on while he's in one of our beds? Flynn asked. I'm confident he'll respond well to the treatment, said Yasmin. It's actually quite exciting. He'd be our oldest patient yet. So it's settled. Abe gets to sleep. Ellis stamped his file's approval. Does this mean we can turn to the second order of business? Flynn prompted. Ellis sat up straighter in her seat. She'd told her team that she was willing to discuss what expansion might look like, but she was preparing for a fight. I would just like to reiterate my stance that opening a second Poppy Fields operating identically to the first feels like we're thinking too small, said Flynn. I don't think it's enough to simply duplicate the current fields in a new location. It's not real growth, it's just repetition. Ellis held her tongue. She knew it was better to let her team members speak freely rather than instantly cutting them off. But she was trying to give them what they wanted. She said she was open to greenlighting Phase 2 depending upon the details. And now Flynn, plus the handful of board members he'd managed to get on his side, was insisting on making things harder. Flynn agreed that if they expanded, they should leave the original fields unchanged. But he wanted the second location to turn a profit, to open itself up to paying applicants. "The current version is working well," said Yasmin. "It's providing so much relief. And soon we'll be able to help even more patients. That's progress." "But think of the potential if we started charging fees," Flynn said. "You could at least try not to salivate," said Ellis. "There's nothing wrong with thinking like this," said Flynn. "Every startup wants to turn a big profit someday." "Except we're not just trying to turn profits," Ellis countered. "We're trying to make the world better, and being free is an integral part of our mission." "Yes, I know, I've read our brochures. You can't put a price tag on healing," Flynn mocked. "But that's not really true, is it? Ask literally any hospital." "People will start to think that you can buy your way into the fields," Yasmin warned, "and that won't work. You know the current treatment isn't effective for everybody, and we can't let them sleep here if it's not going to help them, no matter what they're willing to pay." "I'm not advocating that we admit anyone who's going to wake up and sue us for failing to fix them," Flynn clarified. "I think we can work like a university. We accept only qualified candidates, but those who can afford to do so are asked to pay for a spot at the new site. And those who need financial assistance still get to sleep at the original fields for free. Everybody wins. The patients feel better, we get paid better, and your lab gets more funding to ultimately find a sleep treatment that works universally." "I just think that bringing money into the equation is dangerous," said Ellis. "If people think they can pay for their own sleep, it's not a far leap for them to think they could pay for someone else's." Female applicants already composed a majority of those looking to sleep, and Ellis dreaded a future in which men could commit the grieving women in their lives to the fields, a 21st century twist on sending hysterical wives to asylums. Or what if abusive parents tried to send their children to the desert? Most people couldn't be trusted with even a kernel of power. Ellis, of course, was not most people. But the risk wouldn't only arise from those with ill intentions either. The promise of the sleep, of truly healing, appealed to so many in distress, and some refused to accept the treatment's current limitations. The sleep was formulated for those mourning a loss. It was not a panacea. And yet, in the past few months, the Poppy Fields team had dealt with a desperate wife who'd falsely applied on behalf of her husband, suffering from drug addiction, as she hoped that an 8-week sleep might offer him a detox. The team had also uncovered the truth of a 23-year-old applicant, long afflicted with depression, whose worried parents had pressured him into applying. The standard background check and blood tests revealed the boy's history of antidepressants, and Ellis herself had to crush the family with the news that the sleep just wouldn't work. The Poppy Fields never looked to punish these people. The staff understood their actions. But each occurrence made Ellis wonder what new threats might be lurking. "We're talking about scaling up. It's a good thing," said Flynn. "When did you become so cautious, Ellis? What happened to our fearless founder?" There it was, Ellis remembered. The reason she'd kissed him that night, back when they were still planning their first full-scale trial. Flynn had believed in this place, believed in her, without ever needing convincing. "At some point, you can't just keep moving fast and breaking things," Ellis argued. "Not when you're dealing with human beings." "Why don't we table this for the moment?" Yasmin offered diplomatically. "If we launch Phase 2, the initial priority would be figuring out our next location. We can't build anything, free or for profit, until we know where we're laying the bricks." Thank goodness for Yasmin, thought Ellis, though she wondered how long this would last. Yasmin was a scientist first and foremost, and the tantalizing prospect of more money being earmarked for her research would eventually be hard to ignore. But Ellis didn't have time to fret now. After the meeting adjourned, she was heading straight to the treatment room. A sleeper was soon to wake up. And not just any sleeper. Ellis wanted to be there, at his side, the moment that he woke. 20. Sasha's story resumed at a bar in Boston. A bar where she once stood in the back of the room and danced to the music Dean played with his band. A bar where Dean happened to be exiting late after an impromptu bachelor party. He hadn't wanted a degenerate weekend away, just a handful of pints with friends, when a fate even worse than being left at the altar happened to befall him. The call came around 4 a.m., those lost hours that are neither morning nor night, when the phone should never ring. It was hard for Sasha to understand the words as the shock and the panic thundered through her ears. But she heard enough. A driver was drunk. Dean was crossing the street. The man whom she'd promised to marry was gone. And this, she felt in a secret space within her body, was entirely her fault. Before the funeral, Sasha's mother handed her a pink tube of waterproof mascara, the one she'd bought for her daughter's wedding, in case she cried during the vows. It felt only half real, like the long black dress hanging in Sasha's closet was a costume, like she was playing the role of mourner number 3 in the background of a film. It was only when she arrived at the service to an onslaught of rubbernecking stares that she realized she was no extra here. She was a featured player. Dean's family and friends all wore sunglasses throughout the service, even when indoors, preventing the rest of the room from seeing their tears, their swollen, sleepless eyes. Sasha could tell they were trying to signal strength, quietly covering their faces with tissues, forcing a smile while speaking of Dean, saying they should celebrate the life he had lived rather than dwell on its loss. Not at all like the funerals Sasha had attended with her family in the Korean community. At those services, mourners wept openly, wailed loudly, feeling no need to hide their grief, to put a positive spin on a tragedy. Sasha hadn't thought of the sunglasses trick, so she was on full display. And everybody looked at her. They couldn't stop themselves. The 29-year-old not-quite widow. What she would have given to have hidden behind a pair of dark lenses then, anything to block her face, to keep them from seeing her guilt. They kept saying that Dean would want her to be happy, to find love again someday. She imagined Dean's spirit attending his funeral, hearing what everyone said. Why would he be thinking of Sasha's love life right now? Wouldn't he just be pissed that he was dead? And Sasha felt quite certain that if Dean had known the full truth, known of the many misgivings that had gnawed at her for weeks, he would not be wishing her well. Sasha felt like an evil person when all her life she'd been good. She helped her patients feel strong and capable. She respected her elders. She was loyal to her friends. She sympathized with every stranger whose life ever brushed up against hers. She'd committed to Dean for 3 years. But now she had broken her oath. She'd done harm. She had wondered, silently within herself, if the wedding might somehow fall through. And then her fiancé was hit by a car. An almost laughable punchline, if it weren't her actual life. After the funeral, Sasha felt aimless. She drifted through the blurry, borderless days. Days of sobbing and sweatpants. Days when even eating a full meal felt like a ruthless betrayal, now that Dean was no longer able to savor his favorite foods. And the days turned into weeks. Those first few weeks of losing Dean. She almost thought about them as the weeks after losing Dean, but it wasn't really such a clean break. It was a prolonged act of losing him, of coming to accept it as immutable truth, of canceling plans bit by bit, rewinding all the tapes of their future she'd been playing inside her head. She felt like her whole body had been hollowed out, as empty as the years to come. Sasha had lost her lover, and she'd lost all the steps ahead. The vows exchanged in the same church where her parents had been wed. The house in the suburbs they'd decorate together. the children and grandchildren they'd raise and love, the debates over where to retire. Her path had been so well lit, and now she'd veered into total darkness. She hadn't just lost Dean. She'd lost the person she thought she was and the person she'd planned to become. In those early weeks, Sasha remembered, all she really did was breathe. The frightening, dizzying spurts of shallow, rapid, can't-stop breathing, when all she could do was try to calm herself down by taking slower, deeper breaths. The attacks would come in waves, the ocean of overwhelm pulling her out, and then she would try to reel herself in, thinking only of her breath, until the ocean pulled her out again, and she would reel herself back in, over and over, focusing on the breaths, wondering if she was healing or drowning. During those weeks when it felt like all she did was breathe, she couldn't help but think of Lama's class, though she'd never been pregnant herself. How fitting, Sasha thought, that birth and death seemed to share this physical link. How the same bodily techniques used to bring a new life into the world were also called upon to bid another life farewell. And it didn't really matter how many courses you took, or books you read, or people you consulted. There was no way to truly prepare for either, she knew. They would always feel thrust upon you. They would always take your breath away. Sasha spent a few months at her parents' house, sleeping in her childhood bedroom before returning to the quiet of her empty apartment, where the newfound silence was even more maddening than the loudest of next-door neighbors. Her home had been drained of music. Then Sasha told her parents that she wanted to sleep. And they were nearly swayed at the sight of their daughter's despondence, but she was their only child. And the poppy fields was just so new, so strange. How could they encourage their precious daughter to submit herself as a guinea pig, to join in some risky experiment all the way across the country? They knew that Sasha was past the age of looking for permission, but they simply couldn't give her their blessing. Even still, she applied. She was interviewed, and she was denied. I'm hoping that if I can just explain everything to whoever is actually in charge of the fields, then they'll see how much I need this, Sasha said. I literally drove across the country to get there, and I imagine they'll be staring at me the same way you two are staring at me right now, and they'll have no choice but to accept me. And Sasha fell quiet, finally finished. Across the motel guest room, Ava and Ray tried to assess each other's reactions. A noiseless game of who wants to go first. Ava was thinking, desperately wanting not to say the wrong thing. There was nothing she could conjure now to make Dean's death any less tragic, nothing to cushion the loss that Sasha would carry for the rest of her life. Ava's mom and dad had been gone for 30 years, Granny May the only parent whom she ever really knew, and yet not a day went by that Ava didn't think of them. I can't imagine what you must have gone through, what you're still going through, Ava said, but I really don't think you can blame yourself for what happened. If I hadn't put those horrible thoughts into the universe, Sasha exclaimed, or maybe if I had actually canceled the wedding, then Dean wouldn't have been at that bar in the first place. If. Every scenario existed solely to confirm Sasha's culpability. Well, it sounds like you may have been getting nervous before the wedding, which is obviously very common, said Ava. But you didn't do anything to cause Dean's death. It was an accident. A terrible, random, uncontrollable accident. How can you hold yourself responsible? Sasha tilted her eyes up toward the ceiling, trying to halt the teardrops. She knew that Ava was well-intentioned, but Ava didn't know Dean, the man who had wrapped Sasha in his arms countless times and now would never touch her again. Ava hadn't watched his parents host the funeral repast when they should have been hosting the rehearsal dinner. She hadn't looked in the mirror at a wedding dress fitting and wondered, should I really get married? Ava just couldn't understand. Ray had been quiet as Ava spoke, and his two companions had no way of knowing how their words had struck him. Johnny's death had also been deemed an accident, something that wasn't supposed to go wrong, an error inside his body, a terrible, random, uncontrollable thing. Or so the Poppy Fields lawyers had assured them. And Ava and Sasha couldn't know that Ray was nursing his own guilt, too. "Well, I think it's pretty obvious why the Fields rejected you," said Ray. "If they really do accomplish what they say they can, then they help people who are grieving get back to their lives. I'm not sure they can help you stop blaming yourself." Sasha took a breath. "It's not just the guilt," she said. She'd finally returned the engagement ring to Dean's parents just the day prior. The diamond had belonged to his grandmother, and Sasha couldn't look at the stone without a stab of shame. It was the first time she'd seen his family since the funeral, only her second time ever in the house where Dean grew up. His parents had preferred to visit their son in Boston, where Dean would always take them for cannoli in the North End. She'd felt obligated to give back the ring, let someone else in the family wear it someday. But the music she could never part with. The pages of composition tucked inside her tote bag now. The song that Dean had written for her, the one he'd played when he proposed. Somehow, she'd felt unable to take this journey, to take herself to the poppy fields, without bringing Dean's music with her. "I loved Dean," she said. "I still love him. He's been gone 4 months now, and I miss him every day. So what if that means that I was wrong when I was having those doubts? What if I was always meant to marry him? What if I lost my only chance at real happiness?" These were questions that none of them could answer. Sensing a new human in need of his help, PJ wriggled free from Ava's lap and crept across the bed to Sasha, nestling his head within the crook of her arm. The affection of an animal was always so pure and uncomplicated, Sasha thought, so unlike the love of a person. She watched as a few of her tears evaporated among the tiny curls of PJ's fur. "Do you think I'm wrong for wanting to sleep?" Sasha asked. Her parents clearly thought so. They knew that their stubborn daughter had chosen to take herself to the fields, but this would be a secret kept within the walls of family. Her parents had even chosen to shield Halmoni from the truth, telling her instead that Sasha was taking a trip for herself. It was the first time she'd ever lied to her grandmother, and it made her feel physically ill. But Sasha's vicissitudes were already being discussed in church pews and grocery aisles, currently as just a great misfortune. If word spread within their tightly woven community that Sasha was asleep at the fields, that might become more of a scandal. "I've got my own issues with the poppy fields," Ray admitted. "But you do know about the side effect, right?" "Yes," Sasha said crisply. "And you're willing to take that on? If this treatment can actually change how you feel about someone, then clearly it's messing with your mind somehow. You're going to let them alter your brain just to stop beating yourself up over Dean's accident?" Sasha's breath quivered. Of course she was disturbed by the side effect, but there was a good chance she would be spared. After all, 3/4 of the patients were fine. But there was also the thought that made her shudder with self-disgust, so despicable she could never voice it aloud, that maybe if she was in the doomed percentage, it wouldn't be the world's worst outcome. If she no longer cared so deeply for Dean, would she still feel guilty about what happened? Would she still question if she deserved to find any joy in her future? Would she still wonder if she had lost the last man she'd ever love if her body no longer thrummed with feelings for him? Well, if you're trying to somehow banish yourself from the world for a month as a form of self-punishment, then maybe that would be wrong, said Ava. But I don't think that's what you're doing. I think you're in pain because an awful thing happened to someone you love, because you're still alive and he's not. And in my limited understanding of the poppy fields, I believe it's a place where people go to feel happy again, to feel whole again. And it seems to work. So, no, I guess I don't think you're wrong for wanting to give it a try. 21. In the treatment room, Ellis stood over the sleeper. She'd always planned to oversee his discharge herself, as he was the field's very first patient afflicted with a different kind of grief, a former surgeon with a crippling hand injury who could never return to his work, in mourning for his livelihood, his passion, his purpose. Up until then, the poppy fields had accepted only those suffering the loss of a person, either through death or a ruptured relation. Still, it received dozens of applications colored by so many shades of loss, the family whose house burned down, taking all their heirlooms with it, the woman whose surgery saved her life but cost her the chance to give birth, the man with early-onset Alzheimer's, losing his own past piece by piece. Grief in all its shape-shifting forms. The board was itching to open the fields to all, but Ellis wanted to proceed more slowly. The former surgeon was the first step forward. An experiment of sorts. And, truthfully, Ellis agreed to review his application, chose him out of all the possible patients, because she recognized his name from a newspaper clipping she'd always kept in her office. Dr. Fred Robinson. Ellis prepped the sleeping doctor for waking, slowly easing him off the drugs holding him in sleep. She thought about his application, how he'd sounded so aimless and bereft. "I don't know who I am," he'd said, "if it's not what I do." Seated beside the bed, Ellis waited, staring at his right hand resting on the mattress. The once dexterous fingers, the damaged nerves invisible under the skin. His arm and hand had been injured and rehabbed before, following an accident decades prior, so it only took the slamming of a heavy door now to break it beyond repair. There was simply too much scar tissue to be salvaged this time around. "You and I aren't that different, you know," Ellis spoke to the sleeper. "I understand what it's like to commit your whole life to a cause, to let your sense of self become so entangled in your work." Ellis shook her head, recalling her team's contentious meeting. "But it's not about the profits," she vented. "And people like Flynn just don't get that." She looked at Dr. Robinson's face, imagining his judgment. "Yes, I remember what happened with Flynn." She rolled her eyes. "But my thinking was impaired that night. I was high on this place, its promise. And I know I'm not perfect," she said, "but I've never cared about money." Ellis was far from saintly, she'd admit that herself, but greed had never been her sin. Greed was too messy. It made people act rashly, foolishly. It made them turn on one another. Of those infamous lethal vices, pride was more likely Ellis's problem. "I don't know what drew you to medicine," Ellis told the surgeon, "but I just wanted to do something big." An overwhelming feeling of want had always coursed through Ellis's body for as long as she could remember. Wanting kept her up at night, and wanting woke her in the morning. Sometimes the desires took on sharper definition. She had wanted to get into Stanford, to land the most elite internships, to lead her own company someday. Most often, though, her wanting was vague and amorphous, a craving for something she didn't have, an envy of someone she read about, or just this sense that her given life was insufficient and that there was another life out there, waiting to grab her hand and pull her into a new way of being that would feel grander and fuller and more. In college, she blossomed, finally presented with a canvas large enough to hold all her ambition. She specialized in neurobiology but took classes in business and management, still undecided in her pursuit of either research or entrepreneurship. Ellis felt equally comfortable in both a lab coat and a blazer. And while her peers were mostly looking to get rich or get laid, she was chasing after intangibles, independence, impact, respect. A life where those around her would stop and stare and think, wow, she really made something of herself. College was also when Ellis began officially going by Ellis. Legally, she was Marie Ellis Jones, but she liked the fact that her middle name wasn't quite as feminine as her first. In fact, she secretly delighted in the look of surprise and subtle self-reproach that crept across someone's face when they finally met her in person, having read her work on paper and assumed she was a man. Besides, there was already an iconic female scientist named Marie, and Ellis hated to be runner-up. Ellis knew that she had been given many gifts: a sharp mind, the nerve to keep striving, a tolerance for solitude and working hard and avoiding most distractions. She believed that those who'd been blessed in this way owed something in return. "I think that if you're capable of greatness," Ellis said, "you have to use it to better the world. Leave the planet or the people around you stronger or happier or healthier. I imagine that you and I are aligned in that." She leaned in a little more closely to the doctor. "Maybe you can take Flynn's job when you wake up," she whispered. After graduating, Ellis joined a fledgling startup, Asclepius Tech, that had been quietly experimenting with innovative methods of healing. This was her chance to change the world, she felt. Most of the research aimed to create an unprecedented healing drug. Not an antidepressant or other prescription for patients with chronic mental health challenges, but rather a temporary therapeutic painkiller for those enduring a difficult time. A pill for grief and heartache. An emotional Advil of sorts. Pop one as needed, then move on with your life. The drug development proved arduous, but something else happened on the way. Surrounded by so many exceptional minds, Ellis had taken to working late in the lab, attempting to distinguish herself by experimenting with less conventional treatments. It was then that she discovered the ideal concoction to help people process their heartbreak, but only, it seemed, while sleeping. And when it became clear that this treatment wasn't effective in a single night, that it would require a much longer sleep, edging uncomfortably close to a coma, Ellis's colleagues told her to drop it. After all, that wasn't their goal. They didn't want to create some wild sleep treatment that no one would be willing to try. Who would ever choose to sleep their life away? And how would she even facilitate it? How many people could sleep at one time? How would this ever make money? The irony that only Ellis had apparently noted, their company was named for Asclepius, ancient god of healing and medicine, whose temples in Greece had often filled overnight with sick worshippers, some sleeping in the sanctuary for several nights in a row, awaiting a cure for their afflictions that might appear in a dream. Ellis didn't listen to her colleagues, of course. She saw the potential in this treatment she had somehow stumbled onto. She felt that people would not only be willing to sleep through a challenging time in their lives, but that they might even want to. That this sleep, as bizarre as it sounded, might actually offer two benefits: the joy of being healed upon waking, and the relief of fast-forwarding through the pain while asleep, oblivious and unfeeling. Anesthesia for life's fathomless heartbreaks. Ellis believed that the sleep would appeal, maybe not to all, but to some. So she pursued the project herself, and once she convinced her smartest colleague, Dr. Yasmin Saeed, to join her, bringing several more acolytes with them, Ellis had assembled a team that could build upon her research. And they were lucky they got out when they did, as Asclepius Tech eventually went under, the CEO arrested for embezzlement. Ellis quickly secured research grants and donations. When you believe in yourself so strongly, it isn't hard to make others believe in you too. And the donors believed in the mission as well, the chance to make a difference. The very fact that Ellis wasn't selling her sleep, that she took just a modest salary, that she had no intentions of building a wellness playground that catered to the uber-rich. Her sleepers would be patients, not customers, not clients. Ellis would be different from the many famous founders who came before her. She admired the genius of her forebearers, respected their vigor and perseverance, but most of them had descended into stereotypes, reckless and rapacious, amassing more and more money until their net worth eclipsed that of whole countries. All those brilliant minds with their many millions who'd come before Ellis had turned themselves into cliches. They'd made themselves ordinary in their own way. Ellis wanted to be extraordinary. The surgeon was starting to stir now, his muscles twitching to life. His eyes finally fluttered open. "Welcome back, Dr. Robinson." Ellis smiled at the man. "Do you know where you are?" He nodded, his mouth and throat still dry. He hadn't spoken in weeks. Ellis watched him glance down at his hand, remembering not only where he was, but also why he was here. When he gently wiggled his fingers, though, he didn't appear distraught. He looked comfortable and calm as he lifted his limb, confronting the fate at the end of his arm. Even with its current shortcomings, Ellis thought, even as outsiders still balked at the novelty, the peculiarity of what the poppy fields offered, she could see the future of her invention as a new natural, a new normal. Someday, Ellis believed, her sleep would be just as routine and permissible as the surgeries that her patient once used to perform. 22. Sky was up in the air. Thanks to Clara and her family, Sky had ended up on an overnight bus, lurching and lumbering along. An older woman had sat beside her, a mother from Oklahoma who was visiting her son, now a pilot in Albuquerque. A pilot who agreed to let Sky join in his morning voyage in a hot air balloon at sunrise. "You ever been in one of these before?" the pilot had asked. "No, sir," said Sky, watching in awe as the balloon filled with air, transforming from a colorful quilt lying limp on the ground into a massive, majestic orb hovering above the earth. "Well, with a name like Sky, I think it's about time we got you up there." The pilot winked. When the balloon was fully inflated, Sky hoisted herself inelegantly into the surprisingly tall wicker basket, taking her spot right under the burner alongside a handful of fellow passengers. And then the balloon lifted off. It rose much more smoothly than Sky had anticipated. She'd expected a choppy ascent, the basket jerked around by each gust of wind, but instead it felt like a peaceful gliding, slowly up and up, like she was not quite flying, but floating. A hush fell over the passengers as they departed the ground together, and the balloon inched upward to its highest altitude, parallel to the distant crests of the Sandia Mountains, where the sun was just appearing from behind and rising to reclaim its throne in the middle of the cloudless expanse. The pale yellows of the horizon melting into deeper blues above. Everything around them glowed bright. The world was surprisingly quiet up there, without any engines humming, only the occasional blast of the fire that fueled the balloon's forward movement. Even though they spent most of their flight high above New Mexico, the balloon occasionally dropped nearer to the ground, barely skimming the rooftops of houses and strip malls and schools, and Sky found these moments most fascinating. Sometimes the balloon would drift down close enough to see the faces of the people themselves, and sometimes these people would look up from their yards and wave at the passing balloon, at the strangers sailing overhead. Sky wondered if she and her fellow travelers looked silly, standing in a giant wicker basket dangling from a rainbow sphere, surely one of history's oddest means of transportation. It was almost like the grown-up version of a child tying birthday balloons to a chair. And yet, Sky couldn't help but feel wonder. Wonder at the world that she always knew was big, but now she could actually see it. She could see the peaks and valleys of the land and all the homes nestled within, and all the people living their lives down below. Her flight across this thin slice of earth reminded Sky that not only was the world very big, but that she was very small. And that was a very good thing. The world was bigger than the classmates who'd always struggled to place Sky in an acceptable category. She had the confidence of an athlete, the dramatic flair of a theater kid, the romanticism of a reader, and yet she wasn't really any of those things, and was neither popular nor unpopular as a result. The world was bigger than all the adults who asked her what she wanted to do with her life, only to pinch their brows when she answered. The world was bigger than the people who refused to call her Sky, who thought she was immature. The world was bigger than the 3 boys and 2 girls whom she had kissed. Bigger than the fact that 2 of those boys were not okay with her also kissing girls. And bigger than the fact that one of the girls wanted to keep their kiss a secret. The world was bigger than her school and her town and her state and her country and her continent, and wasn't that incredible? She was just a little bug on the windshield of the world, so her problems were just a little bug's problems, outranked by pretty much every other problem facing the planet as a whole. And when all the old people in the positions of power called upon Skye and her generation to fix the problems of the world that they couldn't, Skye wanted to have actually seen the world for herself, to know what she was saving and how much it was worth. It was overwhelming and truthfully somewhat devastating to think that the world was so big Skye would never be able to see it all. But she would start here, she thought, and she would give it her best. The wind picked up over the course of their flight, and by the time the pilot was preparing for touchdown, he announced that the landing would be very exciting. That means very rough, a man translated for Skye, though she had already come to this conclusion herself. The pilot told the passengers to arrange themselves in what he called a bracing position, their shoulders pressed against the cushioned lip of the wicker basket. Skye could sense the people around her clutching their breath, their muscles tensing up, and when their flying balloon eventually struck the ground, they were jolted forward several times, knocking into one another's bodies as the basket bounced off the earth beneath them, as if it were hopping its way back home. All that effort apparently tuckered out the balloon, so when it finally stuck the landing, the basket simply gave up. It tipped over onto its side, practically in slow motion, leaving Skye completely horizontal, her head and torso spilling out of the basket and her left cheek smack on the ground, a thin layer of dust already painting itself onto her skin. A few other passengers whose faces also landed in the brittle grass began to grumble their displeasure, wondering how the hell they were supposed to climb out of this contraption sideways. "Just be thankful that we landed where we did," the pilot laughed. "A few miles up is all cacti, and you sure wouldn't want a face full of that." Guy spit a few clumps of dirt out of her mouth, then smiled. Her first messy bite out of life. 23. When Sasha woke up, she was somewhat surprised to be lying at the foot of Ava's bed. She couldn't actually remember when they had fallen asleep. Her arms were cradling little PJ, and the rest of her body was curled in a gymnast's contortion. She slowly straightened herself out and rolled onto her side, glancing at the desk in the corner of the room. Ray was gone. By the time she and Ava had brushed their teeth and gathered up their bags, there was still no sight of him, and no answer at the other rooms. "Oh shit, this is just like Thelma and Louise," said Sasha. "When they wake up in the motel and Brad Pitt has totally screwed them over. He didn't steal anything, right?" "No, I don't think so." Ava frantically dumped her purse out on the bed, checking that all was accounted for, while PJ yapped in the background, perturbed by the stress in the room. Sasha pulled back the curtains. "At least the canary's still out there." While Sasha headed to the lobby to investigate, muttering that they'd been foolish to not exchange numbers, Ava dropped down on the empty desk chair and realized she wasn't all that shocked. Emmy had run away too. She'd abandoned Ava at the worst possible moment, and her betrayal felt fresh even now. At least Ray's speedy overnight exit wouldn't leave as much debris in its wake. "The guy at the front hasn't seen him either," said Sasha, returning to the room in the sulk of defeat. Sasha clearly wasn't as familiar with this feeling, Ava saw. She and Sasha would be fine, Ava assured herself. They'd reach the poppy fields all on their own, just as they'd planned at the airport. But when a shirtless man appeared in the parking lot outside, dropping to the pavement in a push-up, the instant relief that both women felt was quite frankly surprising. Even PJ gave a cheerful yip. It turned out that Ray had run 6 miles that morning. "This isn't vacation," he said simply, stepping into the bathroom to wipe his face. "We thought you might have left us," Sasha explained. "I figured I would let you sleep in," he said. "It was A long night. Ava peered at Ray at the sink, unexpectedly touched by his understanding. She found herself noticing his strong, broad jaw, shaded now with stubble, while the sunshine through the window seemed to highlight his hair. This was odd, considering that Ava didn't usually find herself drawn to such burly men. Her last date had been a slight, studious-looking man from the 2-week period she'd forced herself to download a dating app, and they'd shown up to dinner in near-matching blue cardigans. Ava's admittedly a little too baggy, and her dates a little too tight. But now Ava had to stop herself from staring at the curve of Ray's biceps. "It was a long night," said Sasha. "Is anyone else starving now? I feel like it's been a month since I've eaten something that wasn't wrapped in plastic." The morning after the rainstorm felt warm and damp. It smelled like the earth had been sweating. But everything, as always, looked better in the daylight. A couple with 2 giggling children checked in, and the sly cat even approached Ava's hand with a tender curiosity. When they'd arrived last night, the place had barely seemed safer than the Bates Motel, but now the property simply appeared to have skated past its prime. The 3 travelers examined the breakfast buffet, grabbing coffee and tea, plus some pale-looking bagels and muffins that fell apart at the touch. And then the Canary merged back onto the highway, the map leading west once again. As Sasha picked at the muffin in her lap, mildly disappointed to find a bunch of raisins masquerading as chocolate chips, she realized that Ava and Ray now knew plenty more about her than she knew about either of them. The few details they had shared about their own families, Ava's sister, estranged and asleep at the fields, and Ray's brother, who seemed more permanently lost, were mere fragments of clearly complicated histories. But Sasha found herself unbothered by this newfound imbalance in knowledge. What mattered now was that she had revealed her secrets to them, exposed her most selfish and destructive thoughts, and yet here they all were, still together. She'd been reluctant, thus far, to join a grief support group, out of fear that she didn't belong, that her doubts about the wedding somehow negated her pain now. So she felt a comfort in simply speaking up, in releasing the feelings of uncertainty and anxiety and guilt and sadness out into the world, so they weren't just clamoring quietly inside her head. Watching Ray command the wheel with one hand, the other trying to keep hot coffee from spilling onto his lap, Sasha suspected that he suffered from his own quiet clamor. But he'd never let on if that were true. Sasha had seen for herself in these past few months of mourning how often people praised the sturdy and how clearly they pitied the crumbling, how blatantly they admired the stiff upper lip and cringed at the one that quivered. And if she felt that way as a grieving woman, she could only imagine how Ray must be treated. Anyone could see that he was quite well trained in the most stifling arts of masculinity. She wondered if anyone had ever seen him cry. But Sasha couldn't have known that crying, giving in to his emotions that way, just didn't feel productive to Ray. Tears wouldn't change a damn thing. Maybe some people needed to weep. Maybe it helped them feel better, Ray thought. His mother had spent the past 3 months crying behind closed doors, while his father's face seemed permanently set in its grim, stony state. But Ray didn't want to cry. He preferred to run. He preferred to feed his body's craving for motion, purpose, challenge. Before Johnny died, the 2 brothers would sometimes run together on their days off from the station. Even in their leisure, they would still imagine they were sprinting to the scene of a fire, but not the kind of fire that most people would expect. The fires that Ray and Johnny and their crew were often called to combat weren't usually the bright oranges and blinding yellows that others imagined them to be. The colorful, billowing flames that served as the backdrop for movies and nightmares. This fire that Ray and Johnny knew was mostly thick black smoke. This fire was all-enveloping darkness where nothing could be seen. This fire was crawling low to the ground, where the blazing air was ever so slightly cooler, the air above you as hot as a crematory. This fire was choking for breath, and yet trying to breathe so carefully, rationing the limited oxygen left inside your tank. This fire was groping at the corners and floors and walls, trying to remember where you came from and retrace your steps and hopefully find your way back. This fire was blinding, disorienting, suffocating. This fire was a lot like grief. And so Ray's thoughts of fire now bled into thoughts of Johnny. And thinking about Johnny felt like fighting a fire. A massive, fearsome, impenetrable inferno that would threaten to push even the most seasoned crew into rapid retreat. Before he lost Johnny, Ray's life had moved so fast. He'd blinked and he was 37, hightailing toward middle age despite the youthful strength of his body. The past 3 months had moved quickly too, and yet the rest of his life felt endless. Every day, new revelations emerged, striking him one by one. Ray would never see Johnny with wrinkles, never know which brother would have gone bald first. How could Ray get promoted without Johnny? How could he ever get married without a best man? How could he even think about raising children someday without turning to his brother for help? Sure, none of those milestones in life were guaranteed, but Ray wouldn't mind a wife and kids someday. Women had always been easy to meet, but typically harder to keep once the allure of his uniform waned, leaving just the odd hours and stress. Without his brother, Ray's family had abruptly shrunk, and he felt a strange urge to find someone new to replenish the circle now diminished around him. Ray wanted to find someone to love, and yet it seemed somehow unfathomable that the partner Ray might someday build a life with would never have met his brother. That the most important person still to appear in Ray's future could never know the most important person from his past. 3 months had passed by now, but everything still felt fresh. Johnny's face, his voice, his expressions. Yet Ray knew that this sharpness, this clarity, would fade, and that eventually he would struggle to remember certain things, smaller ones at first. His memories would decay, or else they'd be replaced with versions warped by his biased brain, swapping the real Johnny with however Ray thought that his brother might speak or feel or react to the future unfolding without his presence. The sheer length of the future daunted Ray. His life ahead felt so very long. But what if the half-life of his memory was short? Ray simply couldn't allow himself to forget anything about his brother. And so, Ray kept on running. And whenever he ran, he remembered. Back home, he jogged along the waterfront trail that traced the Missouri River, sprinting down the path while burrowing back into his past. The further away the memory, the more fragile, the better. The time that Johnny popped a bag of chips in the school cafeteria. The brilliant burst capturing the unwanted attention of the principal 6 tables down. Or the night that Johnny came to Ray, quiet and abashed, asking for his help in buying a corsage for his prom date. Ray had wondered if he should correct his brother or if it might be funny to let him keep mispronouncing the word. He'd chosen the latter, of course. While his legs had pumped along a street in Oklahoma just that morning, Ray's mind had dribbled basketballs in the driveway of his childhood home, the year that Johnny overtook him in height and insisted on nightly games of horse, eager to test the limits of that single inch of newfound power. It was hard work, all this remembering. Too hard for the first few weeks, when Johnny's absence was just a partial reality. When Ray still reached for his phone to text him, still waited for Johnny to appear at the station. But now, 3 months out, the pure necessity of this remembrance overpowered the sting. It was a lot like his job as a fireman, Ray reasoned, the work that he and Johnny both did. It was difficult, yet deeply essential. Perhaps the difficulty made it so.
The Golden State Times. Science. Poppy Fields comes under attack from new group, Stop the Sleep. By Lester Scott. A new organization known as Stop the Sleep has launched a campaign against the poppy fields, the research and treatment center in the Southern California desert, that claims to help heal those suffering from loss. Stop the Sleep describes itself as a coalition of concerned citizens looking to protect our communities from this aberrant intervention. We cannot allow ourselves to be fooled by flashy promises of healing. This treatment forces you to abandon your spouses, your children, and your jobs, said one of the group's founding members, and then traps you in a sleep that you can't wake up from. It should be noted that the treatment is not indefinite. The average patient sleeps for 1 or 2 months. The organization also points to the potential side effect of the treatment, which is estimated to impact approximately 1/4 of patients, as a particular cause for concern. Thousands of people who have slept at the poppy fields have now been cursed by a horrific side effect, leaving them incapable of ever again feeling emotions for their lost loved ones. How can anyone hear that and not be alarmed? Stop the Sleep maintains an active online presence and plans to arrange in-person demonstrations in the near future. We can't let these rogue scientists turn our country into some numbed-out, drugged-out society where the bonds of family and community will inevitably disintegrate. Representatives from the poppy fields declined to comment for this article. Comments. Cherise Smith. Why can't you just leave those poor grieving folks alone? Ben Wu. Did anyone even fact-check these quotes? The people behind this group sound seriously paranoid, and these allegations are way overblown. Carol Campbell. I've heard that most of the applicants are women. What kind of mother could abandon her children for such selfish reasons? Barry P. Clearly, these people are seriously depressed and should be on meds, not asleep. Daryl Young, MD. There is actually a clinical difference between grief and depression, despite similar outward appearances. Conflating the two does a disservice to all. Marty Thompson. We need to send someone in undercover and see what really happens when you're asleep. Amal Abadi. Aren't there some more pressing issues that this organization could be channeling its funds and energy into? Instead of criticizing people in pain who made a choice that doesn't even affect them? Roger K. People have been dealing with loss for as long as humans have been around, and we've turned out okay. You just find a way to move forward. Distract yourself. Adopt a puppy. Carrie Johnson. Or you get drunk every night, or addicted to Ambien and empty sex. Or maybe you just suffer silently for months, even years, because you feel like everyone's judging you and no one understands. And looking at all these comments, you'd probably be right.
24. Flynn had sent the article to Ellis and Yasmin, as if they hadn't already read it themselves, as if they weren't already aware of the group, as if Ellis hadn't already heard every public profession of skepticism and vehement opposition to her life's work, as if she hadn't already seen the few dozen cartoons online depicting her as a witch brewing the sleep in her cauldron, or a Frankensteinian scientist zapping patients with electric bolts. Success breeds enemies, Yasmin declared, promptly closing the link on her phone. It's not exactly surprising. No, Ellis wasn't exactly surprised when people started accusing her of lying, of playing God, of manipulating human nature. A few anonymous trolls claiming to be former sleepers spread frightening rumors online, claiming that bizarre experiments were conducted on innocent, unconscious patients, that the emotional moderation was code for brainwashing. Interestingly, Ellis's opponents seemed equally likely to assert that she was a fraud, that the poppy fields peddled false promises, as they were to acknowledge that the treatment was real and to warn against the dangers of sleeping. Still others liked to publicly theorize about the applicants who got into the fields, often repeating that the poppy fields didn't accept certain kinds of grief, namely the most unnatural and unimaginable of losses, those things that weren't supposed to happen, like a child predeceasing their parent. And it was true that those cases, the most traumatic, were taken on with somewhat less frequency, as the sufferers weren't always the most viable candidates for the treatment. But no generalizations could ever be made. It was impossible to know without evaluation whom the sleep would work for. The only real prerequisite for acceptance was age. Sleepers had to be at least 18. The field's staff members did believe their treatment would work on younger patients, but the coupling of necessary parental consent and prolonged absence from school proved too great a barrier. For now. Well, PR is asking again if I'll do an interview, offer some sort of response, Ellis told Yasmin. She often took flack for refusing to speak, for valuing her privacy and sanity more than the chance to defend her creation. She tried not to wonder if she would still face these critiques if she were a man in charge. What do they want from me? Ellis asked. To plaster on a full face of makeup and try to force an intelligent conversation with some Poppy Fields truther for 2 minutes before we cut to commercial? Don't forget to wear your black turtleneck, Yasmin teased. Ellis still believed she could make a name for herself while staying out of the public debates. Ever since she opened the Fields, Ellis's life had been tiptoeing dangerously close to something that felt like fame. But Ellis didn't want celebrity. She wanted recognition and respect. She wanted to earn her own chapter in history, not the front page of a tabloid. Fame had a way of ripping control from your hands and giving power to the people who followed you, the people who had made you and could then be your undoing. Ellis wanted to control her own fate. Still, I do feel like something about this new group seems different, Ellis warned. Bigger, more vocal, more organized. I mean, this is being covered by the national news, not just some fringe science blog. As far as Ellis's team could tell, Stop the Sleep had just recently formed, and it consistently exaggerated the impact of the treatment in order to scare off applicants. Some members were fundamentally mistrustful of science. Some argued the Fields was a branch of Big Pharma. A few were known conspiracy theorists. And the vast majority of this group is probably just the same nosy folks who feel the need to insert their opinions into other people's lives, Yasmin argued. You just can't take this stuff personally. We know what we're doing here, and our patients know. That's what really matters. I know you're right, said Ellis. I usually am, Yasmin smiled. She left in a cloud of self-assurance, and Ellis was alone, surveying the stack of papers on her desk. Applications for review. Ellis served as the final approval for every acceptance and dismissal. The files also existed digitally, but Ellis always preferred them in print. She wanted to hold the applications in her hand. It made her feel close to the patients. It made her feel more grounded, like she was physically attached to her work, to the people she was helping. She pulled up the first one on her desk, applicant ID 335-900. A young woman, Abby, who'd lost her mother. Abby stared at Ellis from her photograph in the upper corner of her file. Her brown hair descended in waves, the same color as her eyes. She wore a neat, white button-down blouse for the picture, perhaps a gesture of respect for the Fields. Most of their applicants still lingered in the phase of grief where the same mismatched pair of sweats sufficed for all occasions. I know Yasmin is right, Ellis said, talking to the image of Abby, but the way that people accuse us of not caring about our patients... Ellis shook her head. They spoke of her like they spoke of pill pushers, like someone who'd released an addictive drug, not caring who got hurt. Of course we care about our patients, she said. The Poppy Fields was built for them. Ellis had a habit of speaking to herself whenever she was stressed, which was often. She untangled her most knotted-up ideas while talking through them aloud, and she'd spent hours in the lab, back at Stanford and later at Asclepius Tech, reciting monologues for an audience of microbes and mice. At the Poppy Fields, at least, Ellis had her sleepers to talk to. Ellis reviewed Abby's interview transcript, reading the question about her concerns. The young woman's fear of the potential side effect was palpable on the page. Ellis wasn't so blinded by her own ambition that she couldn't see the Poppy Fields' flaws. Nobody was bothered by the side effect as much as Ellis herself. She also understood the accusations that only those buttressed by savings accounts and full-time childcare could truly afford to leave their families and jobs while they slept for so long at the fields. Ellis had been raised in a town without mansions or Maseratis, so she hated to think of her former neighbors who might not be able to sleep. That was why she fought so hard to keep the fields free, why she lobbied insurance companies to cover the costs, why she pitched the executives at the biggest conglomerates that her sleep should fall under paid leave. And the stakes weren't just financial. Though the poppy fields had accepted and treated sleepers of every race, there was a persistently lower percentage of black applicants to begin with. Ellis understood the potential hesitation, the past abuses committed by researchers. For a community whose health had been understudied, whose bodies had been used without their consent, it would call for quite a great deal of trust, or else quite a great deal of pain, to lie down in the beds of the poppy fields and comfortably let themselves sleep. Ellis finished reading Abby's application and consulted her test results. Ellis agreed with her colleague's assessment. This applicant was not the right fit. "I'm sorry, Abby," Ellis whispered. She moved her file aside. There were so many reasons Ellis wasn't exactly keen on launching a global chain of for-profit fields, while the flaws of the first one still gnawed at her. But the fields was bigger than Ellis alone. She looked at the pile of applications remaining on her desk, each week taller than the last. She may have started this movement, but she couldn't slow it down. "But I promise I'm going to keep fighting for you," Ellis told the stack of would-be sleepers. She'd greenlit Phase 2 just that morning, agreeing to open a second location and begin the search for a site. But she'd managed to delay the decision for now of whether this new facility would end up free or for profit. Ellis's team had celebrated, welcomed her approval wholeheartedly. But Ellis herself felt anxious, uncertain. Terrible, twisty emotions that she'd rarely encountered before now sloshed about in her stomach like rancid food, uncomfortably unfamiliar. She wasn't quite sure why she felt this way. Ellis wasn't short-sighted. She'd always assumed the fields would grow. She couldn't pinpoint the precise source of her worries. Flynn's aggression, Johnny's death, the angry voices of Stop the Sleep, the newfound pressures of expansion. She shouldn't be surprised by the stress, she thought, but Ellis felt a mysterious sense of foreboding. She pulled out the next application from the stack, holding it tight by the edges, rooting herself into its pages, into her desk, into this place. She worried that she was losing her grip on the fields, and with it, her grip on herself. 25. As the Canary barreled across the next border, into New Mexico now, the bright, summery greens of the plains gave way to long stretches of terracotta. Ava felt like she had entered a world of clay just emerging from the kiln, unglazed. For hours, the car traveled through largely undeveloped land while the sun beat down through the windows, where thousands of former passengers over the course of the Canary's life had imprinted their fingertips onto the glass or napped with their heads leaned against it. This was not the Canary's first time in New Mexico. In fact, the car had been there just a few months prior, ferrying 2 art collectors to the galleries on Canyon Road in Santa Fe. But it was the first time for all 3 passengers whom the rental carried now. The surrounding earth was flat and dusty, decorated with wispy bushes, and the traveler's eyes would track even the slightest gradations in the overarching palette of sand and taupe. Sasha turned around to watch Ava sketching. "Can I see some of your drawings?" she asked. "Oh, sure, I guess, but these are just doodles," Ava insisted. "They're not polished." Sasha leafed carefully through the pages like a white-gloved gallerist thumbing through paintings. There were sketches of Kansas farmland, of a quaint main street lined with 2-story buildings and a flag on every lamppost, of a child standing on tiptoes reaching for a book on a library shelf, plus dozens of pictures of PJ, lovingly rendered in every pose. Then Sasha came upon the recent additions crafted during their drive. She was surprised to find a portrait of Ray, in shaded profile, his flexed forearm on the wheel. Ava's view from the back of the car. Sasha found herself wondering if Ava might be nursing a little crush, and she was secretly thrilled at the prospect. The bookish Ava and brawny Ray were hardly an obvious pairing, but maybe with some subtle nudging from Sasha, self-appointed wingwoman. "These are amazing," said Sasha. "You should take a look, Ray." She picked one of the most detailed drawings of PJ and angled the sketch pad toward him. "I'm driving," said Ray. "I have to look at the road." But he managed to steal a quick glance. Damn, that's really good. Sasha had always been drawn to creatives. She'd fallen for Dean's music before even seeing his face. But Ray admired Ava's art in the way we often value those talents of others found lacking in ourselves. Ray had been gifted many physical skills, but the best he could do with the paper and pen was still the line drawing of the Superman S he'd learned in elementary school. Ava mustered a small thank you in response. She never craved compliments, and flattery made her squirm. Either she doubted the sincerity of the comments, or she just chafed under the attention. It honestly still astounded Ava that she actually made her living as an artist. She felt like she'd humbly sketched the faint outlines of a dream, born from her love of drawing, and then over the years, with good luck and good timing, she'd managed to fill in all the colors and shadows until she had fashioned herself a true career, as vivid and layered as her very best pieces. To think that Ava's sketches were seen by so many thousands of children, accompanying stories all around the world. And yet, Ava was still somehow the 10-year-old girl nervously frozen in her chair after Emmy discovered the portrait that Ava had secretly drawn of her. Ava was prepared to apologize, assuming her sister would hate the image. But Emmy had actually loved it, even kept it by her bed. At the time, Ava was simply relieved, but later, looking back, she saw what her sister must have seen. That she had sketched Emmy disproportionately tall, hands at her hips like a comic book hero. She looked strong and powerful, ready to take on the world. As morning crept toward midday, Ray glided the Canary into a gas station on a lonely sweep of highway. Sasha bounced out of her seat, eager to stretch and see the landscape outside the streaked glass of their car. Ava was wary of the long-haul trucker chugging a Red Bull nearby, occasionally leering at her and Sasha, but she noticed that Ray had clocked the man too and was keeping a watchful eye. Ava shaded her face with her hand, staring out toward the horizon. Oklahoma had felt like an extension of home, but New Mexico was untrodden territory. She lifted PJ high in her arms so he could share in the view. A man in a vintage Mustang convertible pulled up at the pump next to Ray. "Nice ride," said Ray. "Thank you," the man said. Then he stared at the Canary, slightly confused, searching for some compliment to give in return. "She's a rental," Ray explained. When he set the gas nozzle back in its perch and watched the Mustang drive away, Ray remembered the time he and Johnny, plus two of their younger cousins, had taken their uncle's convertible out for an unsanctioned joyride through town. Ray was 16, newly licensed, legally permitted to drive a car. He just wasn't permitted to drive that car. They'd spun around the city for nearly an hour, then picked up a takeout box of burnt ends to share in the car en route home. "If anyone gets barbecue sauce on their seat, you're a dead man," one cousin warned. "Chill out, we're almost back," said Ray, driving with only one hand on the wheel, his other 5 fingers sticky. But it wasn't the brisket that did them in. It was an ill-timed stop at an intersection, the red light mocking them all from above, while a familiar truck sat catty-corner on the opposite side of the light. Ray and Johnny's father, staring straight at the boys. Their dad had grounded them for the rest of the month. "Bet you wish you'd stolen a car with a roof." Nearly every time Ray and Johnny got themselves grounded growing up, they'd endured their punishments side by side. They'd made plenty of trouble together, and then they both made good. Ray slammed his foot into the tire and cursed. "I saw that," Sasha whispered, appearing from behind. "Shit, sorry," Ray said. You hate the canary that much?" She gave him a knowing look. Ray thought about Sasha's story, how they both had lost someone they love. But Sasha still bore the guilt for something she never even did. Ray had actually hurt his brother. The need to talk about Johnny, to say his brother's name, to finally come clean about what happened, overtook Ray like a physical urge, a secret that no longer sat still in his stomach. And hadn't Sasha seemed somehow lightened by revealing her own heavy tale? Ava and PJ rejoined them. "You remember when you asked me yesterday what it was like working with my brother?" Ray looked at Ava. "Well, it was great, until it wasn't. Until my brother got really messed up, and he came to me and he told me what he wanted, and then I made him feel like shit." Ray turned away from both of the women, squinting against the sun. "And now, my brother's gone."
The Poppy Fields. Interview transcript. Applicant 205-339. Interviewer. When did you first consider sleeping at the Poppy Fields? Applicant. A couple weeks ago, I guess. I've been a fireman and a medic for 15 years, so it's not like I haven't had bad calls before. We all have. But this night, something was different. Something just switched off inside of me. Interviewer. What happened that night? Applicant. Well, a little boy was playing basketball in his driveway. Just him alone, practicing his throw. And I bet his parents had taught him never to run into the street, to come get them if his ball ever rolled away, to stay safe. But how were they supposed to know that their little boy who would never run into the street would end up getting hit by a stray bullet? That something like that could actually happen in their own front yard? He was only 10 years old. And this kid, if I have a son someday, I hope he'd be just like this boy. Wearing those sneakers that light up when they hit the ground and that Chiefs jersey in the smallest size. He'd play basketball in the winter and baseball in the spring. He wouldn't mind playing alone by himself. He'd have the patience and determination to practice every night. And when he was scared, I would hold his hand, the same way that I held this little boy's hand, because I was the one who rode in back with him, listening to his mother scream the whole way. Only it wasn't even a scream, it was a howl, feral and guttural and grating, like it came from a place deep down that most of us never see in ourselves, because most of us haven't had our lives shredded apart in an instant. And the other medic and I just looked at each other, knowing that we'd hear echoes of that scream for the rest of our lives. His mother never said a real word beyond that. But later, I heard his father say that his son never went outside to play ball until he'd helped his mom wash the dinner plates first. It's just, I feel like I know the kind of man this little boy would have become if only he had the chance. Interviewer. Do you plan on informing your family or colleagues about your application to sleep at the Poppy Fields? Applicant. Well, I know for sure that my dad would think I'm, I don't know, taking the easy way out or something. That a real man wouldn't need this. But I just don't believe that. I can't believe that. And the guys on my crew, they're a tough group, proud, stubborn. They can crack a joke even when they're scared as hell. These guys, they would run into a burning building to make sure I got out okay. In fact, they have run into a burning building to make sure I got out okay. But I don't know how they'd feel about me doing this, even though that's all I'm really trying to do here with his sleep. I'm just trying to get out okay. Interviewer. Do you have any concerns or hesitations about sleeping? Applicant. I guess I'm probably not your usual patient. I know you're not taking on major traumas or soldiers with PTSD. But what I'm feeling isn't like that. There are no noise triggers or fight or flight kind of stuff like I've seen with some of the crew who got caught in a really bad blaze. This just feels like sadness, emptiness. Like what I felt when my grandparents died a few years back, or when one of my baseball teammates took his own life junior year. I feel like somehow I knew that little boy. Like I was looking at me and my brother 20 years ago. You know, we used to shoot hoops in our driveway all the time. And the only thing we ever worried about was which one of us was winning. We didn't worry about whether a stranger's bullet was ever coming for us. But now, every child has to worry about that. Honestly, how can any of us live in that kind of world without being driven to sleep?
26. The thing about grief is that it's never just grief. For Sasha, grief was also fear. Fear that she might never love again. Fear of her unknown future. For Ray, grief was also anger. Anger at the way he'd lost his brother, at the place he blamed for taking him. And for both, grief was also guilt. It was living with the question, how much was my fault? It was wondering what you could have done differently. Sasha's guilt lived mostly in her magical thoughts, in the actions she'd pondered but never took, and in not knowing now whether she ever would have. Ray's guilt was born in what he'd actually done. Johnny had turned to his brother first. He was struggling, clearly, but Ray knew that all first responders struggled sometimes. Yes, their jobs were immensely rewarding, but they also dealt with some seriously disturbing shit, with the world at its very worst. The culture had come around in recent years. Back when Ray was a rookie, it wasn't uncommon to hear snide remarks about any guy who appeared misty-eyed, even after a distressing call. Nowadays, they acknowledged the toll of the job, the alarmingly high rates of trauma and suicidal thoughts among firefighters. They were given anonymous hotlines to call, and a few stations even had in-house psychologists. But the fundamental task of the job hadn't changed. You still had to show up, respond to tough calls, and get back on the truck the next day. "I don't think I can just move on this time," Johnny said. "It's hard for me to fall asleep. I can't close my eyes without seeing it, seeing him." "Maybe you should take a few days off," Ray suggested. But the days at home didn't help. And by the time Johnny brought it up again, he had already made his decision. "This feels bigger," he said. "Heavier, like there's a little shard of darkness lodged inside me, and I can't shake it out this time." Ray was flustered. "Do you want to talk to the chief?" "Actually, have you heard of that place in California?" Johnny asked. "They call it the Poppy Fields. That's the weird sleeping place, right? I thought it was for people in mourning." "I know it sounds strange, but that's kind of what this feels like," said Johnny. "I feel like I'm grieving that little boy, like I lost him myself." Ray grabbed his brother by the shoulder. "You didn't lose him," Ray insisted. "It's not your fault. Nobody could have saved him." Johnny looked down at his shoes. "No, I don't mean it like that," he said. "I mean like somehow I can feel his absence in the world." Ray's hand dropped slowly from his brother's shoulder. "I don't even know if this makes any sense," said Johnny. "But it doesn't feel like guilt or shame. It feels sad. It feels like grief." "So, what are you saying?" asked Ray. "You actually want to go sleep at that clinic?" "I think maybe it's worth a shot. What have I got to lose?" "But you don't need that, Johnny. You've had tough days before. You got through them," said Ray. "I know losing that boy was brutal, but hey, what about that teenage girl you just saved, the one who overdosed? She gets to graduate this year because of you." "I can still feel grateful that she lived and feel torn up that he died. But that place, it's not for people like you and me," said Ray. "What the hell does that mean?" "I mean, we're stronger than that. We can handle things. We're the ones who other people call for help. So we can't get help ourselves?" Johnny asked. Come on, I'd expect that shit from Dad, but not from you. But Ray had been raised by their dad. Their dad, who'd built his construction company from scratch, built their family home with his hands. Under the hawkish gaze of their granddad, their father had lived his whole life laden with the need to prove himself, and so he inevitably demanded the same proof from his sons. He was not the kind of dad who would sit on the curb with his child after they'd fallen off their bike, making sure they weren't too hurt, letting them know that learning takes time. Ray's father put them right back up on the seat. He didn't know that tough love was just one variation rather than its sole expression. But Ray's father believed that if you truly cared for someone, then you owed them total honesty, even in its harshest forms. That love meant seeing the potential in someone, holding them to the highest of standards. And was that so wrong? Ray wondered. Ray and Johnny both knew that their old man loved them, that he took pride in their careers. He'd hold court at the station's family barbecues, telling stories about Johnny and Ray as two little boys on his shoulders, begging him to let them stare at the big red trucks for one more minute. And God, did it feel good to earn their father's respect, to win something that seemed unattainable. Wasn't it possible that he and Johnny had benefited from the constant push? Look at where they were now, ascending the ranks at the department, protecting people's lives. It's just this whole thing, sleeping through your problems? Ray asked. Doesn't it sound kind of ridiculous? Kind of weak? Johnny met his brother's gaze. Well, then, you and I don't agree on that. I don't think the people who sleep at the poppy fields are weak. I think they're brave. They know themselves, and they know their pain, and they know the consequences. They know what people like you might call them behind their backs, but they're still strong enough to make that choice. Now you're acting like sleeping there is a good thing, said Ray. It's not about good or bad, Johnny groaned. Well, it sort of sounds like you think I'm heartless for being able to compartmentalize and do my job, said Ray. You think the rest of us are wrong for not needing to sleep? Obviously not. But I don't think I'm wrong for wanting to do this. Ray shook his head. It's just not normal, Johnny. Who the hell cares? Johnny shouted. It's not normal to watch children die, but we do it because somebody has to. He paused, catching his breath. Look, I told you what I need. And you're my brother. You should support me. Ray could sense that he was straying too far, wading into potentially unforgivable waters, but he just couldn't understand why Johnny would want this. How could his brother one day be racing toward calls, bringing people back from the brink of death, and the next day want to fall asleep in some sad science experiment? You're asking me to tuck you into bed before they put you in a coma for a month? Ray asked. Johnny stared at his older brother, his face folded in pain. He spat out the words, "Fuck you, Ray." It was certainly not the first time those words had been hurled between them. Back when they were teenagers, cursing was practically their native tongue. But it was the first time they'd been uttered in a manner that carried any real weight. The first time the words felt solid and sharp, every letter struck like a nail. And then Johnny left, and Ray was alone, and he hadn't yet thought about the fact that Johnny had turned to him in this moment because Ray had always looked out for him. But this time, Ray had shoved Johnny away, assuming that his brother couldn't make his own choices, assuming that he knew better. Looking back on that day, months later, Ray thought about his training in the basement at the station, his failure to ask for help, even when he knew he was trapped, even when he knew he was being tested. But this was the problem, of course, with being heralded as a hero, which had happened to Ray nearly 100 times in his career. Heroes are bulletproof. Heroes are fearless. A hero would never call a mayday, never acknowledge defeat. It's humans who are vulnerable, fallible, mortal. Johnny was the one who understood this better than most of the firefighters. It was Johnny who yelled at any crewmates when they didn't buckle up in the truck, assuming they couldn't possibly hurt themselves while speeding toward someone else's crisis. Heroes didn't need seatbelts either. Johnny knew they all believed themselves to be indestructible. How else could they summon the courage to sprint up the stairs while the building was on fire? But theirs was an act of faith, not fact. Ray had fallen prey to the illusion, too. That his brother was one of the heroes, so his brother must be invincible, right? And when Johnny called Mayday, Ray had ignored him until the poppy fields answered his call. Ray didn't share all of this with Ava and Sasha. He told them just what they needed to know, a summary of his transgressions. Just enough for them to understand why Ray felt like a miserable son of a bitch. Of course, he'd meant to apologize to Johnny. He just needed time to cool off. But shortly after their argument, unbeknownst to Ray, Johnny's application to the fields was approved, and by the time Ray was ready to reconcile, his brother was already asleep. Ray spent the following month at the station shrugging off his crewmates' questions. Johnny's decision had been difficult for most of the department to accept, so many of them, plated in steel, reluctant to share their emotions with a trained professional, let alone their brothers and sisters. Ray decided not to talk about Johnny's choice, but he should have defended his brother, especially when his brother wasn't there to defend himself. Ray should have said that courage was not just running toward a crisis, but also recognizing when you'd seen one crisis too many. He should have said that Johnny was strong enough to sleep at the fields even when both of his families, the one he'd been born into and his second family at the station, had failed to fully support him. That Johnny had slept all alone. And then, when Johnny came home after the treatment, I was away at a bachelor party for one of the guys on my truck, Ray explained. I already had this whole plan to grovel when I got back, to tell Johnny that I'd been a stupid prick just spewing the same hard-ass stuff our dad always drilled into us, to tell him that I was sorry and I should have supported him. But I figured I had plenty of time. Rarely had Ray been so honest. But after he'd divulged the worst of it, already dredged up and hauled out the truth that sat most heavily on his heart, everything else felt like feathers, surprisingly easy to set free on the breeze. Johnny slept at the poppy fields for a month, and then a few days after he got back, an aneurysm burst in his brain and killed him, Ray said. Before I could even... All their lives, they had been good brothers, faithful teammates, trusting friends. But this ending, Ray's actions, had erased all that. Their roles would be etched in stone. Ray, the breaker. Johnny, the broken. Never mind that Ray felt broken, too. 27. Ava and Sasha had listened intently as Ray spoke, while half a dozen cars came and went, their passengers staring curiously at the three people engaged in a deep conversation in the middle of a gas station lot. Ava couldn't tell if she felt nauseated by Ray's dreadful story or the odor of gasoline tainting the air. The so-called doctors at the poppy fields say that what happened to Johnny wasn't their fault, Ray added. But how can you say that's just a coincidence? Wait, you think the sleep caused your brother's death? Asked Ava. I've been trying to tell you that I don't trust this sleep thing, he said. I wasn't able to help my brother when he asked for it, but maybe I can help him now. How? Sasha asked. If I can get myself inside the fields, he said, then maybe I can find something that proves they did this to him, or at least knew it was a possibility. There's got to be something incriminating in there, something they've been covering up. Ava looked stricken, but Sasha just nodded. She understood Ray's sense of shame and regret, the three-headed monster of I could have, I would have, I should have, that roared in both of their ears. But she wasn't too troubled by his accusations of danger at the fields. She'd done her research. She knew that the sleep was safe. 100,000 patients had proven it. Sasha felt certain that Johnny's death was a tragedy unrelated to his treatment. Ray didn't seem to believe it was possible that his brother could be the victim of such poor timing. And yet, hadn't Johnny been grieving a little boy with the same horrific misfortune? Sasha was no psychologist, but she felt like Ray was probably projecting. She'd seen a similar self-defense in her OT patients, many preferring to attribute their early struggling to Sasha's inability as a therapist. If the poppy fields were the real guilty party, then maybe Ray's own guilt might be absolved. If the poppy fields had failed Johnny as a patient, then maybe Ray hadn't failed him as a brother. Johnny, like Dean, had been taken too soon. And taken so suddenly, so randomly. Of course, Ray felt confused and incensed. He needed somewhere to focus his feelings. And the poppy fields, already controversial, already bizarre and abstract and hard to explain, was the perfect place for the blame and the anger and the need for answers to coalesce in one frightful whole. But Sasha didn't say any of that to Ray. She knew, perhaps better than most, that there was simply no arguing with the logic of grief. When she'd woken up in the motel bed that morning, her body twisted around PJ. Sasha's hands had been intertwined, one thumb gently rubbing the other. She'd been dreaming about Dean, she remembered that. She must have dreamt that she was holding his hand, her body just following suit. Was the dream Dean trying to talk to her, reaching out to her from beyond? Maybe his hand was attempting to pull her back, to stop her from sleeping at the fields, from exposing herself to the side effect that might erase their love. Or maybe he was soothing her, or forgiving her, or simply trying his best to hold on. Even in something as small as a dream, Sasha felt the need to search for meaning, to find an explanation. She couldn't fault Ray for doing the same. Ava, too, had been moved by Ray's revelations. A part of her actually envied him the closeness he clearly felt with his brother, a bond long lost between her and Emmy. They'd gotten along well as children, though Emmy's doll was always the teacher instructing Ava's toys in class. They shared the same bedroom for 13 years, and sometimes when Ava's nightmares flared, even shared the very same bed. Ava could still remember summers at the town rec center, hosting tea parties underwater in the pool, both sisters submerged cross-legged and holding their breath, sipping from imaginary cups with their pinkies angled high. She remembered riding their bikes to school, how Emmy always rode on the outside, positioning herself protectively between Ava and the passing cars. But then, over time, they seemed to lose their shared rhythm, started playing to different beats. Emmy spent fewer hours at home, staying later at school and working during the summers, while Ava spent more time at their grandmother's side, accompanying her to the library. Ava learned to entertain herself, alone with her sketchpad and pencils. She knew that such drifting was partly a natural motion of age, and as Emmy began thinking of her future, of college and what lay beyond, Ava's youthful desires to keep playing in the present made her feel like a needy nuisance. Granny May recognized Emmy's ambitions and encouraged her to study. May had been left alone to raise the two sisters, unexpectedly. She wanted to ensure that her granddaughters, both gifted in their own ways, would grow to be independent women, able to support themselves, able to survive no matter what life threw at them. Granny May pushed Emmy, yes, but Emmy pushed herself so hard, so fast, she could barely see behind her. All this was disappointing for Ava, sure, but understandable still. The incomprehensible, the unforgivable, didn't come until later, 3 years ago by now, when Emmy left Ava alone. And Ava still wasn't sure if she was ready to forgive her sister, inching closer toward Emmy with every minute on the road. But when Ava heard Ray's story, she couldn't help but think, Ray and Johnny had run out of time. What if that happened to her and Emmy? As Ava looked at Sasha and Ray, she felt painfully aware of her lie. It was already hard to lie to strangers, but now these strangers were becoming friends. It was a lie that Ava had tried to tell herself was merely a lie of omission, but that wasn't really accurate, was it? Intentional obfuscation was probably more like it. But she had good reason to lie. She had to protect herself. How could she explain that the person whom Sasha was seeking to beg for admission to the fields, and the person whom Ray was seeking for answers and quite possibly for revenge, was also the very same person whom Ava was seeking now herself? The person who was, as Ava had at least been honest about, currently residing at the poppy fields right now. and who was, as Ava had also said, likely to be awake by the time they arrived, because she had been there for much longer than a month. And she'd been awake the whole time. 28. Ellis celebrated her 35th birthday alone. She hadn't told anyone about the date, as she didn't want cupcakes leaving crumbs on her desk or balloons knocking clumsily around her office. Even as a child, she'd always rejected the silly fanfare that accompanied the anniversary of one's birth. If a party were ever to be thrown in her honor, a paper crown placed atop her head, then it had better be in celebration of something she'd actually accomplished, not just the simple act of being born. The other benefit of basically ignoring one's birthday, treating it like any other day, was that it didn't invite all the weighty reflections. No meditation on the passage of time. Of course time was passing. No staring in the mirror and wondering if those gray hairs had been there yesterday. They had. No wondering morbidly if you've done enough. Ellis had already spent enough days pondering this very question. She'd done more in her 35 years than most would do in a lifetime, she knew. She'd already changed thousands of lives. How many people could say that? But she wasn't sure if she would ever feel like she had done enough. Most of Ellis's childhood birthdays now blended together in a chorus of dispassionate, mandated singing, as her teacher required the class to serenade each student on their special day, and her birthday, falling near the edge of May, always caught students in the stupor of desperately waiting for summer. At home, growing up, Ellis really only marked her birthday in an effort to appease her grandmother, ever insistent on celebrating. But Ellis always asked for practical gifts, notebooks, perhaps a new swimsuit, and her grandmother always baked a cake. Ellis and her sister were allowed to stay up late on their birthdays, and the two of them would sit on stools in the kitchen finishing off the cake, scooping globs of frosting straight off the platter, and then roll around in bed with stomach aches, unable to fall asleep. In her later years at home, once Ellis had become an overcommitted, overconfident teenager, her little sister was still stuck on the opposite side of the spiky fence of puberty, so there wasn't always much that they could do together. They didn't read the same books or watch the same movies or stress over the same issues at school, but the two girls could still come together to lick a plate of Betty Crocker's finest. Ellis's sister was an artist now, and quite a good one, too. She used to send Ellis hand-drawn cards for the birthdays and holidays whenever they weren't together, which honestly was most of them after Ellis left for college. Ellis could still remember the card from her first Christmas away from home. A silvery moonlit snowscape that left Ellis surprisingly homesick as the coastal sunshine streamed through the windows in her lab. She could still see the card for her 30th birthday, depicting a garden of pastel flowers, wishing her a bountiful new decade ahead. The notes were always addressed to her as Emmy, even though Ellis hadn't used the nickname herself since high school. Her grandmother had adopted the moniker when Ellis's sister was still a toddler, and her infant tongue kept tripping over the R in Marie. The more easily pronounceable Emmy came from Ellis's initials, M.E. Jones. But Ellis didn't receive any cards today. They'd stopped coming about 3 years ago now, just before the first full-scale trial at the Fields. Ellis and her sister hadn't really been in touch since then. Ellis had been slightly surprised at first when her sister stopped reaching out. But Ava was a grown-up now. She had a busy career of her own. And Ellis knew that she was equally responsible, so thoroughly absorbed by the Fields. To think of everything that Ellis had missed while she'd been living in the desert. This year, Ellis had spent her birthday thinking about the land. Stretches of North Dakota, Montana, Wyoming, all the options for the Fields' new site. But discussions of how they would fund this new build inevitably degraded into the same debate over patients paying to sleep. When it was only Ellis, Yasmin, and Flynn left at the conference room table, Ellis had taken an unusual step. "Why don't I go back to Harper?" she'd offered. The Harper Foundation, created by one of the most famous philanthropic families in California, had gifted the Fields its first sizable grant and remained its largest donor. "If I can convince them to up their commitment," said Ellis, It'll give us some extra cushion." She stopped herself from adding, "before Flynn's ideas start making sense." "They've already donated quite a lot," said Yasmin. "I'm not sure how much more they can give." "Just let me talk to them," said Ellis. "In person." "You mean you're actually going to leave the fields?" Flynn asked. "Because there was a rumor going around that you might be allergic to fresh air." Ellis ignored his quip. "Obviously, Yasmin will be in charge while I'm gone. Hopefully I can get there and back within the week." "I'm on board with that plan," said Yasmin. "So am I," said Flynn. "But you're sure you can't wait until June?" "It's just that I stand to win quite a bit in the office pool if you can make it to the full year mark since your last trip out." "Some of us have stronger constitutions," said Ellis. "We don't need to spend a weekend in Vegas every month, hoping to be the rebound of someone whose wedding and annulment were both overseen by Elvis." "Why don't we see what the foundation says?" Yasmin intervened, "and then we can return to this clearly productive discussion." So the rest of Ellis's birthday had been filled with calls to the Harper team, planning her last-minute trip to the foundation's headquarters in Los Angeles. And perhaps it was all the pressure she was facing at the poppy fields, or okay, fine, maybe it was the fact that she had just turned 35 all alone, that conspired together to leave Ellis feeling, despite her very best efforts, a little reflective that birthday evening. At 35, after all, Ellis had now lived longer than either of her parents had. Ellis was not one of those CEOs with bottles of liquor stashed in her drawers. Those CEOs also tended to have personal putting greens in their offices and harassment lawsuits in their pasts, but she knew where to find alcohol inside of the fields. She couldn't very well entice a whole team of geniuses to devote themselves to this desert compound without allowing some liquid release. So she snuck into the kitchen, poured a glass of scotch, and quietly returned to her office. She sipped her drink while scrolling through emails, landing on a message with the subject line, "Documentary." It had been forwarded by the field's publicist, the second time they'd been contacted by the same crew. A group of seasoned documentarians were working on a film about the sleep. Apparently, they'd already spoken with several former patients. When the producers first reached out, Ellis had discussed it with the team. A few felt it smart to join in. "Better to be involved than to be blindsided," was someone's ominous remark. And there was a part of Ellis that agreed, a part that would welcome a documentary on the fields, a chance to show what was really happening here. People fear things that they don't understand. A film could help them understand it. A film could be a record of her life, her legacy. But not yet. That was a dream for someday, a fantasy still years away. It was too soon, too raw right now, too volatile, too vulnerable. Besides, how much was she willing to share? How much would an audience need to know about the woman behind the sleep? About all the years before the fields when Ellis was still in the midst of molding? She imagined sitting before the camera one day in a black suit and tasteful pumps, being asked about the origin of the poppy fields. She would talk about her discovery at Asclepius Tech and how she thought, against all odds and a company full of naysayers, that there might be some potential to this strange, restorative sleep. And everyone watching at home would nod their heads, respectful of her triumph. And that would be the true story. It just wouldn't be the whole story. 29. The canary was really flying now. Sasha had taken over the driving to give Ray some time to calm down, and her foot pressed heavy on the pedal. Back home on the clogged city roads, Sasha rarely exceeded 40 miles per hour, but now she was pushing 90 and barely seemed to notice. Gusts of wind whipped across the open expanse, attempting to shove the canary straight off the road, and Sasha could feel the wheel fidgeting in her hands as she fought to keep the car from swaying. The other vehicles weren't just faster here, they were bigger, tougher. Her rearview mirror was almost always blocked by the imposing grille of a truck, the ubiquitous logo Ram, a charming reminder of what might happen to her own smaller vehicle were she ever to accidentally stop short. In addition to taking charge of the car, Sasha took command of the radio, the parade of songs giving them all permission to reside in their thoughts for a while. Occasionally, her right hand would snap across the dash and change the station abruptly after only the opening chords, and neither Ava nor Ray would comment, knowing full well that memories were stored inside music and sometimes you just couldn't listen. For Sasha, there were simply too many tracks that Dean and his band had covered, from the Beatles to the Killers to the Smiths, during terrible weeknight time slots at divey clubs and parties in friends' backyards. At least one song never played, the one that would have really hit her, the one that Dean had hummed as he held her close in the kitchen, interrupting her while she cooked dinner, saying, "I just wanted to dance with you right now. I couldn't help myself." He'd sung "The Way You Look Tonight" softly in her ear, even though she was wearing sweatpants, hair in a sloppy bun. There he was, crooning of someday, a feeling awfully low, trapped in a world gone cold, desperately clinging to the glow of this moment, this soon-to-be memory. How could he ever have known? As the trio neared Albuquerque, the earth began to bubble up around them like boiling water, roiling hills polka-dotted with bushes, and Ava stared out the window and back, imagining the landscape around her as a miniature diorama, where she could run her finger up and down the bumps of land, so much more turbulent than her native prairie. The scenery fascinated Sasha, too. She'd never spent any real time in the southwestern states, preferring big cities on the coast. She felt her mouth growing drier, teased by the illusions of the liquid mirages hovering above the hot pavement. Sporadic billboards lined the highway, capturing every shade of the human experience, ads hawking all manner of guilty pleasures, casinos and cannabis and fireworks, along with injury attorneys and divorce lawyers for when too much pleasure turned painful. One massive sign on the left informed drivers that Jesus loves you, while another one on the right warned that syphilis was on the rise. By the fourth time Sasha had to change the station, this time she wasn't even sure what the song was, but she recognized the voice of Adele, and that alone was enough for her to lose it. She inadvertently slipped out of the music stations and tripped over into talk radio. "So, folks, just tell them you heard it from Kenny and use code Kenny25 to get 25% off your first month of auto insurance when you switch." The perky voice of a male announcer, presumably Kenny himself, was just wrapping up a commercial. And now we're back to continue our conversation about today's most pressing topics, speaking to listeners just like you. Janet, you were saying? "Well, look, I know it's none of my business, but I just really don't understand it," declared a faceless female voice. "I'm not trying to offend anyone, but who in their right mind would do that? Obviously, they're not in their right mind. Clearly, there's something wrong with them." The travelers fell quiet in the car, leaning in toward the sound. "Well, you are certainly not the only one who thinks something shady is going on there," Kenny chimed in. "According to this recent article from the Golden State Times, there's a new group calling themselves Stop the Sleep, and it's their mission to get the place shut down." "Thank goodness for that," said Janet. "Do you personally know anyone who's slept at the poppy fields?" Kenny asked. "Of course not," Janet scoffed. Ray finally switched the station himself, the voice of a different woman suddenly filling the canary. "So now, between the late nights at work and this charge at Applebee's, I just know my boyfriend's cheating." Ray shut the radio off. All three passengers remained silent for a beat. All three felt slightly disturbed. Ava knew that her sister courted controversy, and yet she still felt shocked each time she heard it debated so bluntly. Ray's fingers had subconsciously curved into fists, insulted on Johnny's behalf. And Sasha, the only one of the three actually looking to sleep, wasn't surprised at all. As soon as the woman had uttered the phrase, "I know it's none of my business," Sasha could sense what was coming. All her life, she'd been keenly aware of the way her actions might be interpreted, how all the choices that should have just belonged to her alone, the way she dressed and did her makeup, how hard she studied in school, the food she packed for lunch, every man she ever dated, were apparently invitations for public discussion, for judging and generalizing and wagging of tongues, for measuring Sasha's existence against whatever expectations these strangers had cultivated for a Korean-American woman. Sasha knew that the way she processed Dean's death was no exception to these rules of her life. Some would wonder why she still seemed so bereft. Hadn't it been 4 months already? Others would ask if she wasn't bereft enough, if she shouldn't be more like Juliet, willing to stab herself over her lover's corpse. And then, of course, there would be those like this caller on the radio, with little to no knowledge of the poppy fields, who felt the need to tell Sasha exactly what they thought of her desire to sleep. The quiet continued to press down upon the car until Ava couldn't take the tension. "So," she finally ventured, "what do you think he ordered at Applebee's?" And everyone let themselves laugh. In Albuquerque, they stopped for lunch at a cheap taco joint with picnic benches on a patio and wide umbrellas shading diners from the late spring sun above. Outside of the air-conditioned car, the first thing Sasha noticed, of course, was the heat. She wondered how quickly her body would roast if she'd come in July or August. But they were right, Sasha thought, the people who spoke of the difference between the heat of the East and the West. Here, at least, there was no smothering humidity, no syrupy stickiness coating the air. The sky was as dry as the earth. PJ curled himself under their table, feasting on a bowl of ground beef and tickling the traveler's legs with his tail. Everyone ate fairly quickly, eager to get back on the road, but as they gathered themselves to return to the car, PJ had other plans. He bolted up and zoomed out from underneath the table. He raced in front of the feet of a woman who had just picked up her lunch, a woman already precariously carrying 2 wobbly trays of food, wearing slippery, ill-fitting flip-flops, who happened to startle quite easily. And everything occurred in the same pair of seconds that it took Ava to scream out, "PJ!" The woman tripped backward, the 2 trays of food ejecting, the tiny plastic cups of salsa flying through the air. The woman reached out to save herself by grabbing the umbrella beside her, which proved flimsy and unstable, sending them both careening back. Until, in a stunning show of speed and coordination, Ray leapt up and caught the tumbling woman, if not her fallen burritos, while also managing to kick the tipping umbrella aside, so the structure finally came crashing down to the ground instead of onto their table. The whole patio rose in applause. A teen at the next table over cursed, "Damn, I wish I'd filmed that." And the rescued woman, once she'd recovered her bearings, looked at Ray with such lustful admiration that Sasha felt she finally understood the word swoon. "I thought you were a hero only half the month," said Sasha. Ray shook his head, grabbing a handful of napkins to dab hot sauce off his shirt. "Where'd Ava go?" he asked. Ava had hardly noticed the near catastrophe deftly thwarted by Ray, as she had darted right after PJ, terrified the dog was sprinting straight into oncoming traffic. But PJ had stopped just short of the road, ignoring the chaos he'd caused, because he had found his target. 30. The young girl was leaning over PJ, affectionately rubbing his head. A translucent gold shawl cascaded down her shoulders. A big brown duffel sat at her feet. "Holy shit! Did you see what just happened?" she asked. "Yes," said Ava, breathless. She knelt down near her dog. "PJ, that was very bad." Sasha and Ray ran up next to them. "Is PJ all right?" Ray asked. Ava nodded, relieved. "Epic reflexes, man." The young girl smiled at Ray. Ava was the only one who recognized her. "Wait, weren't you at the airport?" she asked, her voice still shaky from panic. "Yesterday in Kansas City?" "Yeah, I was," said the girl, equally stunned. "That's where I met this little cutie." She petted PJ again, excited that he seemed to remember her. "Looks like he's a fan of yours. What's his name?" "PJ," said Ava. "Like pajamas?" "No. Polaris Jack, and I'm Ava, and this is Ray and Sasha." Ava pointed to the two others near her. You can call me Sky, the girl said, in a way that made the rest of them think she'd given this name to herself. After they returned to the picnic tables and Ava profusely apologized to the woman whom PJ had nearly injured, the woman offered to treat Ray and his friends to a round of drinks or food. For saving my bum, she said. It wouldn't have needed saving if it weren't for this little menace. Ray lifted PJ up in his arms, and the dog stared back at Ray, challenging him. Who's the accessory now? Are you sure? The woman asked. Thanks, but we've already eaten, said Ray, and we've got to get back on the road. Actually, if it's not too much trouble, said Sky, I'd love a breakfast burrito. And so, Sky scarfed down her free food while chatting with her new acquaintances. I'm glad to see at least someone got their flight rescheduled, said Sasha. Oh no, actually I didn't take my flight, said Sky. I left along with everyone else. You've been driving by yourself? Asked Ray. Not exactly, Sky laughed. Do you mean you hitchhiked? Asked Ava, incredulous. Sky smiled, faintly rolling her eyes, exuding an amused dismissiveness that made Ava feel like her parent. How old are you? Asked Ray. 18, said Sky. She took another big bite. I'm a legal adult, she mumbled, her mouth full of eggs. And the other three, old and decrepit as they surely appeared to Sky, knew that anyone who declared themselves an adult was still so terribly young. Does your family know that you're out here? Ray asked. I'm not a runaway, if that's what you mean. My parents know that I'm taking some time to travel, Sky explained, and they're fully supportive. Granted, she hadn't exactly been keeping them apprised of her modes of transportation. Where are you going? Asked Sasha. Basically just west, Sky shrugged. Ideally, Sedona's my first stop. That figures, Ray thought. The girl looked like she would fit in quite nicely with the hippies of the Red Rocks. We can take you west, Ray announced, to the shock of his two companions. That's our car over there. He pointed to the Canary parked nearby. We're on our way toward Arizona now. Hopefully we can get you pretty close to Sedona. Oh, wow, that'd be amazing. Sky tossed her burrito wrapper into the trash, then swept up PJ with one arm and her duffel with the other, eagerly heading toward the car. Sasha cocked her head at Ray. That was awfully generous of you, she said, even if you did fail to consult your co-pilots first. She's just a kid, said Ray, legally or not. Truthfully, his protective instincts had taken over. When most people looked at Sky and her long, flowing shawl, they were somewhat hypnotized by the mystical sight. But Ray saw a walking fire hazard. Someone who would probably light a room full of candles and then dance around with her eyes closed, the loose fabric floating treacherously above the flames. Ray reclaimed the driver's seat for himself, and the newly minted foursome, 5 counting PJ, of course, piled into their snug mustard car that now felt significantly snugger. Thank you again, Sky said excitedly. I love this car. Great color.
The Poppy Fields. Interview transcript. Applicant 223-409. Interviewer. What do you feel is your main objective in sleeping? Applicant. I just keep seeing him at the end, when he looks so frail and tired. He looked defeated. And that's not the dad I want to remember. I want to remember the man whose feet I danced on top of when I was little. Not the man who could barely walk. The man who hauled all of my boxes up 4 flights of stairs when I got my first apartment. The man who'd spend an hour in front of the grill and never complain about the fact that every member of our family preferred their burgers at different temperatures. And some of us didn't eat meat at all, and everyone needed their own vegetable on the side. And he would just stand there, patiently in his apron that said The Grill Father in the same font as The Godfather, which my brother gave him one year for Father's Day and my mom never really liked. I want those images, not the last ones. I want this sleep to help me focus on the good memories, the ones before. And maybe if I can focus on the beginning, then I can stop questioning every decision we made at the end, every appointment we took him to, every doctor we saw, every procedure we did or didn't try, every single item of food and medication he ingested over those final months. Every choice, no matter how small. It's been months now, but each night when I'm trying to sleep, I still just stare up at the ceiling because I have nowhere else to look for him now except upward, beyond the sky. I hope you're not hurting anymore, I tell him. I hope you're not tired anymore. And I hope I did everything right by you. Interviewer: do you have any concerns or hesitations about sleeping? Applicant: my brother, Adam. I'm worried about leaving him alone for so long, especially now. But grief is just such a personal thing, you know? Even though we both lost the same person, it's not the same experience. It's lonely. We were in the store the other day, me and Adam, and they were still carrying the sweater that we had gotten our dad for his birthday last year. And I saw my brother look at it silently while I was trying not to look at it. And I know that maybe I should have said something to Adam in that moment, told him that I noticed the sweater too, that I remembered it too, or even just touched his shoulder or something. But I didn't. I just wanted to shop in peace. I really didn't want to cry in the middle of the store. So I let him have his moment, and I had my moment, and they were just so separate. So maybe it's okay for me to do this on my own too, even though it bothers me that I won't be able to check in with him while I'm asleep. Like, what if he really needs me and I'm not there? Guess we all have to do what's right for us. What I need isn't always what he needs.
31. The glass of scotch was nearly empty, and the clock was ticking toward midnight, and Ellis's attempts to think of anything other than stupid birthday ruminations had somehow led her to the memory of applicant ID 223-409, Sandy Russo. Sandy had worried that her choice to sleep was selfish, abandoning her sibling. 7 weeks later, she woke up with the side effect. And Ellis sometimes wondered about her brother, Adam, whether he felt lonelier now than he had while Sandy was sleeping. Ellis didn't need one of the field's psychologists to tell her why she was bothered. Ellis remembered nearly every application she'd read in the past 2 years, but there were always those that stood out. Usually they were the ones too devastating to forget, the tragedies too awful to believe. But sometimes they were the stories that reminded Ellis of herself. Yes, the story about Ellis's research at Asclepius Tech was true. And yes, her former coworkers did discourage her, and yes, she did strike out on her own, and that's where the poppy fields came from. But there was more to the story, of course. The story really began in a town in Kansas, where Ellis and her younger sister Ava lived with their Granny May. And even though Ellis and Ava had claimed their distinct personas since birth, Ellis the assured perfectionist, Ava the quiet and creative one, they were also each the other's best friend during the early years of their youth. Ellis remembered searching for fairies with Ava, first in their grandmother's backyard, then deeper in the woods. Tiny, shimmery, broken wings were the most persuasive proof. The sisters didn't seem to entertain the thought that they could have been shed by bugs. But even a particularly soft and vibrant patch of moss made a convincing fairy bed. The budding scientist in Ellis led the intrepid hunt for evidence among the trees and down by the creek, while Ava joined for the magic, for the hope that the beautiful creatures in books might actually fly among them. Granny May let their imaginations grow free. She worked in the library, bringing new stories home as souvenirs each week, while also constructing a wall of rules that gave their lives appropriate structure. But as much as Ellis loved her family and her home, she always kept one eye fixed on the horizon. She was always thinking of what came next, her notebooks filled with endless checklists. It simply didn't seem possible for Ellis to become the person she wanted to be if she stayed in the place she'd been born. The hero always had to venture far from home to fulfill her destiny, right? And Granny May didn't stop her. Quite the opposite, in fact. May was the first to recognize Ellis's aptitude, her natural discipline and curiosity. "You can be great," May told her. May signed Ellis up for summer classes, encouraged her to study, to swim, to soar. When Ellis was 16 years old and ready to talk about college, she sat down with Granny May, the kitchen table littered with a plethora of packets on schools and scholarships and aid. And Ellis listened to her grandmother speak. "Raising you and your sister has made me so happy," May had said. "And the only thing that would make me happier is to see you both build the lives that you dream of." And Ellis had no shortage of dreams. It was only a matter of time before Ellis would leave home. She knew it, and Granny May knew it, and the only person who didn't seem to know it was Ava. At the airport, when she was 17, Ellis said goodbye to May, already sporting a cardinal red Stanford grandparent sweater. And she said goodbye to Ava, only 13 at the time, her smile newly barricaded behind metal braces strung with turquoise bands. She'd just started wearing a training bra handed down from Ellis's closet. Ava was trying very hard not to cry in the terminal, despite the fact that the sisters hadn't been quite as close ever since Ellis started high school. Ava was still standing firmly on the dock of childhood, staring far across the wide, stormy lake of adolescence, while Ellis already believed herself to be a full-fledged adult. And the gulf between them simply felt larger than the 4 years that it spanned. At college, Ellis missed the family she had left behind, but at least she never worried about them. Ava was always closer to their grandmother than Ellis. They shared more traits and hobbies. By the time Ellis departed for school, May was teaching Ava how to sew. And once Ellis had finally flown away from home, it was surprisingly easy to stay there. It was addictive, this new life. A life of excitement and independence, of constant stimulation, of just so many choices. Of studying in lecture halls and laboratories that could have held her entire high school. Of being taught by experts with real discoveries to their names. Of feeling absorbed by the campus, by people so passionate and driven. People so like her. She was on a momentous path. She could feel it. She called her sister and grandma to check in every month, but she rarely felt the urge or had the time to actually visit home. Once she started using her middle name and spending hours in the lab, Granny May would open her phone calls with, "Hello there, Ellis the Zealous?" And the school breaks were short, and the flights were expensive. And her internships expanded to fill whole summers. And her bosses frowned upon vacation time. And then she got the job at Asclepius Tech, and she couldn't step away. Not when her research was so close to a breakthrough. Eventually, Ellis was only ever home for a quick trip back at Christmas. When Ellis thought about those years now, 18 years in total, she thought about the law of inertia. One of those lessons from high school physics that had proven extra sticky, lodging itself in her memory, only to occasionally be replayed as a chorus in her head. An object in motion stays in motion. An object at rest stays at rest. There was more to the rule, of course, unless acted upon by an external force. But those first two phrases were the ones repeating in Ellis's brain. Ever since they were young, Ellis was the object in motion and Ava the object at rest. They couldn't stay best friends forever. Growing apart was inevitable, right? The tight-knit blanket of her childhood had spent years thinning and fraying, pulled at the seams by time, by distance, by habit, by the demands of Ellis's life. The life that Granny May had always wanted her to live. And that was why Ellis wouldn't allow herself to slip into the quicksand of guilt, even as the weeks became months, became years, as her grandmother aged and her sister stayed and bore the filial duties. Granny May wanted Ellis to be great, That was also why Ellis turned to her grandmother one night, 5 years ago now, when she'd been faced with the choice of leaving Asclepius Tech and pursuing the sleep on her own. And Granny May had spoken that night of Ellis and Ava's parents. May's daughter, Johanna, met her husband, Louis, while both volunteering abroad, both studying civil engineering, both equally smart and idealistic and eager to put their skills to use. Remind you of anyone? May had teased. Over 10 years, they made 4 trips. They believed in the work they were doing, but they also believed in their marriage, in the family they'd started to grow. Their last trip was just a 1-month commitment, neither wanting to leave their children for long, but nor could they just stay home. They believed they were fighting for the world, but the world doesn't always reward its fighters. The bus was carrying 24 volunteers when the bridge beneath it crumbled. Johanna and Louis had planned to be home in time for Ava's first birthday. Ellis wasn't yet 5. Ellis's very first memories were loud and confusing and chaotic shards of the weeks that followed their deaths, when strangers shuffled in and out of May's house and Ava wouldn't stop crying. I remember after we lost your mom and dad, I just crawled into bed and under the covers, said May. Half the town showed up to help that week. Someone was always cooking or cleaning or bringing toys for you 2 girls, and I didn't get out of bed for, gosh, it must have been 3 days straight. But all I wanted to do was sleep. It felt like the only escape. Until Claudia, you remember Claudia from that beautiful blue house on Maple? She brought you and Ava into my room, and she said, it's time to wake up now. I had to be there for you girls. May had already raised Johanna as a single mom, all on her own, and then it fell to May again, to shepherd 2 this time. I didn't have time to sleep, said May, as much as I may have wanted to. And that was the proof that Ellis needed. Her sleep wasn't so unrealistic, so unappealing after all. In life, there would always be loss and the desire to sleep through the pain. I don't understand the science you're talking about here, May continued, but if anyone can pull this off, it's my granddaughter. It's Ellis the Zealous. It sounds like the world better watch out. It was later in that same phone call that May had told Ellis she hoped someday to go in her sleep. The most peaceful ending she could think of. 2 years later, she got what she wished for. And Ellis found herself facing, at the very same time, 2 events that had for so long both seemed like such wild impossibilities. The sleep treatment she developed was actually working, and the woman who had raised her was gone. But Ellis had no intention of sharing this whole story. She didn't want to expose her family to the public. She didn't really want people to know what happened to her parents. She didn't want anyone's pity. She didn't want people thinking she was fragile, she was broken. Ellis had decided long ago that she wouldn't be defined by the losses in her past. She'd be known for the future she built. So she tried not to dwell on what happened, focusing instead on what could be. But she did keep one newspaper clipping, recording the bridge collapse, and the fact that 3 volunteers had survived, 2 college students from Texas and a recent graduate of medical school, a young doctor named Fred Robinson, who'd reportedly stayed at the scene for hours, fighting to save his fellow passengers despite injuries to his own arm. In her office, Ellis swallowed the last sip of her scotch, then placed the empty glass down. Her unadorned desk held only a picture of Ellis and Yasmin, stubbornly refusing to play to the camera, though clearly suppressing their joy, photographed by Flynn the night the Fields received its funding, and a juvenile sketch of a cartoon girl, standing proudly in a power pose, with a vague resemblance to a younger Ellis, though her legs were far too long. And the girl in the drawing wasn't really Ellis. The girl in the drawing was Emmy. Ellis knew how her choices might come across in a documentary someday, how her life might look when it was all chopped up in a savage editing job. She knew how the world could judge those women who burned with the fires of ambition. She knew that some out there would claim she had fed those flames by siphoning fuel off her family, by selfishly choosing herself over the people who had loved her, by becoming Ellis instead of staying Emmy. Ellis imagined that May would be disheartened to learn of the deepened rift between her granddaughters, to hear that Ellis and Ava had hardly spoken these past few years. But Ellis still believed that May would be proud of her, proud of this amazing place she had made, proud of the thousands of people she'd helped. Ellis still believed her grandmother would forgive her for her choices. 32. So, this family came to pick up their daughter at the airport since she was switching her flight to New York, and they took me to Oklahoma with them, Skye explained. And then I got on a bus to New Mexico, which was great because I finally slept for like 5 hours. Is that a lot for you? Asked Sasha. I can't really sleep when I'm excited. Skye revealed an impish smile. And then on the bus, I was sitting next to this really sweet old lady who was going to visit her son in Albuquerque, and it turned out that he's a pilot for this hot air balloon company because, Albuquerque is apparently famous for that. And get this. She texted her son while we were traveling, and this morning he got me onto one of the sunrise flights. It was incredible, Skye gushed. After we landed, I just walked around for a bit, kind of coming down from the high. That's when I met all of you. And that was how much of the first hour passed, in the pleasant whir of Skye's stories. She alluded to her parents' past adventures and how she wanted to have her own, and her 3 new companions could practically see the wanderlust dusted across her face as she rolled down the window next to her, let her fingertips dance in the breeze. Sasha was mildly disturbed by the hands-off approach Skye's parents clearly adopted. Her own family would never maintain such a loose grip on their child. But Skye didn't seem at risk of falling. She seemed light and funny and carefree. She didn't worry what the next dawn might bring. Unlike Sasha, whose once crystal-clear future was now just static fuzz. Ava admired Skye's courage, her appetite for experience, but she didn't exactly envy the teenager's wayfaring spirit. Ava never really understood the restless impulse that had fueled Emmy, so akin to the one now igniting Skye. The desire to leave the place you were from and see what else was out there. Ava could understand those who'd been pushed, driven out of their home by trauma or by lack of opportunities, but Emmy and Skye both seemed pulled, tempted by the prospect that something better was always found beyond. Ava's parents were apparently somewhat similar, traveling often to volunteer, but at least they never forgot their home. They always planned to come back. Where Skye and Emmy craved motion and change, Ava nestled into her rootedness, into knowing the streets so well that you could find your way back in darkness, into feeling like you belong to a place and that place belongs to you too. She honestly felt a little sorry for those cursed to wander the earth, who might never know the comfort of feeling truly grounded, the honeyed pleasure of simply having a place you could always call home. Ava felt content in a way her sister never could be. So, how long have you guys been friends? Skye asked. Actually, we just met at the airport yesterday, Sasha explained, when we found out we were all headed to California. Oh, wow, what's in California? The 3 travelers exchanged weary glances. Friends? Family? Skye looked at Ray with mock gravity. Are you trying to become an actor? Ray's laughter broke the silence. And this time it was Ava who offered the truth. She was oddly curious to hear Skye's opinion of her sister's strange creation. We're actually driving to the poppy fields, she said. Cool, Skye nodded. What's that? Ava looked to the passengers up front for assistance. This was surprisingly new territory, a reminder that even though the poppy fields loomed large in each of their lives, plenty of others remained wholly unaware of the place. Ooh, said Skye. Is it a drug thing? Her eyes lit up with devilish intrigue, imagining some sort of desert opium den, a psychedelic trip among the wildflowers. Well, I guess it's not unlike drugs, at least in the medicinal sense. Ava felt around for the words. Or in the sense that some people might use hallucinogens to embark on a spiritual healing journey. Ray squashed Ava's meanderings. It's a clinic where they put you to sleep for a month, and then hopefully your broken heart is all patched up in the end. Sky covered PJ's ears with her palms. They put you to sleep? She whispered, wide-eyed. Not in that sense, Sasha clarified. But yes, you're asleep. In a bed. It's a somewhat controversial treatment, but it was developed by doctors and scientists. And the patients are only accepted if they're suffering from a terrible loss and they need to kickstart their recovery. How long has this place been around? Asked Sky. Over 2 years now, said Sasha. See, if I didn't have to spend the past 4 years reading textbooks, then I could have spent more time reading the news, Sky grumbled. But I think I understand. You do feel better when you wake up. Except you have to be asleep for a whole month in order for the emotional healing to work? Sometimes it's 2 months, said Ava. Holy shit, said Sky. How could anyone confine themselves to a bed for so long? How could anyone step away from the world? I mean, obviously whatever these people need to get through a tough time, they should totally do, Sky reasoned. But I just can't imagine missing out on 2 whole months of my life. I mean, none of us knows how much time we'll have here, and you can't get those days back. Sasha looked at the young girl in the back of the car, the colorful curls that framed her round face. Sasha remembered desperately wanting to dye her own hair back when she was 18, the same year she let a friend pierce her ears and ended up with asymmetrical holes. Of course, Sky couldn't imagine giving up all that time. She couldn't imagine something so painful, so life-shattering, that it would lead her to even consider the option. At 18 years old, Sasha thought, that was how it should be. But it was only once Sky had processed her initial thoughts on the fields that the final piece clicked into the puzzle. These people who had kindly offered her a ride to Arizona were all, in fact, headed there themselves. But hey, I hadn't even heard of the place before, so I probably don't know what I'm talking about, she backtracked. And I'm sure people think I'm nuts for roaming around the country with all my shit in a bag, so everyone's got to do their own thing, right? 33. Sky must have fallen asleep for a while, she thought, her shawl bunched up beneath her head. Because by the time she woke up, they were deep into Arizona, inching toward the center of the state, hoping that a tiny town off the highway might offer something for dinner. I can take over the driving after that, said Sasha. I'm happy to do my part too, Sky offered. Well, anything except parallel parking. Thank you, but that's all right, said Sasha. Ray and I have got it covered. Sky looked at Ava and whispered, Are they not letting you drive either? Oh, actually, I can't drive, said Ava. Sky gestured toward Ava's glasses. Did you fail the vision test? No, I did not, Ava declared. I just don't care for driving. Never have. I take my bike when I want fresh air, and I take the bus when I want to read. Sky nodded a few times, mulling this over. She'd been desperate to get her license, thirsting for those first few drops of freedom, even if she still needed her parents' permission to borrow the family car. She found Ava's indifference perplexing. And it also posed a challenge to Sky that she couldn't help but accept. This town looks pretty sleepy, Sky announced. A pretty good place to learn how to drive? What are you getting at? Asked Ava. Just give me 10 minutes, said Sky. I bet I can change your mind about driving. We should do it now before it gets dark. Ava, of course, protested. I don't need to drive, she insisted. And if I were going to learn, I would enroll in a professional class, not take a lesson with a teenager. I literally just got my license last year, Sky explained. So maybe you should get a little more experience before teaching someone, said Ava. But all the stuff from driver's ed is never going to be as fresh as it is right now. The prospect of any driver's knowledge diminishing over time struck Ava as quite disturbing. Well, most importantly, it's illegal, Ava said. My permit from the written test expired. Except this looks like the kind of small town where kids are learning to drive pickup trucks at 12, Sky murmured. Ava turned to Ray for support. You're a fireman. Shouldn't you be putting a stop to this? I don't see any fire, Ray teased. Ava considered her options. She felt like everyone was watching, waiting. Truthfully, she did feel a little guilty that she wasn't carrying equal weight on this trip. And she didn't want to appear obstinate, unwilling to learn. Emmy was the headstrong sister, not her. Okay, she said softly, and Sky squealed with excitement. Ray and Sasha found the whole thing amusing, and felt that Ava could perhaps benefit from some of Sky's relaxed tutelage, so they agreed to drive even farther out of the residential neighborhood, away from the houses where Ava thought someone might peek through the blinds and call the cops. When they pulled over onto a quiet street, Ava asked Ray and Sasha to leave. I think I'd prefer not to have anyone observing, she said. We'll take PJ on a bathroom break, Sasha offered, unbuckling and following Ray out. It's just you and me now, Sky winked. In the front of the car, Ava stared at all the buttons and levers, many adorned with symbols she didn't exactly recognize. It's okay, said Sky. You don't need to know what most of those do. Nobody does. I'm not sure that's true, Ava said, instantly doubting this venture of theirs. Sky was only 18, Ava thought. Her brain was still developing. She wondered if Sky knew that the prefrontal cortex, responsible for smart decision-making, didn't actually finish maturing until a person's mid-20s. Well, for now, we'll just master the basics, said Sky. Ava gripped the wheel like a fully clenched jaw, her knuckles turning pale. Whoa, let's loosen those fingers, said Sky. 10 and 2. Actually, isn't it 9 and 3 now? Ava asked. Huh, that's not what my dad said. Well, what did your instructor say? I honestly can't remember. What happened to everything being so fresh? Okay, you need to chill out, said Sky. That's obviously your biggest problem. And Ava couldn't exactly argue with that diagnosis. Now, put on your blinker to signal you're pulling out. It's that one on your left, Sky continued, and then shift into drive, and let's go. Ava could see Sasha waving proudly through the rearview mirror, as if she were standing on a train platform seeing her sweetheart off to war, while Ray was locked in a wordless negotiation imploring PJ to pee, though the poor dog seemed uncomfortable relieving himself in front of anyone who wasn't Ava. The first few minutes passed in a somewhat successful silence, Ava keeping her eyes on the road and her breathing calm and steady. She had the urge to scratch at her cuticles again, to release some of the tension in her hands, but all 10 fingers had snapped onto the wheel like a clamshell, nearly impossible to pry open. You're lucky you have me as an instructor, Sky declared. Mine smelled like menthol and only played yacht rock. That sounds very trying, said Ava. Sky stared out the passenger window like a student daydreaming at her desk. I guess high school is designed to be trying. Ava remembered starting high school after Emmy had left for Stanford, instantly dubbed the other Jones by every teacher on campus. To be fair, this was a slightly better nickname than the one her sister had received. The other students called her Tracy Flick. Though Ava excelled in English and art, she proved middling most everywhere else. She knew that her teachers had expected another Emmy, someone equally obsessively driven. But Ava just didn't share her sister's view of life as a contest to win. Ava sometimes wondered now if Emmy believed she had won. Certainly she was successful. People all around the world discussed what she had made. The poppy fields inspired universal awe and intrigue, though obviously not unanimous praise. By the time the op-eds and the online debates had really started to proliferate, Ava's relationship with Emmy had already cooled, so she never really got to ask her sister how she felt about all of it. Emmy certainly wasn't troubled by chronic conflict aversion, the need for people-pleasing, such burdens that Ava knew well. Emmy never seemed to mind if she irked someone else while striving for what she wanted. Ava remembered talking to Emmy before she left Asclepius Tech. Aren't you worried about burning bridges? She'd asked. I'm going to build something so much bigger than a lousy old bridge, said Emmy. Ava had imagined these past few years that Emmy could tolerate the vitriol. But there was one thing she must hate, the side effect, the emotional moderation that Ava had read about. The sheer imperfection must haunt her, Ava thought, picturing the sister who had always kept her side of their bedroom immaculate, who'd never once sent a message with a typo. The canary passed by Sasha and Ray, who were celebrating PJ's victory under the canopy of a nearby tree, and Sky flashed them a thumbs up. Turn right over there, Sky pointed, and then maybe go a little faster. If you don't know the speed limit and you're in a residential area, you shouldn't go more than 30 miles per hour, Ava repeated from her memory of the manual. Then why are you going 19? Sky's dark eyebrows arched. Ava relented, increasing pressure on the gas. You're like my ex-boyfriend, Sky said. He was an excruciatingly slow driver. Is that why you dumped him? Ava teased. No, I realized that I needed to break up with him when he invited me over to meet his family, and after one dinner, I was more interested in his sister than I ever was in him. She was 20 and she had just spent a college semester in Europe, Sky said wistfully. She kept, peppering her sentences with these little phrases in French or Italian. Not that any of us knew what they meant, but apparently that was a real turn-on for me. Sky laughed. Did anything ever happen with you and the sister? God, no, I was only 16. She must have thought I was a baby, said Sky. Ava resisted the urge to point out that Sky was merely 18 now. Was this what it felt like to have a younger sibling? Ava wondered. Feeling at once like their friend and their parent, constantly wanting to give them both a lecture and a hug. Emmy had left for Stanford when Ava was just 13, so they never had the chance to stay up late in their bedroom, whispering of kisses and crushes. Emmy always appeared rather uninterested in dating, having seemingly decided that such frivolities were only a distraction that would hold her back. And Ava was too quiet in high school to ever be invited to the parties where her classmates played Spin the Bottle, or where she assumed they played Spin the Bottle, given that she wasn't there. Until Ava was in her 20s, any romance in her life occurred exclusively on the page, as she preferred the banter of Jane Austen novels to the sweaty flirtations of everyday life. She'd recently been attempting to put herself out there, as her well-meaning friends would annoyingly phrase it. Ava wasn't in any particular rush. She had a lovely life she'd built for herself. She wasn't looking for a partner to complete it. But she wasn't opposed to the notion that someone, someday, might be able to enhance it. Let's go over there. It's totally empty, said Sky. Ava took the turn at 10 miles per hour. You know, there's literally no one around, and we're on a wide, flat road to nowhere, said Sky. Ava could feel the girl looking at her, even with her own gaze fixed ahead. Sky angled her body toward Ava. What are you so afraid of? She asked. Crashing, Ava thought. Skidding. Flipping over. Hydroplaning, even if it wasn't raining. Accidentally hitting an animal. Getting pulled over by the police. Getting tossed in a tiny Arizona jail cell for driving without a license. Having to use the public toilet in said tiny Arizona jail cell. The road beneath her tires crumbling. The bridge collapsing below. Why aren't you afraid? Ava wanted to ask. But Sky was right, at least in this moment. There were no cars or animals or bridges around. There was only the cloudless sky above and the open road in front. And there was only Sky in the passenger seat, a girl on her own for the first time in her life, electrified by change and potential, in that frightening and exhilarating stage of transition when all you're doing is becoming, before you're entrenched in yourself. Was Ava so far from that age? Had she walked too great a distance to turn back, to reroute? Ava pushed the pedal harder. Now we're burning rubber, baby. Sky laughed and lowered her window, where the wind wasn't exactly whipping by. They were still only going 40. but it did add a pleasant exuberance to the car, the sensation that they were moving faster than what the speedometer read. And a smile began to stretch across Ava's cheeks. She was even tempted to turn on the radio until she realized that the Beach Boys were already inexplicably performing inside of her head, cruising in their famous T-Bird. Ava wasn't quite ready to release her death grip on the wheel, or she might have started tapping to the tempo. But it was beginning to make sense to her, the way other people seemed to feel about driving. How she could at once be in total control. The car would follow her command, it would go where and when she told it, and yet still surrender to the fact that she could only really control herself. She felt powerless and powerful, anxious and relaxed, vulnerable and strong. And yet it somehow felt better to find herself awash in all these contradictory feelings all at once than to simply feel afraid. And that, of course, was the moment when the bright yellow light blinked on, a warning symbol on the dash. "Even I know that's not a good thing," said Ava. Skye peered out the window, straining to see down the side of the car. She scrunched her nose. "What is it?" Ava asked. "I think it means we've blown a tire." 34. The photograph on Ellis's desk, the one of her and Yasmin, was taken 3 years ago now at a party in the fields around 9 o'clock on the night that Ellis's life changed forever. About 1 month prior to the night of that party, 10 people had awoken at the poppy fields, the very first 10 to sleep. All 10 felt healthy and strong. All 10 displayed normal vitals. All 10 reported that the pain of their losses, the heartache plaguing them so intensely they'd volunteered for this odd experiment, had notably subsided upon waking. All 10 felt comfortable returning home and resuming their usual lives. All 10 shook Ellis's and Yasmin's hands, grateful for their help. It had taken another week for the side effect to reveal its insidious self, before Ellis and her team had even known that they should have been looking. In the follow-up interviews with all 10 sleepers, only 2 referred to the effect, and truthfully, only one of them seemed to mind. "This sleep worked even better than I thought it would," one of the sleepers said, a woman whose husband had left her. None of the staff ever learned the ex-husband's real name, as he was alternately referred to by his ex-wife as that bastard, that asshole, or, most intriguingly, the Rat King. "I don't feel so sad and angry anymore. I don't miss him anymore. I don't even love him anymore," she continued. It was the first time she'd referred to him without any added obscenities. "Thinking of him is like thinking of the boy I dated in high school. I was obsessed with him back then, but now he's just a memory, a man I used to know. And it's the same with my ex-husband. Honestly, it feels like we were never really married." But the second sleeper to note the effect was markedly more disturbed. I don't really understand what happened," the man had said. "He was my best friend for 30 years. And now when I look at pictures of us from summer camp or college, when I listen to the best man speech he gave at my wedding, it feels like I'm just watching a character in a film. And it's so frustrating because I know I'm supposed to care about him, so why don't I feel that way now?" He paused. "What the hell happened when I was asleep?" Ellis and her team weren't quite sure, of course. They didn't really know what the hell had happened. All they did know was that, technically, the sleeping treatment had worked. All 10 patients had gone to sleep in pain and woken up relieved. A larger trial, already being planned, would ensure the treatment's efficacy and determine whether this side effect would keep appearing, and how often. 3 weeks later, Ellis had successfully pitched the board of the Harper Foundation. She'd landed the field's biggest donation yet, a whopping sum that would fund not only its full-scale trial that year, but also the next 3 years. The team threw a party that night. There was champagne, lots of champagne. The first time Ellis had a sip of champagne was her graduation from Stanford, her permanent offer from Asclepius Tech already signed and sealed, and she remembered her 21-year-old self holding the glass by its fragile stem, wondering self-consciously if she was doing it correctly, watching the little golden bubbles in her drink ascend and ascend and ascend. She'd felt just like those bubbles back then, ever on the rise. The atmosphere at the fields that night was one of pure revelry. The sleep was working, the money was flowing, no one thought of the side effect. "I feel like we're in the control room at NASA," someone said, "and we just completed our mission." "Maybe let's not compare this to the moon landing," said Yasmin. "We're good, but we're not that good." "How can you say that? We've just invented a cure for grief." "Shh, Ellis doesn't like to use the word cure," Flynn said. His tone was playful, champagne-tinted. "It's true, I prefer treatment," said Ellis. "She's just being modest," said Flynn. "It's not modesty," Ellis insisted. "A cure implies that you'll never be sick or symptomatic again. I can't guarantee that anyone who receives our treatment won't lose someone else in the future. They might feel the same pain again." "Well, then they'll just have to come back for another round of sleep." Flynn raised his glass like a toast. "No more shop talk," said Yasmin. "This is a celebration." She turned toward Ellis. "Between the first 10 sleepers and now this donation, this is really happening." It was the kind of moment that one usually looks back on, having failed to fully appreciate it until viewed in retrospect. Oh yes, that was the moment my life changed. If only I'd realized it then. But Ellis and Yasmin did realize it then. At some point later in the evening, after the photos had been snapped, after the festivities had waned and most of the staff had retired to their rented homes outside the fields, Ellis found herself alone with Flynn. "This is really fucking incredible," Flynn told Ellis. He looked at her in awe. "I don't think I've ever met someone else who could have made all this happen." Nobody was drunk that night. Ellis always capped herself at 1 glass, her perpetual desire to be in control much greater than her taste for booze. And it wasn't that Flynn was particularly handsome. He was perhaps 1 notch above average at best, with the confidence of a man 3 notches higher. Ellis knew the term sapiosexual, of course, someone who finds intelligence the most attractive feature in others, and she figured that probably described her best. But it might have been even more arousing when someone recognized her intelligence. Somehow, Ellis let the excitement of the day overpower her better judgment. Somehow, they ended up in the sheets, in the single room with 2 bunk beds. At the time, before the influx of cash, there was only 1 such room in the fields. Somehow, they ended up sleeping together on the squeaky bottom bunk, like 2 horny hospital residents on a soapy TV drama. Ellis knew that it was a mistake. She knew it would never happen again. She was Flynn's boss, after all. She knew she was making a mess of things, and Ellis hated mess. But it was just 1 night. The night all their lives had changed. She woke up early, too early, to the sound of her cell phone ringing. She saw Ava's number on the screen. It was a reasonable time in the morning for Ava, 2 hours ahead of Ellis, but they'd last spoken barely 2 weeks prior, and more time usually elapsed between calls, often a full month or so. And Ava typically texted beforehand to find a good time to talk. Ellis grabbed her phone and slipped out of bed, cringing as she tried not to look at Flynn. She made it to her office. And she could hear it in her sister's voice on the line, in the trembling way she said, "Emmy?" Their grandmother had passed away, sometime in the night, the very same night that Ellis knew her dreams were coming true.
The Poppy Fields. Interview transcript. Applicant 335-900. Interviewer: Why are you applying to sleep at the Poppy Fields? Applicant: I honestly can't even believe I'm applying, because applying means that it's real, that my mom is gone. My mom, the person who made me. Most of the time now I can exist in this space where maybe it's not quite real, or something can happen that I really want to tell her about, but I just pretend like she's busy right now and I'll fill her in later. Until the fact that there is no later hits me right in the face, right in the gut. I can't breathe. It's the permanence of it. It just feels too big and incomprehensible to even wrap my head around. And I don't think I can do this on my own. Not without the one person who would normally help me cope. The one person who only had to say my name, Abby. And just the way that she said it would be enough to calm me down. The one person who I might actually believe if she told me that I could get through this. Interviewer, do you have any concerns or hesitations about sleeping at the poppy fields? Applicant, I think a part of me is worried that sleeping is somehow disrespectful to her. Like maybe it's important to feel the pain. All of it. Maybe that's how we honor the people we've lost. In my religion, there's all these rituals to make sure we're properly honoring the dead. A person's body is washed and cleansed before burial, and they're never left alone. Not once. Someone's always supposed to be watching them and praying over them from the moment they die until the moment they're buried. And honestly, the potential side effect of this treatment terrifies me. It feels like the ultimate dishonor. Like, even if I can remember every fact about my mom, if I don't feel anything when I remember her, then she's somehow been erased. All the people who knew my mom keep saying the same thing. May her memory be a blessing. And when I hear those words, it's honestly the only time my mind begins to accept what happened, to start making sense of what feels so impossible. That maybe she's not my late mother or my dead mother. She's my mother of blessed memory. Like she's transformed from a physical body into something else. Something that can surround me and shape me and protect me and guide me. But if I'm one of the people who wakes up with the side effect, then I'm worried that, well, how can her memory still be a blessing if I don't feel blessed to be her daughter?
35. They had, indeed, blown a tire. Ava slowly directed the limping canary back toward Sasha and Ray, the angry yellow exclamation point taunting her as she drove, where it was determined by Ray, kneeling in the dirt, that what appeared to be a comically large nail had pierced a rear tire of the car. "So what now?" asked Skye. "Well, I wouldn't drive more than a few miles on that tire," said Ray. It wasn't fully flat yet, but it was clearly starting to sag. He checked the trunk of the canary for a spare and cursed beneath his breath. "Most rental cars stopped carrying spare tires," said Sasha. She realized then that she was quoting Dean. She remembered him complaining about this once on a weekend drive to New Hampshire. They were traveling to see the forest in autumn. The leaves had changed early that year. And Sasha had wondered briefly, as they wended their way up north, if he was planning to propose on that trip, against the trees that glowed like fire. If Ava or Sasha had booked the car back at the rental car kiosk, they both would have opted for the optional insurance, as well as the roadside assistance. But they didn't make the booking. Ray did, and Ray considered most of the additional expenses offered in the rental car contract to be pricey, unnecessary rip-offs he'd never actually needed before. "We at least need a patch, if not a new tire," said Ray, and they all started Googling phone numbers for emergency auto services. A few minutes later, Ray hung up the phone. "It's sounding like at least 3 hours for someone to get here." He sighed, glancing at the open land around him, dotted with a handful of ranch houses, each set farther away from the last. Wherever here is. For a moment, everyone was silent, staring at the sun hanging low in the sky. PJ yawned at Ava's heel, and Skye folded her arms over her stomach, muffling a hungry groan. Until Ava suddenly covered her mouth with her hand, stifling the surprising onset of what sounded like violent hiccups. Sasha thought that Ava had started to cry and was about to console her, to assure her that the flat tire wasn't her fault. This kind of thing happened to everyone, when she realized that Ava wasn't crying, she was laughing. The peels started trickling through the gaps in Ava's fingers, at first a few nervous chuckles, a release of her body's tension, before ultimately bursting as a full-bellied laugh. Her three companions stared at her, bemused. Ava struggled to get out the words. She was practically tearing up now. Of course I busted a tire. And with that, Ray and Sasha started laughing as well. Of course, Ava had been pressured to drive only to end up here. Of course there were no technicians nearby. Of course it was already getting late, already looking like their only options were either sitting along the side of the road for hours after dark or finding a place to stay nearby and losing yet another night. This whole journey was starting to feel like an experiment designed to test out Murphy's Law, and the law was looking pretty accurate right about now. Skye stared at the three adults laughing, wondering what exactly they found so funny. Despite its somewhat unfortunate end, Skye thought Ava's lesson had gone quite well. Perhaps they were all just a little delirious after 2 straight days of driving. Ava wiped the corners of her eyes, her amusement finally petering out. If we have to stay somewhere tonight to get some dinner and get the tire fixed in the morning, I'd be happy to pay for everyone's rooms. No, you don't have to do that, said Sasha. It's really fine. Ava smiled, still slightly giddy and breathless. Yes, she felt a little guilty for the whole flat tire fiasco, but she was also proud of the fact that she could actually afford the offer. She could still remember the early years of work, the years when she was lucky just to make rent and didn't know if she'd ever achieve a stable career doing something she loved. The years of not knowing if her art would ever earn her money. So what better way to spend it now than by helping her new friends? Looks like there's a small inn not too far from here, said Skye. It says they have a restaurant. She held up the map on her phone. We've sure had some crappy luck on this trip, said Ray, kicking at the dirt with his shoe, sending a small cloud of dust rising into the air. He remembered standing at the rental car kiosk in front of the automatic sliding doors that kept swishing open and closed, listening to Sasha's pleas and wondering if he should just keep walking or if he should turn around. Surely if he'd ignored her and taken the road by himself, he'd be in California by now. Unless maybe the endless monotony, the hours lengthened by loneliness, the agonizing white noise of his own inescapable thoughts might have made the drive unbearable. We've definitely had bad luck, said Ava, but we have to think that if we hadn't been delayed last night, then we wouldn't have been in Albuquerque this morning. And everyone realized what this meant, that they wouldn't have been able to help out Skye. The tornado at the airport, the rainstorm last night, and now the punctured tire. Their crappy luck was the force that brought them all together. And Ray recognized that beneath his frustration, he didn't regret turning around that morning at the airport. Do we think the tire can make it to the inn? Asked Sasha. Only one way to find out, said Ray. The inn was housed in a building that appeared at least 100 years old, where the wooden floors winced under the traveler's feet, and Ray had to duck as he entered the foyer, the sloped white ceilings as tall as his head. Ava insisted on treating her companions to 4 rooms of their own, and they booked an appointment with an auto technician to replace the Canary's deflating tire first thing in the morning. Ray's bedroom was on the ground floor, but he helped the 3 women carry their bags up the stairs to the second, and Skye opened the door to her bedroom. Oh, wow, she whispered. There was lace, puzzlingly, everywhere. Lace doilies sitting under teacups, lace table runners resting on bureaus, lace blankets draped across the bed's wooden headboard, plus loose squares and ovals of lace simply strewn over every lampshade, casting intricate spiderweb shadows on the walls around the room. It's just missing the creepy dolls, said Skye, dropping her duffel on the floor. Ava was actually rather pleased. Surely, compared with their prior motel, this inn was more quaint than criminal. And the floral duvet and matching bed skirt, both covered in blush-colored roses, reminded Ava of her grandmother's bedroom, one of her favorite places in the world. That night, Ava nodded off to the memory of Granny May, sitting between her two girls, reading aloud from whichever book she'd brought back from the library, the scent of its pages slightly old and dusty, yet somehow even more pleasant than the freshest flowers in their backyard. Ava could still hear the high pitch, nearly squeaking, of May's excited narration. She always voiced every storybook character as if they were a mouse. 36. When May Marie Jones left this world, she was in bed, asleep. Peacefully was the word that nearly every friend and neighbor used. Ava must have heard it more than a dozen times in 2 weeks, predictably tacked on to every condolence. At least she passed away peacefully. The day that it happened, 3 years ago now, was a supremely ordinary day. On the first morning that Ava's grandmother didn't wake up, the sky was overcast for hours, and yet it never actually rained. The temperature and the traffic were utterly average. Nothing particularly dramatic was reported on the news, as if the world were also trying to assert that May had passed away peacefully. But it didn't feel peaceful to Ava. The bland normalcy of the day, in fact, felt like an affront. How outrageous for the earth to not reflect the change, the disappearance of someone so special. The fact that the world was now just a little bit less. At first, Ava couldn't quite believe that it happened. It simply didn't make sense. Granny May was in her early 80s by then, so of course it made sense in that way. And yet it still didn't make sense that someone who had always been there for Ava's entire life was somehow not there anymore. For an event that wasn't wholly unexpected, it still managed to land as a shock. A friend of Ava's from school, one of the folks who'd used that word, peaceful, tried to comfort Ava by waxing poetic about trees. She told Ava that she would be all right, because a tree can still grow tall and strong even after a branch has been cut. But this wasn't just a branch that's been lost, Ava thought. This was a root, an essential part of herself, a part that had come before her and nurtured her for 28 years. Ava returned to her childhood home in the country. She knew that May would have wanted her granddaughters to keep any meaningful items, and then she would donate the rest, perhaps offering a few choice pieces to some of her grandmother's favorite neighbors, Claudia in the blue house on Maple Street, Merrill and Marty on Oak. Once inside, Ava slipped into one of May's sweaters, still scented with her lavender perfume. The closest she could ever return to being wrapped up in May's arms. She felt a craving to touch everything May left, like an elephant in mourning. She'd read once that elephants grieve like humans, repeatedly returning to visit the bodies of deceased family members, quietly caressing their bones, turning and rocking and stroking the parts of their loved ones left behind. Mother elephants had even been spotted carrying stillborn babies in their trunks for days. How impossible it felt to let go. Nearly everything left in May's house by then seemed somewhat familiar to Ava, but she did occasionally find something new. A matchbook from a restaurant she'd never heard of, a ticket stub from some unknown event. Remnants from May's life before she'd earned the nickname Granny. It made Ava wonder what stories she'd never heard, what facts she'd never known, what questions she'd never even thought to ask, now forever unanswered. Questions not only about May herself, but also about Ava's parents. So much of the past was now buried with May, those stories stored only inside of her mind. May had died without giving Ava the chance to ask for the final words of wisdom, the ultimate parting advice. To ask if she had loved May well through all these 28 years, and if she would be okay on her own through all the years to come. One of the last things Ava found in May's house was a box tucked in a corner of the attic. May must not have seen it, Ava thought. It held a few pieces of clothing that hadn't fit anyone in more than a decade, as well as every letter that Ava and Emmy had written to Santa as children. Ava traced the writing with her fingers, the oversized scribbles of youth. Emmy asked for microscopes and ballpoint pens. Ava always asked for a dog. She wasn't sure what compelled May to keep the letters, but she reasoned that the box had been hidden away to stop either sister from finding it, from spoiling the magic too soon. Ava flipped through May's old photo albums. She looked at pictures of her grandmother as the unfamiliar woman before. The beaming young girl in ballet class, the sporty teen on cross-country skis. She looked at pictures of May with Ava's mother, Johanna, holding her hand as a toddler, holding her cap at graduation. And she looked at pictures of May as the grown woman she had known, first in a room in the maternity ward, watching over Johanna and a newborn Emmy, and then standing in a pumpkin patch, her hair much whiter now, waiting for Emmy and Ava to stop bickering and pick a gourd. Ava knew that May had lost so much, so many people she loved. There were long stretches in her grandmother's life when she'd felt little reason to smile, but those years were not captured on film. In nearly every photo in Ava's hands now, Granny May was grinning. Ava had no actual memories of her parents, which troubled her deeply when she was young, though she'd come to accept it now as fact. Ava knew that her parents had been good people, had moved through the world with good intentions, that they had loved each other fiercely and loved their daughters too. And most days that knowledge was enough. Ava tried not to let herself feel too unlucky. Growing up, she'd seen the scars borne by peers at school, the ones whose parents ignored them or stepped on their dreams or refused to acknowledge their child's true self. At least Ava knew that she was wanted, first by her parents and then by May. Ava had always felt cared for, encouraged. She never once doubted that she was loved. It was about a month after May passed that Ava adopted PJ, finally granting her own childhood wish. Without May, she felt somewhat restless. She needed someplace new to direct her affection, someone new to care for. And as she welcomed PJ into her life, Ava welcomed even more work. She illustrated twice as many books those months, valued her career more than ever. Not only did it distract her, but it also gave her purpose. Ava thought about these books being read someday by a grandmother to her grandkids in bed. With each new page she sketched and colored, she could feel the enduring strength of Granny May's roots beneath her, anchoring and nourishing still. And Ava realized over time that May had already given her the answer that she sought. She'd already told her that she would be okay. May herself had survived after losing Johanna and Louis. May had never technically taught Ava in words how to keep on going, but she had shown Ava, just by raising her and Emmy, that there was life and love after loss. May had indeed equipped Ava with the tools to survive her own death, but those first few months after May died were still the loneliest of Ava's life. Left to fight the violent waves of grief all by herself, to sort through the remainders of her grandma's life alone. Because Emmy was in a laboratory somewhere far away. Even after she'd heard what had happened, Emmy stayed in the desert. It was supposed to be Ava and Emmy, the two of them against the world. But when Ava buried Granny May, Emmy wasn't there.
Skincare by Sarah. 8 hours. Hi, everyone. I wanted to post this video because I've noticed that a lot of the comments on my last tutorial have actually been asking about my recent time away and why I wasn't able to make any new videos these past 2 months. And I don't want you guys to think that I don't care about my followers. So, okay, let's talk about it. You guys know me as someone who always has the best advice on makeup and skin products and my favorite trends. But after my cousin Lola died a few months ago, I really didn't feel like I had the answers anymore. I just felt so unmotivated, so weighted down. I didn't even want to make videos. Because Lola was the reason I fell in love with all of this in the first place. She certainly didn't need any makeup, but she sure knew how to use it. She's the one who taught me how to contour. So, after we lost her, I decided to sleep at the poppy fields. And after I slept there, I could finally get back to doing all the things I love. It's like now I can ask myself, what would Lola do? Would Lola wear those jeans? And it doesn't feel so bad anymore. It just feels nice to have her on my side. And I know I might lose some followers by talking about this. But honestly, I don't care. The sleep was the best choice I made. You know I believe in getting your beauty sleep, but this was way beyond that. It saved me. But anyway, I just wanted you all to know. So, thanks for listening. I'll be back tomorrow with my favorite sunscreens for the summer. Like, comment, share. 21,036 likes. View all 9,471 comments. Add a comment.
37. Sasha came across the video while scrolling through her phone, sitting in her guest room at the inn alone. It was odd seeing someone she recognized talk about the fields. Sasha didn't personally know anyone who had slept there or even considered it openly. Of course, Sasha didn't know this girl either. She just followed her account for the skincare tips. But she was very brave, Sasha thought, telling her 800,000 followers, telling the whole internet, really, about the difficult choice she had made. Sasha tossed her phone into her bag and stepped into the shower in her room, performing her best imitation of someone trying to relax. She ran the water extra hot, massaging her taut muscles and sloughing off a layer of unusually dry skin, parched by the climb through higher altitudes than her native sea-level city. Then she just stood there, inhaling the steam through her nose, letting the water stream down her hair and her back. Sasha and her friends used to joke that in so many movies, the lead actress would be showering at a pivotal moment, apparently experiencing an emotional catharsis under the rainfall or a symbolic cleansing of her past. Unless, of course, she was about to be murdered. But Sasha figured these scenes were usually just an excuse to give male viewers the suggestion of nudity, that nobody really reached any life-changing conclusions in the middle of their shower. And yet, here Sasha was, turning her face up toward the showerhead, waiting for the arrival of some sort of epiphany. Was she hoping to feel more assured of her decision to sleep? To stop caring what her family and friends all thought? To be brave like the girl in the video? Or maybe these delays were the chance that she needed, a little extra time to recoup her strength, to forget about the sleep altogether, to stop wondering what it would be like to emerge from the slumber, to miss Dean without feeling her body collapse. But any insights that may have been swimming in the water seemed to have gotten clogged in the pipes. Sasha found herself wishing she were sharing her room with Ava or Sky that night. The guest room felt too quiet, holding her alone. She could feel the frightening sense of solitude slinking back toward her now, the leaden loneliness that had fallen upon her in the months that followed Dean's death. She'd only just managed to shake it off these past 2 days on the road. For better or worse, and right now it felt worse, Sasha just wasn't very good on her own. She enjoyed the company of people. She'd built her career by working with others. And Sasha loved being in love. Since she was 16 years old, since her first kiss goodnight at the bottom of her parents' driveway, romance beckoned to Sasha. Her first real relationship came in college, in the form of Peter Lee, a junior who looked adorable in his tortoiseshell glasses, who taught Sasha how to play tennis and understood her in a way that Dean never really could have. Peter knew how it felt to have someone exclaim, "Wow, your English is so good," even though you were born in America. He knew how it felt for some insensitive idiot to greet you with an exaggerated bow or a botched ni hao, probably thinking they were clever. He knew how it felt to be asked where you were from, repeatedly and with greater emphasis, as if your ears were the issue and not the ignorance of the person asking. Peter Lee was from New Jersey. But Peter left for grad school at UChicago when Sasha still had another year at Tufts, and neither of them put much faith in long distance, especially at their young age. Sure, there were stretches when Sasha was contentedly single, but when she wasn't in love, a part of her always missed it, craved it. In leather booths at dimly lit restaurants, or on the couch while watching a film, her body just felt so solitary without the presence of another form, without a place to lean her shoulder, a solidness to press herself into. Without another person by her side, she felt like an astronaut gliding through space. It wasn't exactly uncomfortable, but she felt rather unmoored, isolated. There was something grounding in simply sitting next to a partner, his arm a welcome weight around the back of her chair. Without it, she didn't just feel lonely, she felt all alone. It was emotional, of course, but it was also physical. It was her body unrooted, abandoned. Before she met Dean, following Peter to Chicago had been Sasha's other life, the life unlived and occasionally dreamt of. An alternate path that she sometimes attempted to wander down in her mind, only she was never able to get very far. There were simply too many forks in the road. And then, about a year ago, she'd seen the photos online. Peter Lee's wedding on a waterfront terrace. A pediatrician named Brenda in a Vera Wang gown. Sasha was newly engaged herself at the time, and she was happy for Peter, truly. They had both gotten what they wanted. And the gate on the road to the other life had finally, firmly swung shut. But now, the other life had nothing to do with Peter Lee. The other life was the one in which Dean had survived, and the two of them had their own elegant wedding, and they raised 3 kids in a suburb of Boston, and they cared for Sasha's aging parents, and they audited college classes to stay sharp after they retired. The path that eluded Sasha, the one she could squint at and guess at, and she would probably be right about most of it, but she would never know for certain. She turned off the hot water and stood still for a minute, while her skin was still pink and flushed, and her body hadn't yet realized that it was cold, that it was floating in solitude through dark outer space, perhaps destined to drift there forever. 38. California wasn't always the front runner in the search for the site of the first poppy fields. California felt perilous, ever poised on the edge of destruction. California was always on fire. California was always in a drought. California was always waiting for the next big earthquake to strike. California might be sinking? Ellis was no stranger to the ire of the earth, having grown up in Kansas, where sirens warned of incoming twisters, and her eyes had been trained to detect any threatening shifts in the sky. Yasmin, however, hailed from New York, where blizzards and thunderstorms were the more common natural assailants, and in her mind, more manageable. Most important, they often came with several days' notice, and thus the chance to elbow your neighbors while bulk buying cereal and toilet paper before hunkering down for impact. The distinctive terrors of the rest of the country, those unpredictable disasters that struck with no announcements and no time to prepare, seemed especially fearsome to Yasmin, a pragmatic woman who preferred to always be prepared. But there was something about California. Perhaps that something was the abundance of open land, the many regions where the poppy fields could stand as the only structure around for miles, giving it both the space and the privacy they sought. Perhaps it was the easy attitude of acceptance, a penchant for embracing the non-traditional, a desire to be the haven for dreamers and makers and anyone in search of change. Every new trend or technology was seemingly adopted there first, A revolving door of fads and diets and fashions that took other places between 2 months and 2 years to catch up with. Back then, Yasmin and Ellis saw themselves as pioneers, and California the forever frontier. "All set for your trip?" Yasmin popped into Ellis's office. "I think so," Ellis said. She was preparing her pitch for the Harper Foundation, the field's most prominent donor, the very people who had first believed in Ellis 3 years ago by now. She would drive to the Harper headquarters in LA the next morning. These were the moments that Ellis really lived for. Yes, they were stressful, and yes, she felt anxious, but this was what she wanted, an audience full of intelligent people clinging to her every word, silently evaluating her and deciding that she was worth it. Yasmin took a sip of her coffee, her white mug bearing a jumble of letters and numbers, C8H10 and 402, the molecular formula for caffeine. It was a 1-year anniversary present from the PR team who didn't know what else to give a scientist. "They're putting you up at a gorgeous hotel in Beverly Hills. You should do something fun while you're there," she said. "Treat yourself." Ellis suspected that Yasmin secretly knew of her birthday yesterday. But Ellis had already planned the day that she wanted. She did not see her trip as a vacation. She would be spending no time at the shops or the spa. She would firmly plead her case for another round of Harper's precious dollars, and then she'd packed her afternoon with all the necessary ists. Annual exams at the dermatologist, optometrist, dentist, and gynecologist, all located within 2 blocks from one another. Ellis worked 7 days a week, 52 weeks a year, but she'd always looked after her health. If she didn't bother taking care of herself, how could she care for her sleepers? She just hoped that she'd have time for an evening swim after her appointments. But at 5 a.m. the next morning, the desert still drenched in darkness, as she said goodbye to Yasmin. "Don't let Flynn sell the place while I'm gone," she half-joked. Ellis had no way of knowing that all her carefully drawn plans for the day were about to be derailed. Because the greatest threat to the poppy fields would never come from California. It would always come from the sleep itself. 39. "Would you mind taking a photo of me?" Skye offered her cell phone to Sasha. "Here?" Sasha asked. "It's not exactly scenic." She looked around the cramped dining room of the inn, filled with 2 white-haired couples and a younger mom and daughter, set to the score of knives clinking the bottom of near-empty jam jars and the scraping of soft butter on nearly burnt toast. "It's not for posting anywhere, it's just for my parents," Skye explained. "They've asked me to send a photo of myself each day. Proof of life, I'm guessing." She shrugged, then smiled for the camera, tilting her head at a flattering angle. Sasha felt herself wanting to give Skye advice, to tell her to be gentler with her family. Think of how concerned they must be. But then Sasha remembered how she had left things with her own parents back in Boston, the fact that Halmoni still didn't even know where she was. She passed the phone back to Skye. "Would you like a photo of the 2 of you together?" an older woman at the next table asked. "Oh, we're all right," said Sasha, "but thank you." "Are you sure?" the lady insisted. "Just leave him alone, Dot," her husband grumbled. "Never mind him," said Dot, giving the impression that these were 3 words she found herself saying often. "Are you girls having a nice stay?" "Well, we had a bit of car trouble last night," Sasha explained, "so we were lucky this place was nearby." "Lucky indeed," said Dot. "We live a few towns over, but this is one of the nicest B&Bs in the area. All that lovely lace." "Are you on vacation?" asked Skye. "Actually, we're on our honeymoon," Dot exclaimed. "Not that you'd be able to tell." "You mean because you're both old?" Skye asked. Sasha kicked her under the table. "No," said Dot. "Although we are old," she laughed. "I meant because of Joe's sulky attitude over here." "I just don't like my eggs," Joe protested. "I told you to get the oatmeal. I wanted eggs." "Is this a preview of the rest of my life?" "I'm only disappointed," said Joe, "because these eggs aren't as good as yours." Dot shook her head, lightly rolling her eyes. Oh, all right, I forgive you. Then she looked at Sasha and Sky. We ladies know forgiveness is crucial in a marriage. Didn't you only just get married? Sky asked. Sasha nearly kicked her again. To each other, yes, but we were both married for decades before. I lost Bobby about 4 years ago, and Joe lost Evelyn 3 years back, and then we met in a group for widows and widowers, Dot explained. She reached for her new husband's hand and then gently nodded toward the sky. We like to think that maybe Bobby and Evelyn conspired up there to put us two together. Sasha saw Joe give Dot's fingers a squeeze, their hands both equally wrinkled, their skin thinned out and etched into by life. We're very grateful to them, said Joe. I think they both just wanted us to have some company until we're ready to join them someday. Dot leaned in closer to Sasha and Sky, a puckish grin lighting her face. When all 4 of us are finally up there together, it'll be one hell of an orgy. Sasha choked on her coffee, but Sky just shrieked with laughter. Dot and Joe left the breakfast room just as Ava and Ray appeared. Ava had been settling the bills up front, while Ray met the technician with the car's new tire. You just missed... Honestly, I don't even know how to explain it, said Sasha. But you're just in time to hear Sky's plans for Sedona. Well, it's really all about the vortexes, Sky explained. The ground there is supposed to have these mystical hubs of energy under the earth where the forces of nature are like colliding and swirling and basically radiating power. Both Ava and Ray appeared skeptical. Okay, yes, the vortex idea wasn't started until the 60s and 70s with the whole New Age gang, but the native communities who first discovered the area thousands of years ago also believed the red rocks were sacred before their home got stolen, said Sky. You don't have to believe the place is special, but a lot of people have gone there and found inspiration and enlightenment and healing. Sky reminded Sasha of an old roommate of hers who had moved from Los Angeles to Boston. The young woman had been a native Angelino, a somewhat rare breed in a city of fanciful expats, and she used to talk about the frequency at which people were vibrating, while she covered the windowsills and bookshelves of their shared apartment with crystals tailored to every mood. Sasha didn't always understand the woman's vernacular, but you know what? She was happy, and happiness can be hard to come by. You sure you're good to be dropped off in Flagstaff? Asked Ray, steering the discussion aside. Oh, definitely, said Sky. Supposed to be a pretty cool town, lots of young people. I'm sure I can find somebody heading down to Sedona, or maybe a public shuttle or something. Unless what? If it's not too far out of your way, you guys should totally come with me. I think we've gone far enough, said Ray. We were supposed to be in California by now. But people come from all over the world to experience it, and you're already so close. Sky did have a good point, Sasha thought. She stealthily checked her phone under the table. Apparently it's less than an hour south of Flagstaff, she announced. A pretty minor detour, all things considered. Sky started clapping excitedly. Weren't you the one who was so desperate to get to the fields just 2 days ago? Ray asked. Well, yes, but who knows when or even if I'll ever find myself in this part of the country again, said Sasha. It could be my only chance to see these famous vortex things. So now we're your tour guides? Obviously not, said Sasha. If I'd known this was turning into a vacation, said Ray, I would have gone on one of those Breaking Bad tours we saw back in Albuquerque. It just seems like an interesting opportunity, said Sasha. That's all. We thought it was an interesting opportunity for Sky to give Ava a driving lesson, and look how that turned out, Ray grumbled. At this point, we all could have just waited for the next flight at the airport. He stood up to clear their plates. He'd indulged these delays when it came to safety, first the storm and then the flat, and yes, he did feel thankful for the interruption to his past few months of gloom. But he couldn't lose sight of why he was here. Well, you know what they say, Sky shrugged. It's the journey, not the destination. And yet, sometimes it very much is the destination. Like now. Ray walked toward the kitchen with the stack of plates. Sasha glanced at Ava. You've been quiet. What do you want to do? Ava had been quieter than usual. The poppy fields was mere hours away now, and the alarm was silently sounding. Ava needed to tell them the secret she'd been hiding about Emmy and the fields before they drove straight into the truth and crashed. A brief venture to Sedona, however, might offer the perfect diversion, she thought. A picturesque distraction from Ava's likely unwelcome news. Who knows, Ava thought. Maybe the swirling vortex earth energy, or whatever Sky had called it, might even carry them through this revelation without anyone getting too upset. At the very least, it would buy her a few extra hours. I think we should go, said Ava. Once he'd returned to the table, Ray took some more convincing, but ultimately Ava argued they should finish what they'd started. We're the ones who picked up Sky, she said. We have a responsibility now. We should deliver her safely to Sedona. Ava had clearly selected her words, Ray thought. She knew he had pledged to protect. And Ray felt himself, surprisingly, unable to turn her down. Ava wasn't nearly as chatty as Sasha or Sky, but when she did speak, she spoke thoughtfully, just like Johnny. And besides, with her fluffy little dog in her lap, and her dark brown doe eyes wide behind her glasses, Ava was hard to disappoint. As long as it's only an hour out of the way, he said. Ava smiled. Should I drive? 40. Ellis didn't see the man at first. She was busy re-immersing herself in the world. She'd been dropped off by her driver a few blocks north of the building, the tower with the donors on the 7th floor, so she could buy herself a coffee and walk through Beverly Hills before turning on her charms in the boardroom. In line at the cafe, Ellis listened to the woman in front of her describe an upcoming procedure to a friend. I'm hoping it makes me look 25 again, she said. By Ellis's estimation, that would require at least 2 decades falling off this woman's face. And yet Ellis was the one routinely accused of falsely promising miracles. Ellis took her double espresso and strolled down the street, readjusting to the din of the city after so many months in her workplace, quiet and controlled. She'd almost forgotten how loud other people were when they weren't stooped intently over a microscope or sleeping in a bed. At tables, on benches, with headphones plugging their ears, everyone here seemed to be speaking at a much higher decibel than was surely necessary. It was extremely annoying, Ellis thought, and yet somehow energizing, too. One might have assumed that it was the poppy fields in the middle of the desert, where Ellis felt furthest away from her small hometown in Kansas. But that was not the case. She actually felt furthest from home right here in Beverly Hills. Back home, the roads were simply for driving, but the streets of Beverly Hills were sights unto themselves, with impeccably manicured medians where palm trees stood straight and proud and symmetrical in perfectly even lines, like trained guards at Buckingham Palace. The storefronts of Ellis's childhood could all be described in one word, unassuming, but these shops announced their expensive interiors with gilded gold letters across marble facades. And while the toniest clothing store in Ellis's hometown was a women's boutique named Rosie's, where the sweaters ran you $35 and the blouses were $23, here in Beverly Hills, it often cost more than that just to park your car. It wasn't until Ellis rounded a corner, approaching the base of a tall, brutalist building with gray concrete pillars and lustrous blue windows, that she finally spotted the man. Or, more accurately, she heard him first, shouting even more loudly than all the loud talkers on the streets around him. He was a thin man, not particularly healthy-looking, raising a sign above his shaggy-haired head, and Ellis did not need to wait until he turned around in order to guess what his sign would say. He was chanting, "Stop the sleep!" Ellis paused, cursing herself for forgetting to bring sunglasses or a hat. The benefit to her rule of staying off the TV was that even those who knew the name Ellis Jones were unlikely to know what she looked like, but she still wished she could shield her face. Normally, Ellis held her head high, her posture uncomfortably erect, no matter what she was feeling. But Ellis assumed that she knew this man's type, and there was no point in entering a screaming match with someone who believed her sleep was satanic. She managed to evade the protester as he tried to hand out flyers to a few passers-by, explaining as quickly as he could that the company headquartered inside this building was the largest known donor to the poppy fields. And did they know what was happening there? Did they know about the side effect? The man was ignored by commuters and tourists alike. And Ellis was reminded of the brilliance in her decision to build the poppy fields far away, leaving her opponents with little choice but to protest outside of an aloof, unflinching skyscraper instead of the actual source of their hate. By the time she was exiting the building 2 hours later, having performed unsurprisingly well in the meeting, despite the initial apologies from the office about the angry man outside, Ellis felt good. So good, in fact, that she forgot to hide. Forgot to avoid the protesters' gaze. And, at the exact same moment that the shouting man realized he recognized Ellis, she realized that she recognized him. 41. The freshly restored Canary resumed its journey across Arizona, on a highway slicing the state in half, and Ava noticed on the digital map of her phone that native reservations spread along either side of the main route, sprawling millions of acres across multiple states. She peered out her window, straining to see farther beyond, but nothing was visible from so far away. She thought about what Skye had said of Sedona, one of so many places taken from its original inhabitants, lands carved out by centuries of violence and theft. It was probably for the best that she couldn't see anything from the road, Ava thought, that these nations could be shielded from the ogling eyes of drivers passing just below their borders. Hidden by a wall of untouched nature, formidable and vast. In the front of the car, Ray was staring at the same striking panorama, only he was struggling. The unmarred breadth of empty land meant there was nothing particularly conspicuous to serve as an anchor for his eyes or his thoughts. Only miles and miles inside his mind. For Ray and Johnny and everyone in uniform, there were rarely many answers. There were heart attacks and strokes and faintings and burns, accidents that anyone could have seen coming, and freak incidents that couldn't be stopped. And medics like Johnny were often the first on the scene, slipping on their latex gloves and triaging the patients and then loading them into the ambulance, and then, well, it was anybody's guess. So many strangers vanished from their lives just as quickly as they had entered. Most of the time, Johnny and Ray and the rest of their crew wouldn't hear what happened later, how the people they had rescued would ultimately fare. They didn't get to know what comes after. They were already on to the next call, already turning toward the next human in need. This, of course, was a curse when you desperately wanted to know what became of the people you'd helped, but also a gift that spared you from excruciating certainty, free to imagine the best. Over the years on the job, Ray had managed to make peace with not knowing, but Johnny's death, so sudden and shocking, had turned on a faucet inside of Ray's mind, releasing a flow of impossible inquiries that he couldn't always stanch, a current of questions that came on like panic. What happened to Johnny when he died? What did it feel like? What was he aware of in the fast-slipping seconds before, in the actual moment of impact? Does his soul, his consciousness now live on somewhere else? Do we all go to the same somewhere else? Or did Johnny just disappear into emptiness? Is there anything beyond this life? Ray wanted to know what comes after. Sometimes he'd find himself mindlessly rubbing his fingers along the medallion his mom had given him and his brother. a medal with the face of St. Florian, patron saint of those who fight fire. Since Johnny hadn't been taken by flames, perhaps Florian still did him well. Ray remembered standing beside his mother, holding her body as she trembled with tears, her head barely reaching his shoulder now, and thinking how goddamn impossible it was to be watching his parents bury their son, listening to his mother's desperate prayers through whispers, wet and choking. For Ray, it wasn't so much a belief as a need. Ray needed to believe that he would see his brother again, in some unknown form, in some unknown place. That his brother was sitting right now at some ethereal poker table, playing cards with their two granddads, listening to Charlie Parker play. Perhaps even casting eyes at Marilyn Monroe, both of them forever 36. Ray hoped that his brother was somewhere good, that his brother was being cared for, but he still craved an answer that he could see, that he could touch and smell and hear. Something with the tangible power of fire that matched the force of Johnny's life. How could it be possible that his brother, who was only just living and breathing and running and jumping, no longer existed in time and space? Where did his brother go? And how did he go first? It just didn't make sense what happened with Johnny. Ray was the first of the two to take the firefighter's exam, the first to run toward the flames. Ray was the older brother. He was supposed to be the protector. He had never really put much thought behind it, but now, as he was driving toward the poppy fields, knowing he would arrive there second, Ray realized he had simply assumed that he would always go first. 42. They knew they had reached Sedona when the earth, quite literally, turned red. Enormous formations of rust-colored rocks emerged on either side of the car, towering buttes appearing almost like pyramids, like castles on a hill. It was a landscape unlike anything the four travelers had ever seen, the kind of place where you were tempted to pull off the road and photograph every vista you saw. Ava's hands were practically trembling with an eagerness to sketch, to find the perfect combination of hues that might capture the world around her, while Sasha gazed out the window at the colorful scene. It looked as if the red brick brownstones she so adored on Newbury Street had somehow morphed into mountains. Skye, lacking the patience of her more mature companions, ditched her shawl and her duffel and set out on her own to explore, her feet already laced into sturdy hiking shoes, and promised to rejoin them soon. Which left Ava alone with Ray and Sasha, driving through downtown. This was her moment. It had to be now. "There's something I have to tell you both," Ava began. "It's about my sister." "The one asleep at the fields?" Sasha asked. "Yes. Well, no." "No?" "Yes, she's at the fields, but no, she's not asleep." "What do you mean?" asked Sasha. "Well, actually, she works there," said Ava. "And she lives there full-time." Sasha was silent for a moment, wondering if it might be possible that Ava's sister was the one who'd rejected her file. "But it's more than that," Ava continued. "My sister, she created the poppy fields." Ray inhaled sharply. "But wait," said Sasha. "I thought you said your sister's name was Emmy. And I read about the woman who runs the fields. Her name is Ellen or Alice or something." "Ellis," Ava answered. "Marie Ellis, but I always called her Emmy." The air in the car stood still, thick and oppressively quiet, while Sasha and Ray attempted to parse their confusion and their shock. "So let me get this straight," said Sasha. "You've just been letting us believe that your sister is a patient at the fields and listening to us debate whether the sleep is even safe or trustworthy when your sister is actually the founder of the whole damn thing?" She twisted around in her seat, staring at Ava directly. "Why didn't you tell us?" she asked. It's complicated," Ava stammered. "My relationship with her is complicated, and the work that she does is complicated. and my vision of what's going to happen when I see her is complicated. Okay, I get that, but I told you that my application got rejected, Sasha said. Didn't you think that maybe your connection could help me get in? My sister and I aren't close anymore, Ava warned. I don't even know how she'll react when I show up. It's not exactly a position to be asking for favors. It's just, Ray and I have shared some really difficult truths with you, said Sasha, her voice growing quiet and frail. I trusted you. I thought we were friends. But you've been lying since we met. She pinched her face in what seemed like anger, but then revealed itself as sadness, the sorrow of someone who felt betrayed. I'm sorry, was all Ava could say. Sasha apparently needed to vent, to process her thoughts aloud, but Ray couldn't think through Ava's confession. Not yet. He spotted what looked like a hotel up the road, pulled the car into the lot, and parked. Do you two need a minute? He asked. Sasha looked at Ray, honestly somewhat amazed. His mind must be like a hallway, she thought, lined with so many separate rooms, each walled off by concrete, all locked. I think I need to take a walk, said Sasha. Just to clear my head. Before Ray or Ava could even object, she had opened the door and slid out. Where the hell are you going? Ray called after her, but Sasha was already gone. PJ looked at Ava, puzzled and upset, unsure why 2 of his 3 new friends had suddenly left the car. Well, Ava thought nervously, her heart rate starting to spike. The vortex certainly didn't help.
The Poppy Fields. Interview transcript. Applicant 117-865. Interviewer. Why are you applying to sleep at the Poppy Fields? Applicant. Because it just hurts. It hurts so much, and I need a break from it. All of it. I just need to shut everybody out for a little while. And I know that's not a very good reason, but I can't keep listening to other people talk. You know, those well-meaning but completely infuriating people who say everything happens for a reason, and I just want to shove them down the nearest flight of stairs because there are no reasons that would even come close to being acceptable. Why does there have to be a reason? Why do I need to search for a purpose in something so horrible? My son is gone. My son. I know the way people talked after they heard what happened to our family. How they all hugged their kids a little tighter that night. But I can never hold my boy again. So why do I have to learn from this? Or grow from this? Why can't I just cry? Why can't I just be angry? Why do all these other people need me to be some beacon of courage and strength? How can they actually expect me to keep showing up at my son's baseball games to support the rest of the team? Why do I need to inspire them with my resilience? Why can't we just acknowledge that terrible things happen to decent people and that sometimes the world is just cruel and random? It's like everyone's waiting for me to find closure. But sometimes there's no such thing. Sometimes there's only hurt. So that's why I'm here. And I know that people will think I'm crazy for doing this, or a terrible wife for leaving my husband, Jamie, behind. But I don't really care what other people think of me anymore. I just want him back. That's all I want. And I can't have that. So please, let me just take a little break from the pain. Let me just have a few weeks where I can sleep, and I don't have to wake up every day in a world without my son.
43. Most treatments, most medicines, come with side effects. This was a common refrain heard at the poppy fields, a mantra of sorts, providing assurance and rationalization as needed. But the side effect encountered there was nothing like most side effects. Most side effects were confined, suffered only by the patient. The side effect of the sleep was like an oil spill, spreading far beyond the individual patient and coating everyone nearby with ink. Collateral damage was inevitable. And while the afflicted sleepers themselves remained largely subdued, it was often their surrounding loved ones who were left feeling the fury for them. "It's you," the man said. "You're her." His arm dropped limply to his side in shock, his handmade poster, emblazoned with "Stop the Sleep," tumbling to the ground. Ellis blinked a few times, emerging from the shaded lobby and stepping out into the sun. The sleepers spent enough time at the fields for most of the team to memorize their faces in repose. This man was not a former patient, Ellis knew that much, but her brain still searched for the explanation for why he looked familiar. While Ellis scanned her memories, the man regained his presence of mind, the energy surging within him. "You can help me," he exclaimed, rushing toward Ellis. "You can switch her back." And these were the words that tipped Ellis into recognition, the key fitting into the lock. Switch her back. In the final moments before falling asleep, every patient at the poppy fields is asked to think of their loss, to hold inside the locket of their mind the person who is no longer with them. A few patients choose to bring a photo, the last sight they will see before sleeping. For most, though, remembering is powerful enough, just as sharp as a picture. This man's wife had brought a photograph with her, Ellis remembered now. She could see the woman lying in bed, getting hooked up to various IVs, clutching the photo of her son, crinkled at the corners from continued embrace. Her boy, the baseball player. His uniform the color of well-watered grass, which brought out the green in his eyes. The matching cap on his head had been tilted slightly, a thin metal bat perched on his shoulder. Ellis remembered observing the mother as she observed her son. The son she shared with this man who had accompanied his wife on the day she arrived at the fields, who had shaken Ellis's hand, who was now the shattered human seizing Ellis by the collar, pulsating with pain and adrenaline. "Jamie Roberts," Ellis finally said. And the fact that she, too, recognized him seemed to soften the man. He let go of his grip on her shirt. "You know who I am," he said, his throat dry and hoarse from chanting. "Yes," Ellis replied. "We treated your wife." She paused, suddenly aware of a few strangers on the sidewalk, eyeing her conversation from afar, snapped into suspicious attention when Mr. Roberts had grabbed her shirt. They could only see a man taking hold of a woman. They didn't realize that the power was, in fact, reversed. There was no clean exit now, Ellis thought, not with people watching. And besides, she knew this man. She remembered his wife's application. The whole staff was upset by the story, the loss of her little boy. There was so much torment in her voice. The tests had revealed that she was a strong candidate for the treatment, though she'd require the full 2 months' sleep. And every team member on site the day she woke up seemed to crumple briefly under the blow, as the mother who'd once been so tortured in her speech now spoke so sterilely about her son. One of the newest recruits even resigned that night. Ellis realized that Mr. Roberts wasn't backing away. "Is there something I can do for you?" she asked. Jamie Roberts just wanted his family back. He wanted his son, who had been cleaved so permanently from his life, and he wanted his wife, who was still alive and yet had disappeared 3 times. The first, when grief seemed to swallow her whole, robbing her of nearly all her will to live. The second, when she left him to sleep at the fields, and the third, when she finally came home. When, after the 2 months that Jamie spent alone in a house so emptied of laughter and light, his wife had returned from her treatment and proceeded to speak about their son as if he were the child of somebody else, and not the baby who'd grown inside of her, the boy with her nose and his ears, the reason for all their saving and working, the capsule for all their dreams. And Jamie just had to sit there and listen while his son died all over again. Jamie Roberts stared at Ellis with mournful eyes. The vibrating hostility had mostly drained from his body by now. He'd only had so much in him to begin with. He was depleted, bone-tired, having spent the last few months fighting to hoist himself out of bed each day. And the woman standing in front of him was just a person in the end. She didn't look like a mad scientist or evil genius. Her forehead creased with concern and, yes, quite possibly with remorse when she looked at Jamie's face. "You have to switch her back," he pleaded faintly. "For me and for my son." "I'm very sorry that your wife was impacted by the side effect of our sleep," said Ellis, attempting to channel the calm confidence she'd just exuded in the boardroom. She knew that her lawyer would tell her not to apologize, not to explicitly accept any blame, but she said what she genuinely felt. His wife's case had certainly ranked among the most difficult at the Fields. But unfortunately, reversing the treatment is not possible. Jamie knew that would be the answer. He'd already spent weeks researching the question. But he had to hear it. And he had to be heard. His legs buckled underneath him, and he sat down hard on the sidewalk, folding his head into his palms, his body now acting of its own accord. To his surprise, Ellis crouched down next to him on the curb, the edges of her tailored slacks trailing on the ground. She appeared only slightly younger than Jamie's wife. "I can't change what happened," she said. "But if you'd like, we can refer you and your wife to some excellent counselors who might be able to help with your situation going forward." Jamie shook his head vigorously in his hands. You have to shut that place down," he said. He looked up and watched Ellis's neck constrict as she swallowed slowly before speaking. "I understand that it doesn't feel like this for you, but what we're doing at the Fields is helping people. People for whom nothing else has been able to help," she said. "And we make sure that everyone is aware of the potential consequences before they arrive at the Fields. Everyone is given a choice." Jamie began breathing heavily through his nostrils, his earlier anger once again swelling. He thought that this woman was sorry, but now she was only defending herself. She was even trying to blame his wife, making her look like some idiot who didn't know what she was signing up for. Everything else followed quickly. "You can't let this keep happening," Jamie shouted. Then he lunged at Ellis, hurling his body toward her. She crashed backward on her heels, slamming her bottom and back off the sidewalk and onto the road, too thoroughly shocked to scream. "You can't just get away with it," Jamie cried, misting Ellis's face with spit. Jamie hovered above Ellis, his body shaking with anger at the woman before him and fear of what he might do. He raised his arms, mere weak limbs now, his muscles having atrophied in the months since he lost his family. Was he really about to strike Ellis? Was this the man he'd become? He honestly wasn't sure. All that Jamie knew was that he'd been suffering for so long, and suffering alone, with so few people in the world who could ever truly understand what he was going through. But Ellis understood. Ellis stared up at Jamie from the ground. When he shoved her, it wasn't exactly like her life flashed before her eyes. She knew there wasn't very far to fall, but Ellis was more scared now than she had been in a long, long time. She heard only the drumming of her blood in her ears, felt only the pain searing through her back, saw only Jamie Roberts' arms quivering above her. The sheer surprise of the situation startled and confused her, and yet the visceral intensity of it, feeling the hot rush of Jamie's panting, awakened Ellis's primal instincts. "Fight back," her body whispered. Ellis was always a fighter. She was about to raise her own arms in defense, to attempt to push Jamie away. And then it struck her. Not some wise revelation, nor some deeper understanding. It literally struck her, right in the face. A warm drop of water. A tear. Jamie Roberts' tear. Ellis felt the faintest tickle on her cheek, the urge to flick the droplet away, her body reacting to the tear just as if it were her own. She was hit by 2 more tiny pellets, following in swift succession as neither opponent moved, both aware of what was happening. As if they were suspended in the strangeness of the moment, the terribly uncomfortable intimacy of it all, while Jamie Roberts' teardrops slid down Ellis Jones's face. Until suddenly, Jamie was gone. Tackled by a security guard from the lobby behind them, who'd finally noticed the scene outside and decided to intervene. 44. I'm a little surprised that you weren't the one to run away, Ava confessed. She had plenty of her own reasons to resent Ellis Jones, but none nearly as damning as Ray's belief that she was linked to his brother's death. Sasha's an only child, but I get it, said Ray. I mean, I don't agree with how you went about things, but I think I understand. I know that brothers and sisters, we don't always see eye to eye. We don't always have the relationship we want. The 2 of them were sitting on the hood of the Canary, still in the hotel parking lot, waiting for Sasha and Skye to return. Ava's legs dangled over the car, her shoulder barely brushed against Ray's. It sounds like you and Johnny had a good relationship, said Ava. At least until the end, she thought. Well, as kids, we fought all the time, like real roughhousing that only stopped when one of our noses started bleeding or our mom came to pull us apart. But things got better once we grew up. Ray smiled to himself, thinking of when he'd enlisted Johnny's help in buying his first home. Johnny had arrived at the open house in uniform, pacing the property and shaking his head, mumbling quietly, but not too quietly, about the various fire hazards. When the viewing had finally wrapped that night, Ray's was the only offer. It's funny, Ava said. Things between me and Emmy got worse as we grew up. Ava remembered standing at the airport so many years ago, with Emmy en route to Palo Alto. Ava hadn't been able to stop running her tongue across the clunky new braces in her mouth, and Granny May had wrapped her arm around Ava's back as they both waved goodbye to Emmy. Don't forget about us, Ava had thought, as if she had already seen a glimpse of Emmy's magnetic future, already worried that her sister might disappear. As if she already knew. And then Emmy was away at school and away at Asclepius Tech, and Ava stayed in Kansas for college and beyond. Ava was hurt by the growing distance between them, but she couldn't really say she was surprised. The sisters no longer lived under their grandmother's roof, no longer shared the bedroom with the light pink wallpaper that matched the quilts on both beds. And they'd never shared the same plans for their lives. Ava knew that Emmy was only doing what was best for her, but she sometimes wondered why Emmy couldn't have kept her and Granny May closer. There was sadness, and there was missing her sister, or at least missing the friend she'd once been. And there was resentment, of course. Not a lot, but some. Fortunately, Granny May had been blessed with fairly good health, and so it was enough for Ava to visit each week with 4 bags of groceries and 4 new books. And it hardly felt like a burden. But Emmy never shopped for Granny May's food or picked up her prescriptions. She never sat with May in respectful silence on the anniversary of Johanna's death. Whenever Ava grumbled about this to May, her grandmother shook her head, declining to engage. Ava may have begrudged her sister, but Granny May never did. She was proud. She was still the grandmother wearing her Stanford sweater, bidding farewell at the airport. I do wish you 2 girls could spend more time together, she'd say, but I want your sister to be happy. I want that for you both. The way she said it made Ava wonder if May worried that she wasn't happy, if she was concerned that Ava's anxieties might hold her back in life. Sure, Ava's didn't exactly appear like the stereotypically hedonistic life of your average 20-something, but she had a career that she was passionate about and getting quite good at, too. She volunteered at the library among people she admired. She'd kept a circle of a few solid friends from school. She missed her big sister sometimes, but other than that, she was happy. And even when she slid into the cloudy pool of something resembling envy or bitterness, Ava managed to pull herself out. Emmy didn't want to live in Kansas. And as much as Ava could claim that she'd stuck around because someone had to stay, she knew that wasn't really true. Even if Granny May hadn't been around, Ava never would have left her home. She couldn't imagine living anyplace else. "Do you mind if I ask?" Ray looked at Ava. "What happened between you and your sister? Was it the poppy fields?" Was it the poppy fields? Ava wondered. It was, and it wasn't. Even if she hadn't founded the fields, Emmy surely would have found something else, something to pull her away. "We'd been on diverging paths for years," Ava said, "growing up and growing apart. I know it's not exactly uncommon in families, but it's what came after that." She could barely form the words. "We were raised by our grandmother, and when she died, my sister was planning her first big sleep trial, and she didn't come home." Ava squinted against the waning sunlight. "Emmy Ellis, she chose the poppy fields over our family." There had been only one phone call, the morning that Ava dialed Ellis to tell her Granny was gone. After that, it was just a text, one brief missive from Ellis informing Ava that she couldn't return to Kansas, that she was sorry, but she had to stay at the fields. She'd have to miss the service. And all of Ava's subsequent messages, all her photos from Granny May's house, were seemingly sent into oblivion. Damn. Ray looked surprised, even with all he knew of Ellis and the fields. "If she didn't come back to you then, why are you heading to her now?" Ava paused. Ray probably expected some climactic reason, a deathbed confession or a needed kidney, but really it was nothing so dramatic. It was nothing more than a little girl who'd shown up to Ava's weekly children's hour at the library, who'd listened intently as Ava read, who'd approached Ava afterward, timidly, and asked if she could check out the book that Ava had read to the group. "I want to share it with my sister," the little girl said, whistling through the gaps in her teeth. "She's helping me learn how to read." Ellis had not taught Ava how to read. That task had belonged to May. But there was something in the little girl's speech. She'd found something that she enjoyed, and her very first instinct was to share it with the sister she loved. Those instincts had long since expired in Ava. They were merely tiny burnt embers now, a fire drowned by Ellis's actions. And yet, somewhere deep inside Ellis, inside the woman so consumed by ambition and so convinced of her self-importance that she could miss her own grandmother's funeral, Ava still believed that she could find the little girl who'd once been her best friend. The little girl wrapping Granny May in toilet paper, riding her bike beside Ava, blowing bubbles on invisible teacups at the bottom of the pool. At least, Ava wanted to try. Everything else in her life had finally fallen into place. A fulfilling career, a house of her own, hobbies that brought her delight. But ever since her grandma had died, Ava's family was the missing piece. She felt like she owed it to herself, and to their parents, and to Granny May, to give Ellis one last chance. Ava had booked her ill-fated flight to LAX the very next day. Ava needed her older sister to know how much she'd been hurt, how deeply betrayed she felt, how lonely and scared and devastated she'd felt without Ellis by her side. Ava could forgive Ellis for all the years when she wasn't around, but how could she ever forget the week she'd packed up Granny May's house, alone beneath the crush of sadness and all her grandmother's things? Ava had to confront her sister. And yet, her sister was also the only real link left to Granny May, the only link left to their parents, the only link left to their past. "It's been 3 years," Ava said. "I don't really want to let another 3 pass. Not when Ellis and I are the only family each other has left." Ray nodded, weighing her words, when PJ, who'd been resting on the ground below, decided that this lack of attention had lasted long enough. He popped up and made a whimpering noise, his eyes darting between the two, wondering who would cuddle him first. Ray took the bait, easily lifting the dog and resting him on his thighs. "You want a better view?" he asked. Ray pointed toward the craggy red peaks slicing across the sky. PJ's eyes followed his finger. Then Ray turned toward Ava. "Look, I know she's your sister, and for your sake, I want things to work out between you. But—" "I know," Ava said. "She's my sister, but he's your brother." Ray let out a long breath. "Thank you." "For what?" "For talking about Johnny in the present tense. I know I refer to him in the past now, but it kind of kills me when other people do." "Well, he may not be here anymore," Ava said. "But he'll always be your brother. Past, present, and future." Ray stroked PJ softly, grateful for the words, while Ava debated her next question of him, wary of losing the trust she'd just managed to build back up. But she needed to know. "I understand why you'd be angry at the fields," she said, "but I feel like I have to ask, what exactly is your plan once we get there?" Ray sighed, pushing his hair off his forehead, running his hand along the crown of his head. "I just feel like I need to be there, to see it," he said. "To ask them about Johnny and see if they can give me something other than a sad, stupid frown. All I know is that my brother was fine, and then he slept there, and then he was gone. That has to mean something, right?" And Ava could see it then, in the desperate sheen coating his eyes. She could hear it in the doubt thinning his voice, that even Ray wasn't convinced by his theories, that he didn't really believe the poppy fields had killed Johnny. But Ray had been denied the chance to say goodbye, to say, "I'm sorry," to say, "I love you." He'd been tossed into the riptide and was grasping at rocks to keep himself from drowning. And Ellis's creation, the poppy fields' sleep, was the only nearby stone in the water where his fingers didn't slip off. Ava felt like she could have hugged Ray or held his face in her hands. He'd started to grow a light beard by now, 3 days without a razor. But she settled on leaning in just a bit closer, her shoulder touching Ray's arm. She wanted to say that she'd been where he was, scouring Granny May's attic for answers, searching for meaning somewhere, anywhere. But that wasn't really true. Ava had lived in her own country of grief, and Ray was now living in his. No two were ever the same. Ava felt like she'd managed to earn some sort of dual citizenship, in which she could visit the country of grief whenever she thought about May, and then return to the life she'd worked to build beyond that country's borders. But she couldn't predict the path that Ray's travels would take. All she could do was offer to be there, should he want company on his journey. "When we get to the poppy fields," Ava said, "I hope you find what you need." She looked at him, and Ray was almost alarmed at how deeply her gaze seemed to pierce him. The kind of gaze that shouldn't even be described as looking, because looking was different from seeing. And Ray felt like Ava saw him. "I hope the same thing for you," said Ray.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Modern Romance, where listeners like you are sharing their love stories with the world. In this week's episode, we hear from Stacy with the results of her month-long experiment to go on 10 dates every week. And from Todd with his reflections on surviving his first year after divorce by caring for a solitary betta fish. But first, we'll hear from Audrey, a particularly unique guest who joins us after spending nearly 2 months asleep at the Poppy Fields, a therapeutic facility in Southern California that caters to the bereaved. This is Modern Romance.
Well, hi, my name is Audrey. I'm 44 years old, and never in a million years would I have guessed that I would end up on a podcast talking about my life. But Alan loved your show. He'd listen to each episode the hour it came out. Alan was my husband. We spent a decade and a half together, and it never failed to astonish me just how much we could talk. Our first date lasted 5 hours. walking around the park, just talking about everything and nothing. And then we talked every single day for the rest of our lives together, up until the day he died. His death felt like this angry period, forcing us to end a 15-year-long sentence. And even though we knew what was coming, it still felt like we were cut off in the middle of a thought. There was so much more we could have said, but the conversation just stopped. And that was the scariest part of it, the silence. I had thought after he was gone that I would still be able to hear him somehow. But I couldn't. I couldn't hear anything. Only the sound of my own heartbeat racing all the time. I'd never felt so frightened in my life as those first few months. I felt like I'd lost Alan's voice. Alan was actually the one who told me about the poppy fields. Someone at the hospital had mentioned it to him. Alan was an incredible traveler. 6 continents, 41 countries. Every U.S. state except Alaska, which he continued to complain about just 2 days before he died. But Alan had a special love for California. It's got mountains and ocean, he told me. You should apply to the poppy fields just for the free vacation in SoCal. Alan hung one of those big maps in our living room with thumbtacks in every place we'd visited. Blue pins for the places he'd gone on his own, yellow pins for the ones I'd visited, and then green for the spots we went together. When we first moved in, the map was nearly all blue, all of Alan's adventures. But over the years, the map grew greener and greener, like vines of ivy slowly spreading. I slept at the poppy fields because I needed to accept the silence. The silence would surround me for the rest of my life, so I couldn't keep feeling so afraid of it. After I slept, when I first woke up, I didn't really feel all that different. I noticed that I wasn't triggered quite as easily. When someone said his name, or when a man walked by wearing cologne that smelled like his, it didn't hit me as hard as it used to. I didn't cry on the whole drive back from the fields to LAX, and I thought that was it. A great improvement, sure, but not exactly a transformation. Until I was at the airport, waiting for my flight home, and I spotted something on the ground. It was near the trash bin, so I didn't pay much attention at first, but then I saw it more clearly. A thumbtack. A yellow thumbtack. I canceled my flight then and there, and I stayed the week in California. I walked along the sand in Malibu, and I rode the Ferris wheel on the Santa Monica Pier, and I ate some of the most delicious and most expensive food I've ever had. And I talked to Alan the entire time. I talked to him while I drove up the coast, on the road where the mountains meet the ocean. I told him thank you. Thank you for sending me to the fields. Before the sleep, I had allowed myself to feel trapped by the quiet. I thought the treatment would help me accept it. I didn't realize that what I really needed was something to shatter the silence. Look, I don't believe this treatment is magic. I don't think the sleep sent the thumbtack to me. I think it was Alan, talking to me, and he was probably always talking to me from the moment that he died. But I just couldn't hear it until after I'd slept. I'd been so focused on mourning the end of our conversation that I didn't realize it could actually keep going. That, of course, it would never be the same as before, but I could still hear him again. So I told Alan, thank you for pushing me to take this trip, my first solo trip. Because there are still a heck of a lot of blue pins on that map in our living room. Alan lived an amazing 34 years on his own before we met, and then we lived an incredible 15 together. I think he wanted me to know that it's okay to add a few more yellow pins now, that the thick green jungle covering our map could use a little extra sunshine. And each time I find myself someplace new, earning each yellow thumbtack, I'll know that I'm only there because of Alan. because I had the privilege of sharing those years with him, as he shared his love for the world with me. And he'll keep on sharing it, and we'll keep on talking, now that I'm able to listen.
45. Sky found them first, brimming with stories. In the span of just a few hours, she had already managed to hike to the top of one vortex. "I'm honestly still processing the whole experience," she said, rather melodramatically, where she befriended two young women both studying Reiki, and they'd invited Sky to join them on the rest of their trip in exchange for helping them train. "That's the massage where they don't actually touch you?" Ava asked. "It sounds kind of nice to me." "How does that possibly help someone?" asked Ray. "It's all about the transfer of energy," Sky explained. "The healthy energy flows from the practitioner's hands into the patient's body, which encourages healing." "Of course it does," Ray said dryly. "And you're going to let these strangers practice on you?" "They need a number of hours to be certified," said Sky. "Plus they're renting this great house with an extra bed. So I figured maybe I could hang with you guys tonight and then head over to their place tomorrow?" A brief flicker of sadness crossed her face before disappearing just as fast. "Wait, where's Sasha?" Sasha had come to regret her decision to depart the Canary so hastily. Dean was right all along. Her emotional amp was still tuned to 11. She'd left her tote bag inside the car, taking only her cell phone and a credit card tucked inside its case, and within minutes of setting off on her own, she'd wanted her chapstick and her SPF 50 tinted moisturizer, and the oversized sunglasses that fit her face perfectly, and the small bag of trail mix she'd stashed in her bag. She hadn't actually ventured very far, mostly flitting in and out of shops. Papered in many of the store windows were signs for psychic readings and sound baths and guided meditations, all manner of spiritual gurus and journeys. All the evidence of just how hard it was to truly understand ourselves, Sasha thought, let alone understand other people. Sasha still felt hurt and deceived by someone she considered a friend, but the initial clarity of her shock and anger didn't feel quite as pure as she walked around, diluted now with sympathy for Ava's plight, the estrangement from her sister. Besides, how could Ava have shared the truth after she'd heard Ray's story? After she'd realized that her sister might be blamed for Johnny's death? Maybe Sasha could understand why Ava had chosen to lie. She had spun around right then, ready to reconcile, turning back toward the parking lot where she'd left the car. That was when she'd spotted Ray and Ava from afar, seated atop the Canary, legs hanging over the hood. They looked like two teenagers sitting on a pier, toes skimming the water below. And there was something about the way they seemed to be speaking that warned against interruption. Or maybe... Sasha secretly hoped she was right in her suspicions, that morning when she'd seen Ava's sketches of Ray and wondered what might be brewing. She stepped back slowly and walked away. She decided to give them some time. She found an open bench on a sidewalk downtown, looking out upon the mammoth rocks of many colors, ancient guardians in turn keeping watch over the city. Her cell phone pinged with an alert. A new episode of her favorite podcast, Modern Romance, had been released. Sasha had been a regular listener for years. Sure, the stories were sometimes a little sappy, but she could see beyond the saccharine surface. These weren't just stories about sex and dating and marriage. These were stories of hope. Hope that love was always out there, even when it seemed hard to find, or hard to keep, or hard to understand. Even when it seemed lost forever. It was, in fact, an episode of Modern Romance that convinced Sasha to apply to the fields. The woman was named Audrey, Sasha recalled, and she'd lost her husband, Alan, until the poppy fields gave him back to her, if only in the briefest of glimpses. Sasha had left her headphones in the car, of course, so she held the phone up close to her ear and turned the volume just high enough so only she could hear it. And then she pressed play. A loud grumble of her stomach, timed to the end credits of the program, finally made Sasha realize that she ought to return to her friends. When she got back to the Canary, Sasha could see the tension clutching Ava's frame, the remorseful wince on her face, and all that Sasha needed to do was walk up to her friend and hug her, the silent gesture a summation of so many words. I understand. I forgive you. I'm ready to move on. It appeared that Sky was back, too. Ray and Ava decided to stay, she said, nodding at the hotel behind her. Sasha lifted an eyebrow at Ray. At this point, if we left now, we'd be knocking on the door of the poppy fields in the middle of the night, Ray explained, and that just seemed unreasonable. Ray could tell that Sasha was shocked, especially after his argument at breakfast. Ray needed to get to the fields. For Johnny. But he'd be lying if he said that he didn't feel a little relieved, a little grateful, to have spent this time out here on the road, far away from the firehouse, in all these beautiful places where he'd never been before, and where there was nowhere to look for Johnny or expect his brother to appear. Nowhere to ever forget Johnny was gone, just to be cruelly reminded. Ray would also be lying if he said that he hadn't grown fond of his fellow travelers. I brought your bag up to your room for you, said Sky. Oh, thanks, said Sasha. I appreciate it. And I hope you don't mind, but I tried a little bit of your skin cream. Sky daintily caressed her left cheekbone, which did, in fact, appear dewy and smooth. You look great, Sasha smiled. Sky clearly had no idea how much that jar of cream cost. The foursome ate their final dinner at the hotel bar, crowded with an eclectic mix of families in Bermuda shorts and honeymooners still swaying in the pleasant haze of an afternoon spent at the spa. Sasha strode over to the bar and returned with a margarita pitcher in hand. To celebrate our last night on the road, she said. Our official last night. She nodded at Ray. This time, I think it'll stick. What an excellent idea, cheered Sky, raising her cup for Sasha to fill. Nice try, said Ray. He consulted the drink menu. How about a hot chocolate? It's like 90 degrees out. They settled on a flavored seltzer. Ava didn't really drink, except for champagne toasts at weddings and New Year's when she didn't want to look like a downer. It was just one of the many things she didn't really do, for fear of the potential outcomes. The irony being that most of the activities the rest of the world engaged in to loosen their inhibitions or quiet their nerves, alcohol, drugs, casual sex, were the very ventures that Ava's same inhibitions and nerves prevented her from trying. But tonight, she filled up her glass. She could use whatever help she could get to face her sister tomorrow. 46. In the end, nothing really happened. Ellis asked the intervening security guard not to call the police. She didn't want to press charges. She knew that her PR team would aim to keep the incident as quiet as possible, hopefully avoiding a blizzard of bad press just as the fields looked to expand. But that wasn't why Ellis declined. She couldn't send Jamie to jail. Jamie Roberts hadn't gotten the answer he'd wanted. He'd returned to his wife unchanged. Ellis had been shoved quite forcefully and hit the ground quite hard, but still she knew the difference between being bruised and being broken. Perhaps nothing really happened, and yet Ellis would look back on that day as the beginning of the end of something, the catalyst for an ever more permanent shift. As if Jamie had pushed her much further away than simply down off the curb. That afternoon, as she attempted to stay on schedule, she was no longer Ellis Jones, CEO and founder. In every doctor's office for the rest of the day, she was Marie E. Jones, human woman. And she couldn't get rid of the pervasive chill that had slithered inside her body. She tried to blame it on the frigid exam rooms, each one colder than the next, where she peeled off her clothes and slid her feet into stirrups and shivered under set after set of blue crepe paper coverings. But the chill followed her like a shadow onto the streets of Beverly Hills, where the late May sunshine kissed the faces of shoppers in wide-brimmed hats, seemingly warming everyone except for Ellis. In the exam rooms, practically naked, she felt vulnerable and exposed. But these, at least, were necessary exposures, Ellis thought. These would keep her healthy and strong. The way she'd felt outside the foundation that morning, stripped raw by Jamie's words, was something very different. And it haunted her. Ellis still felt haunted later that night as she floated on her back in the hotel pool, too uneasy and already too sore to manage her usual mile. She had the entire pool to herself, so she let herself drift atop the water, let her arms and legs move without any restraint. A part of her was surprised that she didn't just sink to the bottom, that her body could still be so weightless, when inside she felt dense as metal. The next morning, standing on the heated floors of a bathroom larger than her childhood bedroom, Ellis twisted her neck around to inspect herself in the mirror. Her lower back and thighs were already tattooed with swirling blotches of navy and purple, nebulous dark whirlpools that reminded her strangely of galaxies, or at least the images of galaxies she'd once seen in a book. The marks on Ellis's body were proof that Jamie was out there still, writhing under the force of his compounding losses, and that his wife was out there too, feeling whole again, hardly aware that something vital had gone missing. News of the incident spread, of course, snuffing out any hopes that the chant, "Stop the Sleep," might be reduced to a whisper. A blurry video filmed of the altercation ended up online, the headline appearing next to news of a tornado grounding flights out of Kansas City. Ellis's phone lit up every few minutes with emails from lawyers and publicists, and even though no one from the fields identified the woman in the footage as Ellis, word had gotten out about her meeting in the building, which served as confirmation enough. And after Jamie Roberts was named by the press, the articles and op-eds and angry posts flowed, though Jamie, like Ellis, replied with no comment, perhaps hoping to spare his wife the same scrutiny currently foisted on Ellis. The documentary crew even used the moment to announce its upcoming film, already slated to debut at a prominent festival next year, with or without Ellis's input. Jamie Roberts didn't even live in California, Ellis remembered from his wife's application. He'd had to fly 3 hours to spend a week shouting his concerns about the fields in front of its biggest donor, because he couldn't really speak to his wife about it. He couldn't make her feel guilty, knowing full well the pain and sense of meaninglessness that had driven her to sleep. Nothing could bring back his family of 3, but maybe he could cause just enough of a stir to dry up the field's most lucrative well. For months now, Jamie Roberts had believed himself cursed, the unluckiest man alive, and then, as chance would have it, the week that he decided to protest in L.A. was the week that Ellis Jones herself arrived to pitch the board. The video circulated among the staff at the fields as well, but no one spoke of it directly with Ellis, nor did anyone's work ever suffer. The team Ellis had assembled ranked among the world's most capable. A little gossip couldn't slow it down. And all the sleepers just slept right through it. Only Ellis's behavior had visibly altered. Though the Poppy Fields board had swiftly moved to condemn the attack on its founder, assuring Ellis that she had every member's full support, those unsettled feelings she'd been battling for weeks had ratcheted up overnight. Too antsy to do much work at her desk, Ellis wandered frequently into the main room of the fields, filled with dormant patients. In the beginning, those initial months of operation, Ellis had sat there for hours, surprised at how quickly the stretches could pass. She'd wanted to keep an eye on her sleepers, to make sure that nothing went wrong, but she also wondered if having some company might benefit their healing, the way that people sometimes spoke to loved ones in a coma. In the days that followed her fight with Jamie, the calendar creeping toward the end of May, Ellis felt drawn to her sleepers' bedsides once more. She often sat there when patients were first sent to sleep, talking them through the steps, and sometimes, as with Dr. Robinson, she sat there waiting for them to wake. But this time she had no real reason to be there. These patients were still suspended in sleep, passing through the stages of their treatment, adrift in the unconscious. Ellis watched them breathing slowly. There was a part of Ellis that remained in awe of just how many sleepers there were. Even though they hadn't ultimately shared her vision for the fields, She gave credit to the leaders at Asclepius Tech for perceiving an unrecognized epidemic, the hordes of underserved humans suffering from loss, a pain both ubiquitous and isolating, a trauma that no one really wanted to discuss, but one that inflicted so many wounds on the brain and body and soul. For more than 2 years now, every application had been harder to read than the last. The story of Jamie Roberts' son, of course, stood out in her mind. She also recalled a recent application, one they'd unfortunately had to reject, from a young woman in Boston who'd lost her fiancé, struck by a reckless drunk driver mere weeks before their wedding. Sometimes Ellis simply couldn't believe what life managed to hurl at some people. And then she remembered where she came from, why she'd been raised by her grandma. Even those seemingly best equipped to weather the storms of loss, those like her grandmother, armed with faith, May attended church every week through the final years of her life, were not all immune to the pain that brought patients here to sleep. The Fields had welcomed sleepers now from nearly every creed, falling asleep, clutching rosaries and mala beads and prayer cards. Of course, some found solace in believing that a loved one wasn't truly gone, that they were living again reincarnate or reunited with others gone first. But even all those comforts can't hold my hand or kiss my head, Ellis recalled one applicant's words. They can't keep me from wondering what someone might say or do if they were still here now. They can't stop me from missing someone. Grief and faith could coexist. Ellis rarely made any physical contact with the sleepers, but she was occasionally tempted to trace her fingers along their skin, something she and her sister had often begged of Granny May, relishing the delicate tingles that would trail their grandmother's nails like waves in the wake of a sailboat. A treat their grandma could offer them even when she was tired, inviting the two girls into her blush-colored bed, her fingers mindlessly dancing up and down her granddaughter's arms. It was comforting to curl up next to Granny May, especially for Ava, always the more attached of the two. But even Ellis had felt the warmth radiating from her grandmother's body, the calming effect that she was never quite able to recreate when lying beside anybody else. Men who looked to remain interlaced in bed after the actual interlacing was finished usually just made Ellis wonder if they had nothing else to do with their day. By now, Ellis couldn't feel that sensation anymore, the pleasurable snugness of folding into her family, but she did remember that it once existed. That many years ago now, she was a girl already pining for the life awaiting her, and yet not so grown up that she'd shed the desire to crawl into bed with her grandma and sister and watch whatever movie was playing on cable as the goosebumps rose on her arms. Ellis looked at her two nearest patients, Abe Buckley, recently asleep, and a young mother in the bed beside him, mourning her lifelong best friend, Zoe. She'd fallen asleep, muttering about some letter she'd left her husband. "I dreamt up this place, you know. I willed it into being," said Ellis. "This place was supposed to be the proof that I was right about myself all along, about who I was meant to be. But maybe I don't have as much control here as I thought." She looked at the silent sleepers, unable to offer any answer. Despite her winning performance at the headquarters in L.A., the public confrontation with Jamie would likely leave her hold on the Fields even more tenuous than before. And what about Jamie's accusations? Ellis had wanted to make a difference, to be great at something good. But maybe she'd spent her whole life striving for perfection, only to have created something that would always be flawed. Maybe the bruises on her body would heal in a week, but her name would be reviled just as much as revered. When she closed her eyes, she saw Jamie's haggard face, felt his hands gripping her shirt, the shuddering physical embodiment of the poppy field's greatest failing. She could still feel Jamie's phantom teardrop sliding down her cheek. 100,000 people have slept here before you, Ellis told the two patients. The people we've helped would easily outnumber the people who... Who what? Ellis thought. Whose initial suffering may have been eased by the sleep, but whose sleep caused additional suffering? But no one was ever intentionally tricked, no one ever deceived. Only those first 10 volunteers hadn't known of the side effect. And it's not like anyone after that was ever forced to sleep. They'd even rejected an applicant recently, a young woman whose parents had made her apply, concerned that their daughter was grieving abnormally. She'd been eating her lunches in the cemetery, if Ellis could recall. As if there were ever a normal way to react when your life is torn apart. We all have a choice, Ellis insisted. How could anyone look at the state of the world and claim that Ellis was wrong for simply offering her patients the option? How could anyone hear that number, 100,000 sleepers, and argue that the poppy fields wasn't filling a dire need? There were patients who'd said they couldn't keep on going, not with the sorrow they felt. Her sleep helped them live again. How could anyone listen to the people waking, the majority of them, the unaffected ones, and say that Ellis Jones hadn't given a gift to the world? Yasmin appeared behind Ellis. Are you okay? You're doing that thing again, talking to yourself. I thought you'd left that back in the lab. I'll be fine, said Ellis. I know you've been a bit distracted lately. Understandably so, said Yasmin. But honestly, even if the board says they have your back, the team is starting to talk. An undercurrent of serious concern flowed beneath her typically cool composure. I can handle it, said Ellis.
For my love, while I'm sleeping. I'm writing this letter while about to spend the next month of my life asleep. The next month of our family's lives. 30 nights that you'll tuck David and Lacey into bed without me and then go to sleep by yourself for the first time in 11 years. Did we ever watch that movie, While You Were Sleeping, with Sandra Bullock? I must have watched it a dozen times with Zoe growing up, but I can't remember now if I ever watched it with you. We loved that movie, me and Zoe. We'd pretend that Zoe was marrying Peter Gallagher, and I was marrying Bill Pullman, and we both got our happy endings. Maybe that's why I thought about writing you this letter. While I'm sleeping, I hope you don't order pizza for the kids every single night. I'm leaving you my recipes for Lacey's favorite pasta sauce, and that panko-crusted chicken breast that both kids liked last month. While I'm sleeping, don't forget David's parent-teacher conference on the 23rd. While I'm sleeping, I hope I don't miss too much. It's hard enough just to think of all the bath times I'll miss, all the nights of not smelling their hair when they've just stepped out of the tub. I hope I don't miss Lacey finally doing that somersault in Gymboree, or David losing his first tooth. While I'm sleeping, I hope you're not angry with me. I know that you must wonder if you could have done anything differently, that maybe if I needed to sleep so badly, it means that our family just wasn't enough. But that's not true. Our life together is more than I ever could have dreamt up. But I've learned that the heart is a very big place, with room for many loves inside. And when one of those loves is lost, sometimes it's too much to ask all the other loves to make up for the one that's missing. The heart needs time to reassemble itself, to learn how to beat again when a part of it is gone. Zoe took up so much space in my heart for so long. Since we were 12 years old, I can still see us at the sleepovers where we'd try to guess which one of us would be the first to get kissed, and the first to get her period, and the first to fall in love, and the first to get married. And I can see us actually moving through all those milestones together. I can see us comparing baby bumps when we got pregnant at the same time. We were supposed to move through all of our lives together. I want to be a good person, a good mother, a good wife, a good friend. I want to feel like that matters. But Zoe was all of those things too, and now I'm still here and she's not. How do I possibly explain that? Sometimes I get so overwhelmed by it all that I worry I've lost my chance to be a good mom or good wife. And I know the kids can sense it too, that Mommy sometimes forgets to pack their lunches, that she's been a little too tired lately to read to them at night. I heard David say it to Lacey last week. Something's wrong with Mommy's heart. I need to sleep now, so I can be there for you and for them wholeheartedly. A few years from now, when we explain this to the kids, I don't want to feel ashamed of my choice. I want to tell them that Mommy was missing her friend, so she went to sleep for a little while to feel better. I hope we can tell them the truth about the poppy fields when they're old enough to understand. But my greatest hope for our children is that they'll never need to sleep here themselves. I love you. I love all three of you. P.S. As soon as I get home, I'm asking the kids if Daddy ever cooked them the chicken.
47. Ava was still sipping her first margarita, in fairness, a rather strong margarita, and she was feeling a little buzzy, perhaps? Faintly dizzy, faintly warm, possibly teetering toward the edge of tipsy, but convinced she was fully intoxicated in the way that only those people who rarely imbibe can declare themselves drunk on half a glass. Ava leaned in closely to Skye, who was swigging her bottle of seltzer like beer, and asked the question she'd been wondering since the moment they first met. "Why are you so brave?" "What do you mean?" Skye couldn't help but laugh at how serious Ava sounded. "I mean, how is it that you're out in the world, so young and all alone, and you're not afraid of anything?" Skye stared at the slender neck of her bottle, swishing the question around her mind. "Well, I guess it's actually because I am afraid," Skye confessed, sliding her thumb up and down the side of the bottle, slippery with condensation. It was perhaps the first time Skye's playful confidence had dropped. "You know, one of the last things we studied in class, one of the last things I paid attention to in class, was this week on Greek mythology, and I remember learning about the Fates, these three powerful women who gave every human a length of string that measured how long they would live. After their string got snipped, that was it." Skye shook her head. "And it finally hit me that I was already at least 20% of the way through my string. And this is the good part of the string, the part when I'm luckily still young and healthy and unattached, and I can do whatever I want. I guess I'm afraid of looking back on these years and feeling like I wasted that time. I'm afraid of missing out on life." "I don't think you're wasting anything," said Ava, surprised. Skye was silent for a minute before whispering, "You want to see something truly brave?" Ava wrinkled her brow, immediately wary, but before she could even answer, Skye scooped up Ava's margarita and took a hearty gulp of her drink, then stood up from the table and pulled a folded piece of paper out from her pocket. Ava watched as the girl made her way over to the grand piano stationed in a corner of the restaurant, which nobody had touched the whole evening and Ava had assumed might just be decorative. It had been a while since Skye took a piano lesson. She'd argued with her instructor the last time, Skye pleading to learn an Alanis Morissette song, her teacher insisting on another week of Bach, but she'd still felt the urge to play ever since she spotted the piano earlier. She settled onto the bench with ease, and the composition before her looked simple enough. That's why she'd taken it with her. As Skye's fingers pressed on the keys, the first few notes floated across the room and over to the table where her friends were seated, landing in Sasha's ear. Sasha froze, her back arching rigidly against the chair, her grip loosening on the glass in her hand. And then she heard the words. "I spent so much time just dreaming of tomorrow. Then you made tomorrow today. It makes me sad to think if you hadn't come along, I could have wasted my whole life that way." She'd heard this song only a handful of times, and the last was months ago now, but it was just as deeply familiar to Sasha as the CDs she'd played on loop as a teenager, the music she'd listened to 1,000 times over, embedding it into herself. But why was she hearing it right now, Sasha wondered. Why on earth was Skye the one playing it? Then Sasha suddenly remembered that Skye had snuck a dollop of her skin cream. She could see Skye carrying her tote upstairs, see her impulsively and rather improperly peeking inside of Sasha's bag, discovering not just the beauty products, but also Dean's sheet music within. Sky, who thought the lyrics spoke of living in the moment, of chasing your dreams. Stop stumbling and sleepwalking through the present, they told her, waiting for some shiny future. Let the future start right now. Sky, who lacked Dean's talent and technical training, but sang with sincerity and softness and surprisingly rich undertones reminiscent of Norah Jones, or at least a less gifted Norah Jones. I played all this music never knowing its real meaning. Now I know what I'm feeling when I play. And there's no one else I'd rather have through boredom or through chaos, so I promise through whatever, I'll stay. Sky didn't know the man who wrote this song. She didn't know what he meant to Sasha. She didn't know that he sang her these words to propose. She didn't know that he was no longer living. Sasha's palms grew slick around her glass, but she wasn't sitting at the table anymore. She was leaning against the cool wall of a hallway, in a building she no longer lived in, letting the music slip under the door of 4C and straight to the core of her being. She was 26 again. She was watching Dean perform the night they met, wondering how the soft-spoken man with the sweetest, mildly crooked smile had slipped into the alluring rock star on stage, so full of potential and passion and life. She was holding Dean's hand for the very first time, in the middle of their second date. Technically more a matter of practicality than a gesture of his affection, while pushing through the crowds on Boylston Street the weekend of the Boston Marathon, trying not to lose each other in the fray. But then after that evening, his hand always sought hers out. She was being introduced as Dean's girlfriend now, and the words sounded so light on his lips, so casual, so natural, with just the slightest hint of pride. She was arguing with Dean, their first real fight, after a friend of hers from college had acted more flirty than friendly. She was telling Dean that he sounded ridiculous, his jealousy unfounded. She was watching both of their pairs of hands in exasperated flight. She was turning over on her pillow, turning to see his face, telling Dean that she loved him, too. She was joking that they should just knock down the wall, turn their neighboring apartments into one giant home. She was listening to him sing the very same words that Sky was singing right then. She was saying yes. Yes, of course. She didn't yet have her doubts that night. And by the time Sasha had returned to the present, Sky was bowing to the somewhat pitiful smattering of applause that Ava had apparently initiated, and Sasha's face was soaking wet. Sky dropped heavily onto a chair, back at the table with Ava and Ray. "Did I just totally screw up?" she asked. Sasha had hurriedly excused herself after Sky's performance, saying she wanted some time alone in the room before Ava and Sky came up. Ava shook her head. "I think the song just brought up some emotions for Sasha." "Yeah," said Sky. "Clearly." "But I thought it was lovely," said Ava. "You have such a nice voice, and you play so well." "Nobody tell my parents what just happened," said Sky. "I've given them so much shit about piano lessons over the years." "Your secret's safe here," said Ray, tipping his beer like a cap. Sky's phone started buzzing in her pocket. "Oh my God, it's like they can hear me." Sky lifted the phone to show her friends that it was, in fact, her mom. "She couldn't have bugged my cell, right?" "That depends," said Ray. "You mentioned your parents had a few nomadic years. Maybe they were CIA." Sky laughed. "Well, I'd better go talk to Agent Mom," she said. Then she headed out toward the lobby, leaving Ava and Ray alone. Ray noticed Ava fidgeting with her straw. "Are you nervous?" Ray asked. "To see your sister tomorrow?" "A little," Ava confessed. "Well, you've come all this way," he said. "And you can handle your sister. Just think of how impressive you were behind the wheel." "You mean when I drove over a nail?" "That little sucker didn't stand a chance against you." They both laughed, and Ray found himself thinking that Ava looked rather pretty in the warm glow of the tabletop candle, her dark eyes somehow more mysterious than usual, her hair falling loosely in front of her face. "Maybe you're braver than you think," he said. Ava smiled at him. Is that from Winnie the Pooh? Ray snorted. You think I just quoted Winnie the Pooh to give you advice? Well, technically misquoted, Ava said. The line is actually, you're braver than you believe and stronger than you seem and smarter than you think. Damn, said Ray. That's better. But I liked yours too, said Ava. She realized in that moment that she was going to miss him once they reached the fields. She was going to miss all three of them, this motley gang they'd gathered. 48. Sasha woke up the earliest, quietly peeling herself out of bed, while Sky and Ava slept on the second bed and PJ dozed on the floor. They'd agreed to share one room with 2 beds in order to cut down the cost. Sasha stared at her face in the mirror, the skin around her eyes still swollen. She looked puffy and blotchy from last night's tears, but she didn't mind. It felt good for Dean's music to be played again, to honor him in that way. When Sky sang, it didn't exactly feel like Dean was still here. Sasha knew it would never feel quite like that again, but somehow it felt like he had touched the moment, like he had reached out from the past and placed his finger on the present. His music was the echo that he had left behind, the one still ringing now, the way that he could let himself be known again, be heard. And it felt right to listen. It felt like her own yellow thumbtack. It was just after 6 a.m. when Sasha slipped noiselessly out of the room, grabbing the keys to the rental car that had ended up on their bureau. As she stepped out into the harsh light of morning, Sasha remembered that she had, in fact, been keeping one secret herself, though much smaller than Ava's or Ray's. She hadn't told them that today was her birthday. She had almost done it, Sasha thought, married and settled and certain by 30. But now, here she was, 30 years old and alone, unrooted and unsure. Missing Dean, missing her family, missing her work and her patients, mere hours away from the poppy fields and the chance to expunge her pain at what cost? For the first time in the past few days, Sasha felt truly homesick, and her stomach hungered for Halmoni's cooking. It wasn't a craving she ever really felt in Boston, with its respectable offering of Korean fare and the H-Mart that opened in Cambridge. But she'd spent the past 3 days on the road who knows how far from the nearest K-town, and she'd kill for kimchi jjigae right now, even in 80 degrees. She just wanted the comforting taste of home. If Sasha were back in Boston, she'd probably be eating myeokguk, seaweed soup, to celebrate her birthday. To honor the labor of her mother 3 decades ago in bringing Sasha into the world that had quite honestly always been good to Sasha. The world that had given her a caring family, a smart head on her shoulders, a rewarding career, loving partners. The world that had spared her most sorrow until now. Sasha found the directions on her phone to one of the hikes that Sky had described, thankfully just a short drive away, and took the Canary by herself while everyone else was still sleeping. She parked near the entrance to the trail and joined the sparse crowd embarking on a similar journey. Dry, twiggy bushes framed the dirt path upward, alongside spiraling juniper trees whose warped trunks and twisty branches reminded Sasha of the tornado sign that she'd seen in the airport bathroom. A few groupings of taller, prickly pear cacti rose in standing ovation, giving their multi-armed salute. She had never seen a wild cactus in person, and it almost looked cartoonish, though still intimidatingly sharp. At first, she kept her gaze tilted toward the ground, not wanting to stumble. She'd picked out her sneakers for their chic aesthetic, not for the strength of their tread. And the incline of the trail was gradual enough that by the time she looked up, Sasha was startled by how high she had climbed. She couldn't see any buildings or cars anymore, just thick swaths of trees down below and colossal columns of jagged rocks to her side and the bright azure sky up above. Like a painting, burst into life. A few times her ankle rolled on an oddly angled stone, but still she surprised herself. Sasha was a city girl. Even as a child, she wasn't much of a runner or climber, and she'd been generally skeptical of all the people who tried to convince her, after Dean's death, to take up jogging or hiking or camping as a natural coping method. She was all too familiar with the way strangers always assumed that whatever worked for them, meditation, Krav Maga, eliminating sugar from their diet, would absolutely work for anyone else. But even Sasha had to admit that something about this felt good, empowering. She felt quick and vigorous and nimble, navigating the uneven, sometimes slippery terrain. In the city, she rarely thought about the ground beneath her feet. Except when braving the old Boston cobblestones in heels, most streets were invisibly smooth. But here, the ground was rough and varied in texture. It made itself known through sound. She heard the crunch of the grainy earth under her shoes like stepping on dry cereal as she left a trail of flattened footprints in the rust-colored soil behind her. She felt more aware than ever of her body among the elements, the air moving in and out of her nose, the sturdiness of the earth when her foot struck against it. She felt strong inside of her body. She felt grounded. She made it quite far up the mountain before stopping, choosing to forego the final tricky ascent, the uppermost tip of the rocks where more experienced hikers scrambled, lifting themselves up with their calloused hands. That was their summit, not Sasha's. As she took a moment to rest, sitting on top of a smaller rock, Sasha observed the other hikers. 2 young girls were cycling through yoga poses. A meditating man sat straight-backed and cross-legged, as still and statuesque as the rocks. An older woman with a silver pixie cut held up an instrument of 2 thin metal rods that were spinning slowly together, perhaps a compass of sorts. Sasha wondered why so many generations of humans had felt a connection to this land. Why decade after decade, people still came, still drawn to the promise, the potential, the idea that the earth here was somehow distinct, that it could change you, or help you, or heal you. Of course, the rocks were uniquely stunning, but was there truly something deeper? She wondered if the people here were really all that different from those sleeping at the poppy fields. Everyone was seeking, searching, hoping, though she knew why many would turn here instead, to the comfort they felt in nature, perhaps their faith in divine creation. She understood why they would see the power of the earth as more pure, more trustworthy than the work of a few flawed humans in a lab. Even Sasha, who'd only ever camped in her own backyard, and whose idea of a perfect day in nature was a leisurely stroll through a vineyard with a glass of rosé in hand, couldn't help but feel uplifted by all the natural sensations. The energizing breeze against her face, the warmth of the sun on her back, the solidness of the ground beneath her. The awareness that everything around her, all these soaring monuments of stone, had already witnessed millions of tiny humans passing through, and that these humans would continue to come and go, to climb and descend, to arrive and depart from the earth, while these mighty rocks stood still. Sasha felt like she, too, had been standing still, that she'd been put on pause, that the forward momentum of her life had been severed, leaving her suspended in space ever since. But maybe this could be the first step. Maybe she could stop floating now. Maybe she wouldn't have to remain an astronaut untethered from her ship, alone and adrift in the darkness. Maybe she had just planted her 2 feet firmly on Mars, and the red-dusted edges of her sneakers were proof. Sasha breathed in sharply, and in the briefest reprieve, she released her ruminating thoughts of the past and her fear of the unknown future. She thought only of this moment, the effort it took to climb here, the sweat on her skin, the dull ache in her legs, the pride in her surprising strength, the sense of communion with the people around her. That was when she spotted the pack. The leader, with a glittery silver sash across her snow-white romper, a plastic tiara atop her head, was flanked by 7 comrades in matching tees that read, "Ashley got her rock," the image of a diamond ring imposed upon the red rock landscape. Sasha wasn't exactly a fan of the shirts. Her own bachelorette was a simple affair, a night of red wine and blue humor, of gossiping on the couch while Sex and the City played on mute, but she wished the young woman well. The girl, clad in the brightest white, passed right next to Sasha, still dressed in all black now, wearing the same camisole and matching leggings she'd donned the morning of her flight. "Congratulations," Sasha said. The girl placed a hand on her heart. "Thank you so much," she replied, her teary-eyed earnestness perhaps the side effect of a few early morning mimosas or a late night out before. Or maybe, Sasha thought, just a side effect of love. She watched as the pack moved on, the beacon of white swallowed by the rest of the colors. The bride disappeared behind the bend, while Sasha sat in place. Allowing herself to start moving again would mean somehow accepting all the maybes that plagued her. That maybe she would have married Dean and maybe they would have been happy. If marrying Dean would have saved his life, she'd have married him the day they met. But maybe their marriage wouldn't have lasted long. Maybe they would have raised 3 rotten kids who hated both of their parents. Maybe she wouldn't have walked down the aisle, and Dean would have spent a few months in pain, and then maybe he would have fallen even more madly for somebody new. Maybe she could put all these maybes to rest. Even the girl in the sash and tiara couldn't know what may be coming. Sasha had been faced with a choice that morning of which path she should hike, which mountain she would ascend, and there was a good chance she'd never return to see any of the others here. That she'd never get to enjoy the view from their peaks or be knocked by the wind in their valleys. She wasn't sure what those other trails looked like or felt like, but she was sure that they all had their difficult stretches, their steep uphill slopes, and their landings to rest. She was sure that they all were this beautiful. Sasha suddenly felt the need to share this beauty and to share it with someone she loved. She pulled out her phone and dialed her parents. She would walk them through the steps for a video call. She'd explained this before, but they always forgot. And then she would show them the mountains, so remarkably red, and the sky, impossibly blue. They would likely be baffled by the scene at first and overflowing with questions. But for now, in the first grateful moments of the call, they were simply relieved and elated to hear Sasha's voice on the line, to wish their daughter a happy birthday. 49. In the morning, Sky was the first goodbye. "I seriously can't thank you guys enough for picking me up at that taco stand and bringing me all the way here," she said. Sky looked at Sasha, her face faintly ruddy and glowing after her early trek. "And I'm sorry again if I overstepped last night," said Sky. "I just thought the song looked really moving." "Don't be sorry," said Sasha. It was. Ava gifted Sky a drawing of PJ sitting proudly on a big red boulder. Sky couldn't have been more thrilled. "You can visit PJ anytime you want," said Ava. "Maybe you both can drive to me someday. Promise me you'll keep practicing?" Sky offered up a crooked pinky for Ava to loop her finger around. Ava felt that she'd been wrong in her first assessment of the girl, when she'd noted the similarities between Ellis and Sky. Yes, both women dreamt of more, both needed to escape, both seemed to feel dissatisfied simply standing still. But Ava realized now that Sky wanted to be absorbed into the wider world, to disappear within its boundlessness. Ellis wanted to make herself known. Sky hoped to discover the world as it was. Ellis hoped to change it for good. When Ava and Sasha left to use the restroom before setting off one last time, Ray and Sky leaned against the canary, waiting. "You know, ever since we told you that we were all headed to the poppy fields," said Ray, "you never asked why." "It's not really my business, I guess. And I Googled the place. It sounds like anyone going there is probably dealing with some really tough shit. I can imagine not wanting some hitchhiking stranger prying into your life." Ray looked at Sky like he hadn't given her quite enough credit, like she was more mature than he had assumed. "I know that look," she smiled. "And I know you probably still think I'm reckless or irresponsible or naive, and maybe I am," she shrugged. "But about 5 months ago, before I graduated, before I decided to travel, I was at this party with a bunch of the rich kids from school. I guess I was sort of dating one of the guys at the time, which was totally stupid on my part. But anyway, one of the girls there must have taken some bad drugs or something because she passed out and nobody could wake her and nobody knew what to do. And some of those cowards actually bailed and left her there. Sky's stomach turned at the memory. But I called 911 and someone else who must have been a lifeguard or something knew to flip the girl on her side, and then eventually the EMT got there. And I don't know what he gave her, but he got her to wake up. And she was back at school a few days later. And honestly, I didn't even know this girl very well, but I guess it just hit me that she almost didn't graduate. Sky paused. And that I'd been spending most of high school talking shit with my friends who thought we were all too cool for everything and counting down the days until we were free. I'd been wishing that graduation would come faster. I'd been wishing my life away instead of actually living it. The same life that this girl almost lost at some dumb party. And it took a little bit longer for me to realize what I actually wanted to do. Or at least what I didn't want to do. But that feeling must have stayed with me. Maybe it's why I'm here now. Ray wanted to say something kind and encouraging, to leave her with a memorable parting word, but the lump in his throat had stolen his voice. You know, I hadn't thought of it before, but we're both from Kansas City, right? Sky asked. The guy who saved her, he was probably one of your teammates. He was so much more than that, Ray thought. But he didn't need to burden Sky with his pain right now. Didn't need to tell her that the medic at the party, the hero of her tale, had very likely been his brother, and that he'd died mere months after she'd witnessed him at the height of his vitality. Ray didn't need to tell her that he had spent the past 3 months wondering what Johnny had felt in those final moments. How Ray hoped that all the cliches were true, that we see our full life before our eyes, that we're able to look back and remember the beginning and the middle and the end, and that it doesn't feel like a series of distinct events, but that it feels like a story, a journey, that now makes sense as a whole. Everything you learned and felt and experienced, all the people who shaped your life, all the people whose lives you shaped, the difference between the old world that once existed before you and the new world you now leave behind, the world that is irrevocably changed because you were a part of it. Ray couldn't really articulate any of this aloud, but that was how he felt. But even if Johnny had seen all of that when he died, he wouldn't have seen this girl. This brave and spontaneous and talkative and sweet and surprisingly wise young woman. He wouldn't have known about Sky. Luckily, Ray had learned for him. Ray suddenly wondered what else he might learn someday. He'd been viewing the future as daunting, the phases of life he would live without Johnny. But maybe the future also held some possibilities, too. Maybe what had been so hard for Ray during these last few months, working in the same place that Johnny had worked, walking into the kitchen and thinking about the meals he would have cooked next, probably roast beef or turkey since everyone loved his gravy, could perhaps become a source of joy. Maybe Ray could soon be grateful that the people he sprinted and sweat alongside, with whom he ate and drank each night, were also keepers of Johnny's memory. They were collectors of the stories that Ray knew well and the ones that he hadn't yet heard. All the anecdotes that would start, "Do you remember that time when..." And this meant that Johnny could exist not only in the memories that Ray preserved, but also somehow in the days to come, as Ray unearthed even more about him. Past, present, and future. Ava and Sasha returned to receive their final farewell embrace, and then Sky crouched down to kiss PJ's head. "Don't tell anyone," she whispered to the dog, "but I'm probably going to miss you the most." Sky stood up and looked at the people who had shepherded her these past 2 days on the road. "You know, when I was up in the hot air balloon, it was the closest that I've ever come to feeling weightless," she said. "I mean, obviously my feet were still touching the basket, but I could sort of lean my head and my chest and my arms over the edge, and it was almost like I was flying. Like it was just me in the air, nothing holding me down. I hope whatever happens at the poppy fields, it makes you guys feel a little more like that. A little bit lighter." Then Sky turned and began to make her way toward the next stop in her journey, still poised at the very beginning of what would hopefully be quite a long story.
The Poppy Fields. Interview transcript Applicant 784-551. Interviewer: Why are you applying to sleep at the poppy fields? Applicant: My parents are making me. Interviewer: Could you please elaborate on that? Applicant: Well, they're concerned about me, I guess. Probably because I've been spending a lot of time in cemeteries lately. And I know how that sounds, believe me, but I'm not doing it in some goth, morbid way. I'm not, dressed as Wednesday Addams. I usually just bring my sandwiches there on my lunch break and sit for a while. And I don't do it to feel sad. It actually makes me feel better. To be reminded that so many people have died before and they all left loved ones behind. And all of those people who were left survived, which means that I can survive. Interviewer: We can't accept any applications from people who feel they're being coerced into applying. Applicant: Yeah, I figured you'd say that. I'm going to talk to my parents, I swear. But you've got to admit, it's pretty funny that they think I'm behaving abnormally, so their solution is to send me to sleep at the poppy fields. How could anything be more abnormal than that? Interviewer: We prefer not to use words like abnormal around here. When it comes to grief and loss, we don't believe that normal exists. Applicant: Hey, maybe you can tell that to my parents so they can stop worrying about me so much. So they can see that I'm only going to the cemetery because you always hear that grief is so common that it happens to everyone at some point. But then it happens to you, and you just feel so alone. Do you think maybe that's what some of your patients felt when they applied? That the poppy fields is this special place where they can be surrounded by other people who share their pain? Maybe the only place in the world where they wouldn't feel so alone. Isn't that what everybody wants, in the end? Just to feel a little less lonely?
50. The car was quieter now, with only its original passengers. Their focus returned to the fields. As their car ventured farther away from Sedona, out of the mountainous, wooded region, the trees began to disappear, finally giving way to the desert. The sky that morning was grayer and windier. The world outside felt moody. And though the land beyond the car was dusty and hot, the air within felt even heavier, weighted down by nervous tension. For miles, the only signs of humankind were the few other cars on the highway and the telephone poles linked by barely visible wires running along the gray ribbon of road. The ground wasn't barren by any means, but the plants that did manage to break free from the arid earth rarely grew more than a few feet tall. Sasha thought the patches of sandy yellow brush looked like overbleached hair, crispy and brittle and pale. Everything everywhere looked spiky and dry, like it would hurt to touch, having endured so many abuses of an unobscured sun. Driving here felt a bit like time travel, observing the earth as it always was before humans came in and bulldozed and built. A place in which time felt like it had to be measured in geological eras, not calendar years. While the cities of the world offered a view of the future with their high-tech towers and their high-speed transit, the sweeping open stretches of the desert invited a reflection on the past, on the many thousands of years when the road didn't exist, when the pavement hadn't yet been laid, when there was nothing to connect the discrete points on a map, and people like Ava and Sasha and Ray couldn't just decide they were heading to California and not think twice about how they would get there. 3 days ago, they had left the airport, that mecca of modern achievement, sending people up into the skies. And now they had driven back into the past, the Canary as their DeLorean. But the past was a dangerously alluring place for the 3 people in that car. The past in which Ellis was still Emmy, still living in Kansas, still sharing a bedroom with Ava. The past in which Ray and Johnny were still playing one-on-one in their driveway. The past in which Sasha was only just saying yes after Dean played his song. As much as they may have wanted to stay in the past, They were barreling through the present, toward the poppy fields just a few hours away, and despite the monotony of the scene outside, the minutes on the clock passed quickly. Ray flexed and squeezed his hands on the wheel. Sasha's foot began to tap, and Ava rubbed the small purple patch she'd sewn onto her sweater, fighting to keep from biting her nails. Even PJ began to pant with an added sense of urgency. Before they left that morning, Ava had scrolled through the news on her phone, landing on a headline that plugged up the air in her chest. Alleged poppy fields founder attacked by lone protester. The article linked to a short, grainy video in which a man pushed Ellis to the ground before a nearby security guard pulled them apart. Ava watched the video 4 times in a row, shivering at the sight of her sister tumbling, her body scraping the ground, hearing the person filming the video suddenly utter, "Oh, shit!" But Ellis appeared to walk away unscathed. Ava tried to zoom in closely on Ellis's face to see if her sister had changed in her years at the poppy fields. But the video quality wasn't sharp enough, and through the fuzzy filter of distance, the image of Ellis on the screen looked quite a bit like Ava, though Ellis's hair had always been darker, and she always stood a little bit taller. Ellis and Ava still looked like the grown-up versions of the 2 little girls who once were best friends. The video was dated a few days prior. Apparently, the fight had taken place just before Ava embarked on her trip. She had read nearly all the op-eds debating the poppy fields, but it was something else, something much more disturbing, to watch it play out on film, to see the anger directed not merely at an inanimate, unfeeling place, but at a breathing, breakable human. "He should have knocked the bitch harder," was the #1 trending comment. But the second most liked response was the one that caught Ava's attention. "Yes, we should feel free to critique the poppy fields, like all institutions," the commenter wrote, "but they've received hundreds of thousands of applicants. Shouldn't we be more distressed by the fact that so many of our fellow humans are living in such deep despair? Think of how severely they must be hurting. Think of how badly we must be failing them. Maybe if we found a way to connect with each other more, to give each other a little more compassion and grace, to ask people what they need from us instead of always making assumptions, then maybe no one would feel the need to sleep there anymore. Maybe the poppy fields would simply run out of patience." Ava had cleared her browsing history and put her phone away for the rest of the morning, grateful that Ray and Sasha seemed unaware of the video's existence. They'd spent most of their drive offline, slipping in and out of cell reception, and now, mere miles from the fields, on a stretch of road with spotty service, they were unlikely to come across the video before stepping foot in the place itself. Among the 3 of them in the car, no one had yet to acknowledge the fact that the clinic would be hard to access. No official address was listed online, but a former patient had shared the approximate geographic coordinates in a blog recounting his experience. And they knew they were at last getting close when they spotted the competing billboards. "Thank you, Poppy Fields," read one of the posters, featuring what looked like 100 signatures, presumably former patients. On the other side of the road, less than half a mile up, was another sign, black with white letters, "You don't need this." According to the map of the coordinates on their phones, the poppy fields seemed to lie somewhere far from the nearest named road, in a space that appeared empty and beige on their screens. The closest sign of civilization was a spot on the map labeled Donna's, which looked to be a bar. "What else are you going to do around here but drink?" Ray asked. The sign that read Donna's in thick blue paint swung over the door to the building, a low-rise structure that wasn't all that much bigger than a shack. They parked the Canary right in front, and Ava carried PJ out of the car, worried his paws might be scorched by the sun-baked pavement below. Inside, the sole customer, a man in a sleeveless shirt, sipped from a mug at the corner of a dark wooden bar, slowly thumbing through the pages of a newspaper. Behind him, a woman was drying a few drinking glasses with a towel. "Excuse me, are you Donna?" Sasha ventured to guess. "In the flesh," said the woman, stepping out from behind the bar. Donna looked to be in her mid-70s, with long gray hair plaited at the nape of her neck, the wispy tip of the braid resting halfway down her back. Her skin bore the somewhat leathery texture of a life lived under the sun, though not quite as weathered as the brown cowboy boots that peeked out from under her dress. "This might be an odd request, but we were wondering if you might know how to get to the poppy fields from here?" Donna paused, taking them in. They were young, but they looked tired, and their clothes could use a pressing. She had to assume they'd traveled quite far to find themselves out here. And she knew what the poppy fields meant. "You know, we shouldn't have bothered you," said Ray, slightly unnerved by her lingering silence. "I'm sure I could find the place myself." "But we didn't see any roads on the map," Ava nudged. Donna nodded, unfazed. "Cute dog," she finally said. "Thank you." Ava held PJ tight, suddenly wary of the woman. What kind of person opens a bar in the middle of nowhere, anyway? Donna squinted out the window where the Canary was parked outside. "That's your car?" "Yes," Sasha answered, all three of them now wondering where this stilted conversation was leading. Donna shook her head. "She won't make it out there. Not without losing a tire. The road's too rough." Sasha was confused. The highway seemed fine. "You mean the road to—" "The poppy fields," said Donna. "It's off the main route, unpaved. You go out there and bust up your car, it'll take hours for someone to fix it." All three travelers' faces sunk. They'd already endured a similar setback, and now they were finally here. They were so close at last. "Appreciate the heads up, but I think we'll just give it a shot," said Ray. He'd maneuvered a massive fire truck through downtown rush-hour traffic. He was fairly certain he could handle an empty backcountry road. Donna had to suppress a smile. This man's bravado was so like her husband's. She could practically picture the man, his yellow clown car tipped over in a ditch, still insisting that he could get them out of it. The two women he was traveling with, unsurprisingly, seemed to take Donna's warning more seriously. She was about to say they were lucky they'd caught her on a slow day, but hell, every day was a slow day here. That's what Donna liked about it. Her little corner of the desert didn't boast quite the Americana appeal of nearby Route 66, the ghost towns of one-time railway hubs and the groovy neon lights, and though the occasional tourists still wandered into her bar, even a few international folks, it mostly served as a stopping ground for drivers growing weary. Donna screwed up the side of her mouth in thought. "Hey, Billy?" The man at the bar looked up from his paper. "Can I leave you in charge for a few?" Donna asked. "I'm going to give these folks a ride." Donna led the three astonished travelers to an oversized pickup truck out back with 2 rows of seats and an open cargo bed. "This here's Molly Brown," she said. Ray and Sasha wore the same mildly quizzical expressions as when Ava introduced them to PJ. "The unsinkable," Ava said. "You get to sit up front," Donna winked at Ava. And then Molly Brown roared out of the tiny lot and eventually straight off the grid. Donna had been right about the road conditions. The narrow path that split from the main highway, branching toward the poppy fields, was rocky and uneven, jostling them all in their seats. PJ whined in complaint. "They clearly poured a whole bunch of bucks into the place itself," Donna explained, "but hardly anything into the road." Ava assumed this was, in fact, intentional, a means of preventing distracted drivers from mistakenly veering down the field's driveway. Her sister wasn't one to cut corners. "So, you guys trying to sneak in or something?" Donna asked. All three of her passengers blanched. "I know you didn't get accepted. If you get in, they send someone to pick you up at the airport or the train station. They don't make you drive it yourself." "How do you know that?" Ray asked. "My question came first." "Actually, we're going to visit my sister," Ava said. "She works at the poppy fields. That's how we had the coordinates, but she clearly forgot to warn us about the road." Donna gave the girls' story about a 40% chance of being true, but she chose to accept it, for now. "I know, because that's what they told me," said Donna, "when they approved my application." 51. Donna's morning had started as usual. Around 7:30, she left her house and drove with the windows down. Fleetwood Mac filled the car. Her daughter was legally named Rhiannon, a decision that Donna was often called upon to defend, But who wouldn't want their child to rule her life like a bird in flight? And they mostly just called her Annie. At 9 o'clock, Donna unlocked the door to her bar, the wooden sign creaking above her. She'd thought plenty of times about changing the name of the place. Did she really need her own name up there in flashy bold letters? Or at least taking down the sign? Wasn't it a little big, a little bright, a little tacky? But her husband had named the bar, and he'd painted that sign himself. They had each lived in a handful of different places before settling in California together. While the moneyed and chic were drawn to Palm Springs, Frank Sinatra still kept a house there, and Slim Aarons had recently come with his camera. Donna and her husband built their nest on the outskirts of a neighboring town near Joshua Tree, far from the glamorous fray. They reveled in their life in the desert, willing to sweat through the triple-digit summers so long as they didn't have to live in a cramped apartment in an overgrown city. Nowadays, Donna could laugh at her strident younger self, but that thirst for independence, for a life apart from the common currents, had never really gone away. In their house in the desert, Donna could paint and her husband could read, devouring books on history and art and science, constantly trading one obsession for another. Their truck had been acquired during the Great Titanic phase. And every night they could see hundreds of flickering stars, like they lived in their own planetarium. They opened a bar in town and quickly became known for their no-nonsense, no-frills drinks and for treating every guest like a regular. Donna's husband tore through half a dozen titles on the art of mixing cocktails. They raised a daughter and a son. They sold the bar and retired for 6 months of relentless boredom, then rented an RV and drove, Jack Kerouac and Hunter S. Thompson. They thought they would crisscross the country, but they didn't make it out of the state. They almost drove past the building, but Donna was feeling peckish, and she thought perhaps this ugly, ramshackle structure, ostensibly a bar named the Desert Rose, might be their last chance to stop for a while. Barely 2 hours and 2 beers later, they'd bought themselves a new bar. It was midday when Donna found her routine suddenly interrupted. When 3 young people and a little dog stumbled inside her establishment, asking questions about the famous, or perhaps infamous, treatment clinic that had opened near her bar. Donna respected what they were trying to do at the Fields, knew how badly those folks who slept must be hurting, but there was something a little unsettling about working so close to the poppy fields. She couldn't let herself think too hard about it, or else the bottles behind her bar, some tall and slender, some short and squat, some colorful and new, some aged and subdued, had the uncanny ability to transform into people right before her eyes, into the suffering bodies who Donna imagined were asleep at the Fields right now. 52. The last time Donna drove this way, her kids had only just returned to their homes in San Diego and Tahoe. Her small staff had only just reopened the bar. She had only just buried her husband. Pebbles rattled about in Molly Brown's tire wells like coffee beans filling a grinder. Donna gripped the wheel tightly, fighting to keep the car straight, and Ava spotted a finely drawn tattoo on the inner side of her arm. "Make it a double," read the line of cursive ink. A particularly sharp-sounding rock shrieked against the metal spokes. "It's worse than I remembered," said Donna. "Why don't you just pull over here and we can walk the rest of the way," offered Sasha. She stared out the passenger window, slightly fogged and flecked with mud. She could see a single-story beige building ahead, what must be the poppy fields. "It's not far," she practically whispered. Donna put the truck in park and turned to face her passengers. "I appreciate that," she said. "Normally I wouldn't let you folks walk even a few feet out here after April, but you picked a good day. Cloudy. Temperature's not too brutal yet." Ray and Ava each climbed out of the truck. "Thank you so much for driving us," Ava said, and Ray shook Donna's hand, both a little in awe of the woman who had paused her day and hopped in her truck and driven 3 strangers out into the desert, asking for nothing in return. Sasha stepped out slowly behind Ava and Ray, and when her feet both landed on the ground, crunching against the dirt. She recalled the sensations of her hike that morning, taking those first momentous steps. She remembered hearing Sky play Dean's song. She felt like the past 24 hours had been trying to tell her something. Sasha stammered. Ray and Ava turned to look back at her. I think I'm going to stay here, she said. What? Ray was shocked. I'm not going to go in there with you, Sasha explained. You mean you don't want to apply again, try to sleep? Ray asked. No, Sasha said calmly. Not anymore. Ray furrowed his brow for a moment, then nodded. But don't go thinking that you convinced me this place was a hoax, Sasha told Ray. I still think the treatment's real. I just don't think it's meant for me. Sasha glanced over at Ava. You don't look surprised at all. Well, Ava said, you are the one who said we should take this ridiculously long drive instead of just waiting for the next flight like reasonable people. And then you were the one who suggested we stop at the motel that first night and then follow Sky to Sedona, so it felt like maybe you were stalling all along, like you weren't quite sure what you wanted. Sasha blinked at the pattern laid out before her, as if Ava could see her better than she'd been able to see herself. I can hang back here with you, Donna offered to Sasha. How long do you two think you'll need inside? Ray looked at Ava, handing the question to her. Honestly, I don't know, she said. But I don't want to make you wait out here, so maybe you should head back to the bar. We'll meet you there after. How will you get back? Asked Sasha. I remember my sister saying once that they had a few cars at the fields, that nobody was actually trapped. Ava also remembered wondering why Ellis seemed incapable of using these cars to pay her family a visit. Well, I can watch PJ for you. Sasha opened her arms to the pup. Good luck in there, she said. And because they both believed at the time that they would be returning soon, neither Ray nor Ava thought to bid Sasha goodbye. 53. When Ava was little, on nights when she couldn't sleep, when her dreams turned dark and thorny, she would, like many children, search for another bed to climb into, another person to tuck herself near. Unfortunately, Granny May mumbled in her sleep and made odd little noises with her breath. It sounded like she was blowing bubbles in gum, and Ava couldn't sleep soundly beside her. So Ava had no choice but to crawl into Ellis's bed, conveniently just a few steps away in the pink bedroom that they shared. And Ellis didn't seem to mind. She would lie quietly next to her sister, and once Ava had slipped back into slumber, Ellis would simply roll off her mattress, pad across the carpet, and slide into Ava's now empty bed, resuming a comfortably stretched-out shape for the remainder of her night. The frequency of Ava's nightmares decreased as she grew up, or perhaps she simply started to learn how she could comfort herself. Once, though, when Ava was 9 and Ellis newly 13, the two girls fought viciously after dinner, when Ava accidentally spilled her grape juice across half of Ellis's homework. Ellis had shouted, and Ava had cried, and Granny May had begged them both to calm down as she blotted the midnight indigo stains off the pages of bleeding equations. The homework had not been salvaged, an exhausted apology penned for the teacher. That night, Ava's dreams were ferocious, the legs can't move, voice can't scream, someone's chasing you variety. And even though she hadn't done so in months, she climbed nervously, timidly into Ellis's bed. Ava lay beside her big sister in silence, waiting to inevitably be kicked out as retribution for the grape juice fiasco, when she felt Ellis's fingers brush up against her own underneath the covers. She felt Ellis reach for her hand and squeeze. Neither of them said a word that night. They just held hands and fell back to sleep. And for the first time, when Ava woke up, Ellis was still in the bed. And this was the moment Ava held in her memory as she walked toward the poppy fields with Ray. After 4 days of driving west, Ava felt like she had finally fallen off the map, with no sense of where she was. The desert fanned out around her, disorienting, awesome. In its sheer, unending expansiveness, it felt a bit like the ocean. But water was always moving. Water was like a film, while the desert was a painting, a still life, stunning and immobile. Unless Ava looked ever so closely and noticed the minuscule insects moving among the grains of dirt below. Almost instantly, Ava's eyes and lips and nostrils felt dry. Everything even smelled dry, if dryness were truly a scent. It smelled like sand, like dust, like something left baking in the sun for too long. She walked gingerly, scanning before every step, imagining the dangerous desert dwellers that might be camouflaged underfoot, rattlesnakes, lizards, scorpions. Interesting creatures to read about in books, but not ones to encounter in the wild. Thank goodness she'd left PJ with Sasha, she thought. Out here, the small pup would be prey. Ava was struck, too, by the purity of the silence engulfing her. It wasn't like the silence of the library, where the overhead lights tended to buzz and the patrons punched the keyboards of the chunky desktop computers, nor was it like the silence of her house, where PJ was always prancing about and the wood frame often creaked. This was all-consuming silence, and Ava felt her whole body on heightened alert, attuned to even the smallest of sounds that might cut through the quiet, aware that any light rustle in the brush might signal something venomous. Twice it proved just to be a harmless salamander scurrying across her path. Yes, there were purple-gray hills in the distance, and yes, there was the poppy fields itself just ahead, but Ava still felt so exposed, so vulnerable in the overwhelming open flatness. In the desert, there was nowhere to hide. No plants that stood taller than Ava's knee, nothing to serve as a shield. And yet she realized she felt safe around Ray. She leaned closer toward him as they walked, until suddenly Ray grabbed her hand, and the two of them stood, fingers linked, in front of the poppy fields. The building itself was low and wide, and looked like the color of sand, as if rising from its surroundings. It didn't seem like anything special. A school, maybe, or an office park. But they both realized that it didn't need to appear interesting or impressive. It didn't need to attract from outside. It couldn't be spotted from any main road. And anyone who made it this far was already sold on going in. The single distinctive feature of the property was the fence. There was no barbed wire, nothing too frightening, just a simple metal gate with an open lattice design that allowed Ray and Ava to peer straight through, even before they could cross. Oh, and a little guardhouse with a not-so-little guard inside. "What's up with all the security?" Ray whispered. "I imagine it's because of all the people who take issue with the fields," said Ava. People like you, she thought. A man in a gray uniform stepped out of the gatehouse, eyeing them suspiciously. "Do you have an appointment?" he asked. Ava swallowed. "I'm here to see my sister," she announced. "Her name is Alice Jones." The guard, Ron, according to his name tag, looked briefly shocked and confused, his round face reddening slightly, before he raised a wait-one-moment finger and typed something into his phone. 2 minutes later, it was Ava's turn to be taken aback when Ellis emerged alone from the building and began walking toward the fence, presumably because Ron had just informed her that someone may or may not be impersonating her sister outside. 54. It was definitely her sister. So few people even knew that Ellis had a younger sister. What were the odds that someone would claim to be her? It had to be Ava. But there was also a tall, broad-shouldered man standing closely beside her, a looming question mark. As Ellis walked down the path to meet them, a million thoughts rattling within her mind, she found herself trying to focus by imagining the scene from the sky, what they all might look like from above, mere freckles on the face of the sand. Tiny dots for Ava and herself, for Ron the guard and this unknown man. The poppy fields behind them would appear much larger, of course, but even that would become imperceptible upon zooming even farther out, until all was swallowed by the desert. Ellis knew that some people liked to feel small. that the immensity of the world was a comfort. But the thought made Ellis feel rather disturbed. She felt like she was disappearing. Who was she if she wasn't big? She gave an approving nod to Ron, who pressed a button inside the gatehouse, unlocking the fence, and then Ellis and Ava were face to face. Ellis was somehow dumbstruck and not at all surprised. This reunion with her sister felt inevitable. She just never expected it to happen here. "What are you doing here?" Ellis asked. Ava suddenly felt overwhelmed, unable to find the right words. Ellis's question sounded so small, but the answer felt too big. "Maybe we can talk inside?" she asked. Ellis pinched her forehead. Her eyes flitted between Ava and the man she'd brought with her. It had been more than 3 years since Ellis last saw Ava in person, on her final trip home for the holidays before the first trials began at the fields. But Ava hadn't really changed that much. She was still wearing glasses, though a pair that now suited her better, and her hair still fell just above her shoulders, where it had consistently fallen since the 7th grade. The man next to Ava looked oddly familiar. "Who is this?" Ellis asked. This is Ray," said Ava. "He's my friend. He wanted to see the fields." "Nice to meet you," Ellis said, giving Ray's hand a stiff shake, his skin much rougher than her own, as she studied his face for the source of her recognition, unsuccessfully. As far as Ellis knew, Ava still didn't have her license. Perhaps this man was her driver. Ellis wasn't really sure what she was supposed to do here. Offer them a tour? Pretend that this wasn't quite a rude and disruptive move on her sister's part to simply show up at Ellis's place of work unannounced, accompanied by some stranger? But Ava had asked if they could talk inside. So Ellis invited them in. She led them into the waiting room, inside the entrance to the fields, separated from the larger treatment room by a single nondescript door. The place was surprisingly cozy. Ray had apparently been expecting to find the interior of a spaceship, or at least something more like a hospital, all sterile white rooms and blinding lights, the oppressive odor of antiseptic and anxiety. But this felt more like a spa. The chairs in the waiting room looked comfortably plush, in calming neutral tones. Skylights bathed the space in a warm, soft glow. And was that the subtle scent of lavender he smelled? Ray wouldn't have been surprised to spot a miniature bonsai tree or hear the trickling of an indoor fountain, but the only items that appeared on the end tables were copies of a glossy brochure entitled The Poppy Fields, FAQs for Prospective Patients. "This is where we welcome our sleepers," said Ellis. "Our patients." She'd never felt so self-conscious within these walls. "And then over here is the main treatment room, which composes the bulk of the facility." Ellis wasn't planning to show them this part of the fields, of course. She was planning to speak in her office. But she could see the intrigue play atop their faces, the slight widening of their eyes, the subtle tilt in their heads. And she suddenly felt that it was a shame the treatment room was only ever seen by her team of doctors and scientists. Ellis was proud of what she'd built, and she never got the chance to show it off. So she pushed the door open and listened for the gasp. The room itself was massive, and Ray and Ava both recalled reading the statistic that 5,000 people could sleep here at once. It was utterly overwhelming in its near-endless state, much like the desert outside. So many sleeping humans in neatly organized lines, all in single beds, all practically indistinguishable, all dressed in the same bright set of crimson-red pajamas. "Holy crap," Ray whispered. "It's like a poppy field," said Ava. They couldn't turn their eyes away from it. They could barely even risk blinking. It was awe-inspiring, hush-inducing. It was honestly somewhat frightening. It was, quite literally, breathtaking. Only upon closer inspection could they spot all the mechanisms at work, the small monitors beside each bed, the thin tubes and wires extending like tentacles off the dormant patients. What's going on here? The trance that Ray and Ava had both slipped into was broken by the arrival of a woman in a lab coat and navy scrubs. "This is Dr. Yasmin Saeed. She heads our research team," said Ellis. "This is Ray, and this is Ava, my sister." Yasmin opened her mouth to say something but found the words escaped her. "Actually, Yasmin, I was going to see if you could show Ray here the rest of the facility," Ellis continued, "so I could just get a moment with Ava." Yasmin tried to send Ellis a look, an arching of her brows to ask what the hell is happening right now, but ultimately she trusted Ellis. So she gestured for Ray to follow her down another hallway, leaving the sisters alone. 55. Over the years, volunteering at the library, Ava had gathered an array of unusual stories, some oddities and misfits of history. The legend of PJ's namesake was one, as were several strange tales of war. She read about the sudden solar eclipse that ended a multi-year conflict in 585 BCE, when the combatants interpreted the ominous darkening sky as a sign to lay down their weapons. She read about the Gettysburg reunion in 1913, when two veterans from opposing regiments purchased a hatchet in town and buried it where they once fought. She read about the famous Christmas truce, the impromptu ceasefire along the Western Front, when German and British soldiers emerged from the trenches to mark the holiday together, drinking and playing soccer and even holding communal services to jointly honor their fallen. Ava and Ellis weren't quite at war, but they certainly weren't at peace. Ellis had dug the moat between them, widening with every year, but it was Ava who'd finally filled it with water, making it nearly impossible to cross. It was Ava who'd been so hurt by Ellis's actions that she pulled herself back sharply, stopped sending cards on Ellis's birthday, emailed instead of called. But it was also Ava who missed her big sister, the clever and confident girl who'd earned Ava's wonder and admiration, the friend who held her hand tight. Ava was always the quiet one, but now was the time to speak. "So, what are you doing here?" asked Ellis. "Well, you made it pretty clear that you were never coming home again," said Ava. "Never" feels a bit harsh, said Ellis. "But certainly, this project has required all of my time and attention." Ellis was too composed, too guarded, Ava thought, speaking to her own little sister like a well-trained CEO accustomed to a skeptical audience. "And there's nothing else? No one else who might have deserved some of that time and attention?" Ellis blinked, shifting slightly on her feet. "Are you talking about Granny?" she asked. "Or yourself?" Ava's eyes began to blur. It was like the past 3 years collapsed and everything only just happened. "She died," Ava said. "And you weren't there." "If I had known what was coming, if we'd had some sort of warning," Ellis stammered. "If there had been a chance to come say goodbye or to try to prevent it, then obviously I would have been there as soon as I could. But there was nothing I could do. By the time you called me, it was already too late." Ellis's voice grew quiet. "There was nothing for me to do there. She was already gone." "She was gone," Ava shouted. "But I was there." She quickly covered her mouth, startled by her elevated voice and scared she might wake the patients. "I was there," Ava said more calmly now, "planning the funeral and cleaning out her house, our house. I was always the only one there. I don't care how special your work is. How selfish do you have to be to leave someone alone at a time like that?" Ellis could feel her heartbeat pounding rapidly in her chest. How was this all happening right now? Her back was still aching from being pushed by Jamie Roberts. Yasmin was warning that her own team was at risk of turning against her, and now her sister had appeared in the middle of the desert, looking to make Ellis feel guilty about the life she'd chosen to lead. "You abandoned me," Ava accused her. "You didn't return my calls for weeks." She glared at Ellis through bloodshot eyes. "How could you not even have the heart to show up at your own grandmother's funeral?" Ellis exhaled, small and shaky and slow, as if she were breathing through a straw. At this point, Ellis wasn't sure which option before her was worse, to let Ava think she'd callously deserted her at such a terrible time, refusing to even pick up her phone, or to tell Ava what she might consider an even more terrible truth. Ellis had no idea how Ava would react to what she was about to say. Not very well, she was guessing. But Ava was already livid. Ava was already hurting. And Ava had clearly come here for answers. Ellis owed her that much. "You know about our treatment here," said Ellis. "Of course I do." "Well, after Granny May died—" "I did it," Ellis said. "I couldn't return your calls because I was asleep myself." Ava was stunned. "You what?" "I slept here for a month," said Ellis. "And then I woke up with the side effect." 56. "I'm not sure how long we're going to be waiting for your friends, so... You want to tell me what just happened?" Donna asked, turning her truck around. "Or should I turn on the radio instead?" Sasha shifted PJ in her lap, trying to keep him calm as he stared out the window, concerned that they were driving away without Ava. "I lost my fiancé a few months ago," Sasha explained. "And honestly, up until today, I thought I wanted to sleep in there." She tilted her head back toward the fields. As Sasha hiked down from the rocks that morning, she was thinking first of her parents, grateful they had answered her phone call with only joy and relief. But then, as she continued her descent, she thought of her patients back in Boston. Many of them had surely climbed their last mountain by now, their injuries or illnesses too debilitating to allow it. Nowadays, her patients didn't wish for miracles. They didn't long for superhuman strength. They simply wanted a sense of normalcy, a return to self-reliance. They shuffled up and down the carpeted halls of their apartments, clinging to Sasha's arm for stability, training to escort their daughters down the aisle, to help walk their grandkids to school. They pushed hard, pushed themselves forward. But it always took time. Sasha had worked with several of these patients now for years, and she suddenly felt the weight of the fact that it had only been 4 months. 4 months since she lost Dean. 4 months may be time enough to fall in love with someone, but what about letting them go? 4 months just felt so shockingly small compared with 3 years together. Sasha could finally see that every time she wallowed in all the what-ifs, every hour she focused on the what-might-have-beens, she was really just avoiding the thought of what actually, definitely was. Dean was actually, definitely gone. So what could she possibly expect after only 4 months? Who knows how long it could take before she even began feeling like her former self, before her life once again started to resemble something near to normal. Dean was gone, and it would just have to take however long it took for Sasha to push herself forward. "I guess I decided to give myself a little more time," said Sasha. Time was a funny thing, thought Donna. Her husband had died 19 months ago now, the fastest 19 months of her life. And mostly, time was a helpful buffer, distancing Donna from those darkest of days. But sometimes the very fact that so much time had passed was the problem in itself, that time was so indifferent, that 19 cold and uncaring months had dared to elapse without the love of her life. "But I still don't think anyone's wrong for choosing to sleep there," added Sasha. "I know better than anyone how appealing it sounds. Did you find that it helped you?" Donna squinted at the gravelly road before them. "I'd say I made it to about here," she said, before shouting at the driver to hit the brakes. Donna remembered reaching for the door handle, suddenly desperate to get out of the large SUV, and the Poppy Fields driver hadn't stopped her. He didn't try to convince her to stay, to sleep. He probably wasn't even that surprised, she thought. The Poppy Fields was still fairly new back then, officially open just a few months. If that man still shuttled sleepers to and from the Poppy Fields, Lord knows the breadth of human behavior he must have witnessed in the back of his car. "You mean you didn't go through with the treatment?" Sasha asked. "Look, I don't know what they can or can't do in there, but what good could they have done me? There was only one thing I wanted," said Donna. "I wanted my husband with me again, and the fields couldn't give that to me. No matter what people say about that place, that it's evil or unnatural, that it's magical or miraculous. There's no real magic or miracles there. They can't bring somebody back." While Sasha was silent, Donna glanced at PJ. How desperately her children had begged for a dog when they were young. Once, Annie even delivered a 40-minute presentation entitled "Why We Need a Puppy," and Donna was fairly certain she'd spent more time on that single hyperbolic speech than she'd ever spent on schoolwork. But Donna's kids were just like their father, cannonballing into a project, submerging themselves for weeks only to find a new fixation and forget the first existed. Why We Need a Puppy quickly became Why We Need to Attend Sleepaway Camp, followed by Why We Need to Visit Japan, followed by Why We Need Separate Bedrooms, the last of which Donna did agree to. "So you don't have any regrets about walking away from the fields?" asked Sasha. "Well, after I went back home that day, my kids thought it would be smart for all three of us to try therapy, at least give it a shot. And I really fought them on it, but then it turns out that I'm the only one who stuck with it," Donna laughed. "Losing someone. It's not like a sickness or a temporary rough patch you're trying to deal with. Even if you sleep for 2 months and wake up and feel less awful, the work isn't done. This doesn't end. This is the rest of your life. There's no getting over. There's just getting on. Figuring out who you are now, because you sure as hell aren't the same person as before. But maybe that doesn't have to be all bad." There was so much of Donna that hadn't changed in the past 19 months. She was still a mother, a sister, a grandmother, but a young grandmother, she would insist. A friend, a businesswoman, a neighbor, a crafter of killer cocktails, a lover of music and painting. But she was something else now, too. A survivor. She had become like the plants and animals that always lived alongside her, though often out of view. The words invoked when describing nature, lush, fertile, overgrown, are not the ones that come to mind when staring at the desert. Other landscapes announce their vitality. They boast of their abundance. They make it obvious to all who visit that they are full of life, with their vibrant flowers and rushing streams and singing, swinging creatures. The desert appears empty and inhospitable. It refuses to make a show of itself. It leaves one wondering if life can even be found out there at all. And yet, of course, there is life. Perhaps the most adaptable, most resilient life there is. Flora and fauna that can somehow exist within the extremes of climate. Sheep that can live several weeks without water. Tortoises up to a year. Scales and fur the color of sand, serving as shields from predators. Birds that can regulate their body temperature by opening and closing their wings. Hares with enormous upright ears to hear threats from far away. Life that has found a way to survive, even when the world makes it damn near impossible. "My husband and I ran 2 businesses and raised 2 children together, so you can bet your ass we argued," Donna recalled. "We had birthdays when we could shower the kids with all the presents they asked for, and ones when we could barely get a cake. In the span of just a few years, my husband lost his parents and I lost mine, and then our daughter Annie adopted twins. When we were 20, we thought we would travel the world, and then we built our whole lives in the desert." She smiled. "We had good times that were really good, and bad times that were somehow better." Donna stared at the road ahead, back on the paved path that would lead to her bar. She wasn't afraid of the future anymore, but God, it felt good to inhabit the past. "After he died, I just had to think, if it hurts this much now," Donna said, "then I must have been pretty darn lucky." Sasha smiled. She was sure that everyone around her now whispered how unlucky she was, but she knew, just as Donna did, that she'd been lucky with Dean. It wasn't a given in this life that we'd all find someone to love us. And Sasha had found someone who'd valued her joy just as much as his own. She remembered what everyone had said at his funeral, that Dean would want her to be happy. She'd reacted with such hostility then, but she knew they were right. Sasha found herself thinking about Dot and Joe, the honeymooners from the inn. Could it really be true that their late partners had somehow brought them together? That the spirits of those who loved us could still wield some sort of power? That their love could keep working its magic on us, even from somewhere beyond? Of course, Sasha would never know. Nor would Dot and Joe. But Sasha did know that if Dean were the one in her place now, she would want him to find joy, and hope, and purpose, and love. She would want the world for him. The beautiful world that she'd seen from the mountain, sprawling at her feet. Yes, Sasha had been lucky with Dean, and she wasn't sure if such luck would strike twice. But Sasha was a person so filled with love that she'd always feel the need to share it. She hoped, someday, she would again. She hoped she would live another love story, perhaps one that might even last as long as Donna's had. But for now, until then, Sasha just couldn't risk sleeping. She couldn't risk waking up and hearing Dean's music, the ballad Skye had sung last night, and not feeling its power course through her body, prickling her skin and misting her eyes. I thought that the side effect didn't bother me, said Sasha. But I wasn't always the best partner to him in life, she confessed. All the worries, all the questions, all the doubts. So I feel like maybe I owe him now, in death. Donna nodded in recognition. I remember my mother saying once that death anoints all sinners as saints. You read any eulogy or obituary and you'd think that anyone who ever died was perfect. When someone's gone, it's easy to forget all the flaws, all the fights, but that flattens them. It makes them boring. My husband had a short fuse. He once hurled a book against the wall because he found it so infuriating. He talked way too loud, which annoyed the hell out of me. If he didn't like you, he made no attempt to hide it. He was very well-read, and he believed in his values very strongly, and sometimes that made him very arrogant. None of that goes away because he's dead. We're all still human, you know? So you weren't always the best partner. I bet your fiancé wasn't either. And now, you're not always going to be the best in grief. You just got to live with that. It felt so good to listen to this woman, Sasha thought, whose voice contained no trace of judgment, who seemed to be giving Sasha permission to mourn and to heal and to chart her future whichever way she chose. It felt freeing, so unlike the rest of her life, ever under evaluation, confronting people's prejudice both spoken and unsaid. Sasha felt herself tearing up, casting her eyes down toward PJ. These past few months, she'd felt self-conscious whenever she cried, always aware of the slight discomfort she was causing other people. Everyone around her seemed to wish she would keep her sadness tucked away, but Donna wasn't uncomfortable. Donna wasn't disturbed or shocked or scared by Sasha's pain. Donna knew that pain, and so she knew Sasha. And she knew that despite everything that differed between them, their age and their ancestry and their families and their work, in this they were inextricably tied. Donna parked Molly Brown in front of her bar, and then the older woman placed her hand on the younger woman's arm, and Sasha felt the heat of Donna's palm, the chill of her stacked metal bracelets. With her arm resting on Sasha's, Donna looked down at her husband's words, forever inked in his slanted handwriting. She remembered kissing her husband. Make it a double, he would always say. And then she would kiss him again. Some days are going to hurt more than others, said Donna. You did good, just getting yourself this far. But you've still got a road ahead of you, and it's long and windy as hell, with switchbacks and curves that'll make it feel like you don't know if you're coming or going. So you just drive it as fast or as slow as you need. Don't give a damn what other folks think. Just don't stop driving, okay? Sasha thought about the poppy fields, with Ray and Ava inside. But she was ready to return to the family who loved her, to the patients who needed her help, to the city on the coast that she missed. She was ready to go back home. 57. Ellis did not have to apply to sleep. She did, however, submit to the biological screening to be sure that the treatment would work, and she passed. It had been 2 years at that point since Ellis asked her grandmother if she should quit Asclepius Tech and pursue her own treatment. A lab had been built in the desert, though less than half its current size. The sleep had been tested on the first 10 volunteers, and the tests had been deemed a success. The team at the poppy fields was preparing a full-scale trial. And then one morning, Ellis answered her phone and Ava told her what happened to May. Of course Ellis was going to fly home. She'd spent the first few hours that morning alone at her desk, occasionally crying, replaying her last words to May in her head. They'd spoken 5 or 6 weeks prior, Ellis updating her on the fields. "Bye-bye for now," her grandma had said before she hung up the phone. That was always how she said it. Ellis pressed her wet face into her palms. For now had become forever. She pulled herself together. She wiped her eyes. The timing of Ellis's terrible news at least meant that Flynn laid low, and nobody at the fields ever had to learn about their foolish night together. Ellis needed to find Yasmin. Yasmin would look over the poppy fields while Ellis was back in Kansas. She was crossing through the treatment room, searching for her friend, when her gaze landed on the empty beds, waiting for the next round of sleepers. What if... Ellis herself had just been struck by a loss. Ellis herself was hurting. This trial was meant to prove that her sleep was both safe and successful. How could Ellis expect all these people to believe her, to trust her, if she wasn't willing to test it herself? She told Ava that she couldn't come home right now. She didn't tell her what she was doing. She didn't think Ava would have understood. Ava would have told Ellis that her obligation lay at home, but didn't Ellis also have an obligation to her patients? Ellis shivered as she laid herself down in the bed. "We need better blankets," she told Yasmin. She was surprised at how heavily she started breathing. She could feel the icy fluids as they slithered through the vein in her arm, the peculiar sensation of a foreign substance traveling inside her body. One of the first volunteers had a panic attack while he was being hooked up, nearly getting himself stabbed with the needle. This is good, Ellis thought. Now she knew what it was like. Now she'd be able to calm them. By the time she woke up from her own sleep, she'd still have a month to prep for the trial. She'd only had to sit in her grief for 2 days, but 2 days was all she needed. Though the later trial would ultimately recommend waiting 3 weeks before sleeping, 2 days was still enough for Ellis to be bowled over by it. 2 days of her always active mind going numb if she thought too hard. Ellis had treated every day of her life as a contest with herself, all high stakes and high pressure. She only had one life, one legacy, not much room for second chances. But this, May's death, was the only truly irreversible action, alone in its staggering finality. She thought of all the conversations that would no longer be had, the advice no longer given. It was May who had convinced Ellis to create the sleeping treatment, and May who'd first put Ellis on her path so long ago. What would May have said about all the choices yet to come? The decisions that would be required of Ellis as she steered the poppy fields forward. It had taken only 2 days for Ellis to know why someone would sleep. Now, all that was left for her was to know how it would feel. "You ready?" one of the doctors asked her. Ellis nodded. She knew what she needed to do now. She needed to think of May. Ellis remembered her baking birthday cakes in the kitchen, swatting away the girls' greedy fingers as they reached for the batter in the bowl. She remembered her reading them books in bed, that funny falsetto voice she used. She remembered as a child stumbling upon a box in the attic filled with all the letters that she and Ava had written to Santa each year. She remembered then asking May directly if the mythic man was real, noting that the evidence in his favor, the half-eaten cookies, the gifts under the tree, seemed unlikely to outweigh this newfound proof that there wasn't any North Pole. "You know what?" May had said to her. "You should become a scientist." Ellis had returned to the attic that night to hide the letters in a more secret nook, determined to keep Ava from finding them too. Ellis had wanted to protect her sister, at least for a little longer. When she woke up, Ellis thought, perhaps she could do the same. If she healed herself quickly through the sleep, then she could help Ava next. "We'll see you on the other side," said Yasmin, gently touching Ellis's shoulder. Ellis already knew about the side effect, of course. It had revealed itself in 2 of the first 10 volunteers, though it would take the larger trial to determine the exact percentage. She didn't yet know exactly what happened or why it had occurred, but Ellis knew that something similar could, potentially, impact her. And it fell upon her then as fear, the possibility, however small, that these were the last fleeting moments when the memory of Granny May would make her feel grateful and lucky and loved. At least May had seen her granddaughter pursuing the life of her dreams, Ellis thought. At least May had lived long enough to witness Ellis on the cusp of greatness. "Thank you," Ellis whispered. "You made this possible." Her eyelids grew heavy, her vision blurred. She labored to form the words. "I love you," she managed. Then all went dark. "I'm just trying to understand," said Ava. "You left me alone during the worst weeks of my life because you were asleep. Here. And then you got the side effect?" "Yes," Ellis replied. "So that means you don't—" Ava squeezed her eyes shut. It seemed too impossible to state. "When you think about our grandmother, the woman who raised us, you don't feel any love?" "I'm sorry," was all Ellis could say. Ava looked pale and ill, unable to take a full enough breath to power additional words. She steadied herself against the back of a chair, the one that Ellis had pulled into the aisle to sit among her patients. "I wanted to try out the treatment for myself," Ellis explained, "so I could better support the people who sleep here." Ava shook her head. "I guess I just don't understand why you feel such responsibility for them and not for your own family." "This place is so much bigger than one family," Ellis said. She turned to face all the sleepers around them. "Look at it!" She swung her arms open. "Look at all these people who came here for help." And Ava did what was asked. She looked. Her eyes swept over all the people sleeping, the people healing. Could it be possible that Ellis had built something so astonishing that it didn't really matter if Ava felt like she'd lost her sister in the process? That what happened between Ellis and Ava, between Ellis and Granny May, were 2 losses more easily swallowed when weighed against all these thousands of souls? "I know that you're helping these people," said Ava. "I respect that. I admire that, truly." Ava took a breath. "But not everybody needs this." Ava thought about Granny May, having just lost her daughter, then stepping up to raise Ava and Ellis without any time to sleep. And Ava thought about herself, how Granny May's death had brought her PJ and a greater love for her work, and the knowledge that she would be all right, even when she was scared. "Some people can heal on their own," Ava said. "And some people might need a little extra help, like what you're giving these patients." She thought about the lonely months without Ellis by her side. "And some of us just need to be surrounded by the people we love," she said, "and feel that they love us back." Ellis had woken up a month after May's death, assured that her treatment was safe and effective. She felt strong, clear-headed. She was ready to get back to work. She was thrilled and relieved that the treatment worked, that the urge to cry was gone. But it was more than that, she realized. When Ellis thought about Granny May after waking, she could have just as easily been thinking of her neighbors back in Kansas, or her roommates from Stanford, or her colleagues at Asclepius Tech. All people she held in high regard, people who once helped shape her, but people who were also entombed in her past, whom she could recall with vivid detail and yet without any deeper emotions. There was no welling of warmth within her, no wild yearning, no desperate wish that May stood beside her right now. May was her grandmother, and that was a fact. May had raised both Ellis and Ava. She had always supported and guided them. And Ellis realized that she could know these things without actually being able to feel them. It was heartbreaking, and it was disturbing, and it was honestly frustrating as hell. Ellis decided not to tell Ava. She was crushed that the side effect had chosen her, and she was also a little embarrassed. She had created this treatment. She had let herself down. And by the time she was back at work, preparing for the trial, Ellis didn't think about the fact that Ava hadn't slept. She didn't think that back in Kansas, Ava might still be struggling. Ellis forgot about how awful she had felt before she slept, forgot about the memory of the letters in the attic, forgot that she had wanted to be stronger for her sister. Ellis had already come to believe that we all grieve on our own. Our love is ours alone to give and ours alone to mourn, and in the end, at the poppy fields, everyone sleeps alone. But Ellis had witnessed many faces of grief, and she'd go on to see many more. How could she not have wondered back then what grief looked like on Ava? How could she not have thought to ask what Ava might have needed? "You're right," Ellis said. 2 words that rarely escaped her mouth. "I should have been there for you." "Thank you," Ava said. Hearing Ellis finally acknowledge her feelings encouraged her to keep on talking. "But it wasn't just after Granny died, you know. There were a lot of years when I felt neglected, lonely, sometimes resentful. I know that I wasn't around a lot," Ellis confessed, "but I was trying to be an example for you, someone you could look up to." "I didn't want an example," Ava exclaimed. "I just wanted a sister, like what we had when we were younger." Ellis sighed. "I'll admit that I was wrong to leave you alone after Granny died," she said. "But I can't apologize for just growing up, for becoming the person that Granny always thought I could become. I can't apologize for creating this place and changing so many lives." Watching Ellis slip back on her weathered armor of self-defense, Ava found herself thinking about Ray and Johnny. When Johnny told Ray that he'd chosen to sleep, Ray had tried to force his brother to wear the ill-fitting coat of his expectations, instead of accepting Johnny for who he was and what he wanted. Fortunately, that one instance seemed to be an outlier, and hopefully one that wouldn't define the rest of their time as brothers. But Ava had been comparing Ellis and herself for year after year after year. And of course, she and Ellis weren't the same. Ava had just said it herself. She didn't need an example. She had her own dreams, her own vision for a life that hardly resembled her sister's. Ellis would never make the same choices Ava had, just as Ava would never make the same choices as Ellis. Maybe it was unfair of Ava to have ever expected otherwise. Ava had to acknowledge that she and Ellis would always be different. But maybe it didn't mean that they would always have to be distant. Ava knew now why Ellis hadn't come home 3 years prior. It was a heart-wrenching answer, and one she would need more time to understand, but it was an answer nonetheless. And Ava wasn't wholly innocent herself. Ellis wasn't the only sister with flaws. After all, hadn't Ava spent years silently chastising Ellis for not valuing her family enough? Years of Ava assuming that she was better simply because she had stayed? Wasn't Ava the one who held the grudge? The one who stopped calling after May's death? The one who'd waited 3 years now to ask what really happened? The one who'd wasted so much time spent stewing in assumptions? The bond between Ava and Ellis had been nearly torn for good, but maybe, with all that Ava knew now, she could start to repair it. Maybe she could fix it, just like the hole in her sweater. Maybe she could patch it up, just as Granny May taught her. Of course, it wouldn't look seamless. It wouldn't appear like a perfect fit. After all, how many yards of fabric would be needed to stretch across so much time? Across all the early years spent together and the later years spent apart? Across Ellis's secret and Ava's silence? Across all the tiny distinctions between them? Ellis's hair was always darker, Ava always needed glasses, and across all the greater divergences in the lives they had sought for themselves. But Ava didn't need seamless. She didn't need perfect. As long as it just wasn't broken. I still wish that the path had been different, Ava said. And maybe we both could have made some different choices along the way. But what you've built here really is remarkable. Ava had taken this journey so she could finally confront her sister, but there was also a part of her that was desperate to see this place that had sprung from Ellis's mind. The part of Ava that was still the little girl in awe of her brave and brilliant big sister. Ellis was right, Ava thought. She'd built the life that May hoped she would. There were still days now, 3 years after the fact, when the absence of May felt unbearable. When Ava ached for her grandma to see her success as an artist, or mornings when Ava simply wished May could join her for tea on the terrace and lean in close to smell the mint she was growing in her garden. Losing May was the hardest work she'd ever had to do. Ava could see what Ellis was offering here, why people would come to the fields. "Thank you," Ellis said sincerely. She was surprised at how much it moved her to hear Ava say those words. "And you're right, you didn't need me to be an example for you. You have your own gifts, and I think it's wonderful that you're sharing them with the world. Granny always sounded so proud whenever she talked about you. Even after sleeping, I can still remember that." Ava took a breath, thankful for the words, trying not to cry. Ava was always the timid one, the anxious one, following Ellis's lead. But it was clear that she needed to be the one now, with the courage and strength to reach out. "Maybe you don't miss what we used to have, and maybe you don't really have time for a family. But it's just the two of us now," Ava said. She remembered what she'd told Ray, that Johnny would always be his brother. Ellis and Ava had strayed awfully far from the little girls they'd been, but maybe they didn't have to remain the strangers they were in the present. "Maybe everything that's happened in our past doesn't have to dictate the future," Ava said. "Maybe there might be a way that we could start over?" Ellis heard the familiar refrain chiming again in her head. She thought of the law of inertia, the objects that remained on their unaltered paths unless acted upon by a force. Ava was trying to be that force, to change the past 18 years of motion and send them in a new direction, this time toward each other. But Ellis didn't know if she could do it, if she could give Ava what she wanted. It was just so much easier when life was smaller, she thought, bordered by the simple square mile surrounding Granny May's house, a time when traipsing through the woods nearby seemed like the grandest adventure. When all that Ellis really had to do was let Ava crawl into bed beside her, snuggling her way out of a nightmare. Because there was only ever one person whom Ellis didn't mind making room in her bed for. "I'm honestly not sure if I'd still be any good as a sister," said Ellis. But hadn't her grandmother's death shown her that as long as she was living, there might still be time for a second chance? Ellis smiled. "I suppose it could be an experiment."
The New York Chronicle. Opinion. Why would anyone sleep at the poppy fields? By J. Carmichael. There is only one reason anyone would sleep at the poppy fields. Love. Love makes people do wild things. Things they can't understand. Things they may have sworn they would never, ever do. So, were they ever to lose that love, I imagine they might do just about anything. But here's the thing. They haven't lost that love. They've lost the physical, the visible, the tangible layer of love. But not the love itself. The love itself endures. The love itself is baked into our memories. The love itself is what slips across our cheeks when we cry. It's what tugs at our lips when we smile. It's the yearning pit in our stomach, the urge to make them proud. It's the gratitude in knowing we were gifted something real. But the love itself is fragile, and it's put at risk by the sleep. I wasn't surprised when I read about the potential side effect of the treatment. Love and loss, joy and pain, are two sides of the same coin, are they not? How could we ever banish one without endangering the other? Once we've let go of the physical, the visible, the tangible, our feelings are all that remain. The love itself. How could we ever jeopardize the most precious thing we're left with? It's been said many times that we all die twice. The first, the actual moment of passing, and the second, the last time someone living says our name aloud. But what does it mean to speak of someone without igniting any emotions? Memories without feelings are mere facts, cold and lifeless. It's not enough just to say the names of our lost. The names must have power, must grab hold of our hearts, must remind us and teach us and inspire us. The reason anyone would choose to sleep is the same reason I never could. Love changes us. It strengthens us, and dents us, and lifts us, and guides us. If we sleep, if we suffer the side effect, if we are no longer shaped by the people we love, who are we?
58. I don't actually need a tour, said Ray. Oh, good. Yasmin sighed with relief. No one had ever toured the poppy fields before. Plus, there wasn't much left to show the man. He'd already seen the pièce de résistance. Did he really want to see the kitchen? To be honest, I'm not sure what's going on here. Ellis didn't mention anything about her sister coming. It was supposed to be a surprise, said Ray. How perfect, Yasmin thought dryly, because Ellis loves surprises. Yasmin began to escort Ray back to the waiting room. Ray shuffled his thoughts like cards. Was Yasmin someone he could trust? Should he probe her about Johnny, maybe ask to see his brother's application to sleep? But Johnny's application to sleep at the fields hadn't been spurred by their fight. It was unlikely that anything he'd said in the interview could free Ray from his guilt. Ray started to feel warm, a little breathless. The passageways of the poppy fields felt so chokingly narrow. He needed to clear his throat and splash cold water on his face. Is there a restroom around here? He asked. Yasmin paused, slightly apprehensive, then pointed to a door up ahead. As Ray walked away, she consulted her watch. She would give Ellis 10 minutes more with her sister. Then she'd need some explanations. Ray locked himself in the bathroom and gripped the edges of the sink. He realized why he'd felt sick in the hall. It reminded him of his dream. That prior night in Arizona, while Ray had slept, he'd found himself standing in a strange, confining hallway in an unfamiliar house, observing through the crack of an open door as Johnny leaned over a bed, clad in neat white sheets, where their father lay quietly, resting. And Ray heard his brother whisper into their father's ear, "It's okay. It's okay." As if their father were the one infirm, the one lying on his deathbed, the one who needed to be told that he could go and his family would be all right. As if Johnny weren't the one who had gone. Ray had woken up from the dream unsettled, wondering what Johnny could have meant by those words. Maybe he was simply a son trying to comfort his father, to assure him that he would be fine, that he would survive despite his loss. Ray knew that his dad was hurting, behind his still face and dry eyes. Johnny's funeral had been a spectacular sight, overflowing with first responders from across the state, and yet the singular moment that stuck with Ray was watching his uncle approach his dad and hold out his hand to shake. His uncle's Parkinson's had recently become more pronounced, his pace slowing down, his posture stooped. Ray's uncle had wobbled slightly on his cane, and Ray's father leaned in to help hold him up. "I'm okay," Ray's uncle insisted, stubborn. "Well, I'm not," answered Ray's dad. And with that, Ray's uncle pulled back his hand and embraced his brother instead. Maybe Ray's dream was proof that Johnny had known their father better than the rest of them had, understood that he'd always needed more than he could bring himself to say. That was easier to accept than the alternative, the other interpretation, the one in which Johnny, at least in Ray's dream, had bestowed upon their father the words Ray longed to hear for himself, telling him it's okay, telling their father that all was forgiven. Honestly, Ray had never been someone who analyzed dreams before. He didn't care if his teeth were disintegrating into loose grains of sand or if he were flying over his elementary school or whatever other bizarre concoctions got cooked up by his sleeping mind. None of it was real. And yet, this felt real. It was actually surprisingly rare for Johnny to appear in one of Ray's dreams, but whenever he did emerge, it was special. It was different. Because everyone else who showed up in Ray's dreams tended to look faded or blurry, lacking distinct physical features. He just somehow knew that it was his father, or his ex-girlfriend, or his chief, despite the fact that he couldn't really see their faces in the vision. But Johnny, in his dreams, was so sharp, so clear, so obviously him. Ray could see every freckle and line on his face, as if he were staring at his brother up close. Ray had decided not to question this phenomenon, to treat it instead like a gift, a way to stay connected to Johnny, to aid in his task of remembrance. In his dreams, Ray would never forget Johnny's face. Once Ray had managed to regain his composure, he exited the door to the restroom, which abutted the corner to another hall, one Ray hadn't seen before. This place was a goddamn labyrinth, he thought. He was about to return to Yasmin when something quite large and colorful leapt into his peripheral vision, something hiding just nearby. Yasmin had her back turned to Ray, impatiently tapping her sneaker, so he ducked around the wall and into the next hallway and found himself unexpectedly facing some sort of giant collage? A full-length wall of photographs of hundreds and hundreds of different faces all tacked up together. Several photos depicted soldiers in uniform. A few showed newborns in a crib. There were chubby-cheeked toddlers and smirking teens and a good deal of gray-haired adults. Solo headshots and packed reunions. Gap-toothed grins among birthday balloons and awkward limbs at prom. Plenty of wedding portraits, vacations at the beach, one retirement party, one dog. It looked like the world's largest family tree, but every branch was filled with strangers. Ray was so consumed by the sight that he barely heard Yasmin walk up behind him. "This isn't the restroom," she said. No, sorry, You found our wall," she said. "It's amazing," Ray whispered. His reverence for the photos softened Yasmin. "Sometimes when I get too bogged down in the research or too frustrated with all the dead ends," she said, "I have to drag myself out of the lab and stand here. I have to remember why we're doing this." "So these are all the people who have slept here?" he asked. "No," said Yasmin. These were not the poppy fields, sleepers, Ray thought. These were the people they'd lost. When they pressed these pictures against the wall, Ray thought, perhaps the sleepers said goodbye. Perhaps they wondered why these loved ones had left them, some willingly, but most with no choice. Perhaps they whispered, "It's okay," even when it wasn't. Perhaps they told them thank you. Perhaps they uttered a prayer. Losing Johnny had shaken Ray's faith, set off a hailstorm of questions, and Ray was still searching, less certain than ever. But this wall, to him, felt sacred. It felt like an altar, a shrine. He almost worried about breathing too loudly, too close. He felt perhaps that he should genuflect or bow his head, something to mark the gravity of what he was witnessing, to honor this hallowed space, sequestered away from the rest of the world, behind the fence of the poppy fields. Ray looked at the thousands of people before him who must have all had their flaws, who must have gotten tired and overwhelmed and irritable and scared, who sometimes said the wrong words, who weren't always there for the people around them. And yet they were loved so deeply, so fiercely, that someone was driven to choose this strange and challenging path in their absence. If Ellis and Ava had not appeared at that moment, and Ray had stayed to examine the wall even further, he might have noticed that one face appeared twice. He might have realized that the boy in the bright green baseball jersey was also the boy in the black and white photograph clipped from his hometown paper. And maybe Ray might have realized that two people slept at the poppy fields after the loss of the same little boy. That these photos were the offerings of both a mother and a medic, of Jamie Roberts' wife and Ray's brother, Johnny, the last two people to hold the boy's hands. But Ray had already turned away from the photos, turned toward the sisters who brought him here, and the next time that Ray saw the wall, it would only be as a memory. This wall that was a tapestry of love and loss, a history of joy and suffering, a map of a world that sometimes felt too unbearable to live in, and a record of all the people who chose to build a home here anyway. 59. Ray hadn't found any incriminating reports, any smoking guns. He didn't even really believe anymore that anything like that existed. But he still had a chance to speak with Ellis. "I don't suppose you remember my brother, Johnny?" he asked her. Of course, Ellis thought. That was it. That was why he looked so familiar, the resemblance to his brother. Applicant ID 205-339. The patient who had occupied so many of Ellis's thoughts these past few months until the Jamie Roberts incident had recently taken his place. Johnny. Ellis nodded somberly at Ray. "I'm very sorry for your loss." Ray's chest suddenly tightened. Apparently, he hadn't been expecting Ellis to remember. "Your brother was a rare case for us. Grieving the death of someone he didn't personally know," Ellis explained. "Dealing with a cumulative sense of grief from everything he had witnessed through the years." Ray felt a tingling in his nose. We had a fight before Johnny came here," he said. "You don't happen to recall if he mentioned anything about me, right?" Ellis glanced at Ava standing nearby. There were still so many questions to ask. Who was this man to Ava? How did they meet? Did he always know that Ellis was Ava's sister? Is that why he'd sought her out? But here, at least, was one answer. This was why she brought him here. Ellis turned back to Ray. She wasn't aware of the details of his fight with Johnny, but she could venture a fairly good guess. Johnny's decision to sleep, really anyone's decision to come here, is something they choose for themselves. Most people can't be convinced in either direction, she said. What happened to him after he left here? Ellis shook her head, still wrestling with the facts herself. I think what made it so upsetting was that he seemed like one of our greatest success stories. He just exuded this sense of peace. I sat in on his discharge interview since he was such a unique case, and I remember my colleague asking him how he felt after waking. He said that he was excited to get back to his job and feel good about working again, and that he really wanted to see his brother. The stirring had spread from Ray's nose to his eyes, one fire he couldn't put out. Of course, I can't say what that means in terms of your fight, Ellis added, but I do believe that whatever happened, it didn't change his love for you. Ray listened to Ellis speak, and in that moment it all fell away. The non-stop flowing faucet of questions, the gnawing guilt, the simmering rage, all of it broke down and faded until only one thing remained. Ray missed his little brother. He looked at both Ellis and Ava through the water pooling in his eyes. He hoped that they would find a way to be part of each other's lives again, to see that it wasn't too late, to realize that they had been given a gift. They had been given more time. Even meeting Sasha and learning that he wasn't alone in his pain, even meeting Ava and learning just how lucky he and Johnny had been, even meeting Sky and learning how much his brother still meant to the world, Even the surprising and ridiculous and wonderful distraction of the past 4 days on the road, none of it was really enough. None of it could make Ray miss his brother any less. Maybe Ray was no different from everyone else who had crawled their way out to the desert, buckling under the weight of longing for someone who just wasn't there anymore. No different from everyone else who had pinned the photos up on the wall. Could the sleep really work? Ray wondered. Could it really help everyone who had passed through this place? Could it really make him hurt a little less? Apparently, the treatment had given Johnny some comfort at the end, allowed him to resume his life, however briefly, filled with hope. Ray thought about all the beds he had seen in the treatment room. He wondered which one Johnny had slept in. Ray had inherited Johnny's uniform and all the rest of his clothes. He had his apartment and his locker at the station. He had his baseball cards and his coffee maker and his pile of half-empty notepads, because Johnny had a terrible habit of starting a new one before he'd filled up the last. Maybe Ray had the poppy fields, too. Ray didn't know all that Johnny had gone through. He didn't know where his brother was now. But maybe he could sleep where his brother had slept. Wear the clothes that his brother had worn, face the anxiety and the solitude that his brother must have faced as he laid his head down on the pillow. Ray and Johnny had always moved through life together, at home, at school, at the station. Maybe Ray had one last chance, now, to share in his brother's journey. And maybe, if what Ellis had said was true, a chance to feel what Johnny had felt after waking up. Ray looked at Ellis and Yasmin. What are the odds that there's a bed opening up here soon? Ava gawked at Ray, confused, but Ellis answered him evenly. We can expedite your application because you're already here, but you'll still have to submit to the full screening process, she said. It'll be up to the team to decide. I'll go find someone to conduct the interview, Yasmin offered. Thank you, Ellis said. She owed her whole staff quite the explanation tonight. Ava turned to Ray, forcing a supportive smile. Yesterday you said that you hoped I'd find what I need, Ray told her. Maybe this is it. Ava could hear the slight uncertainty still clinging to his voice, and so she reached out to touch Ray's arm, then drew him in closer and hugged him. And though she was dominated by their difference in size, Ava felt like she was the one propping him up. Do you think Sasha's going to believe me when I tell her? Ava asked, slowly pulling away. Ray shook his head, not quite believing himself. Then Yasmin returned with a packet of papers and beckoned for him to join her. Ray turned to meet Yasmin, took a few steps, then quickly changed his mind. He swooped back toward Ava, kissing her cheek. Maybe I'll see you when I wake up, he said. And before she even had time to blush, he turned and walked away. As Ray followed Yasmin to another corner of the fields, he still felt a little on edge, a little nervous, but Ray had always raced toward the unknown. From his very first day at the station, the very first fire he was called to, he'd had to shake hands with uncertainty, to make room for both fear and assuredness, to accept that the odds might not always tilt in his favor. He couldn't have done his job otherwise. Ray didn't let himself think of the side effect, unlikely as it was. Johnny would live on in the memories Ray had spent these months reviving, all the facts and stories now preserved inside his mind. And Johnny would live on in the people he'd helped, the ones whom he'd inspired, his brothers and sisters at the station, his mother and father, the children that Ray might someday have who'd inherit their uncle's traits. Nothing that Ray did now, no matter what happened next, could ever change any of that. And when he woke up, Ray thought, he would add Johnny's picture to the wall. 60. Ellis should have listened when Yasmin told her the team was talking. Talking behind Ellis's back. Talking about her early reluctance to expand, her fixation on that poor patient Johnny, her viral confrontation with Jamie Roberts, her lost hours spent sitting and talking to herself among the beds in the treatment room, her sister's unannounced appearance at the fields, her reckless decision to bypass protocol and fast-track Ray's application. "And you do know that Ray is Johnny's brother," they whispered. Hearing all her transgressions and suspect behaviors piled one on top of the other, Ellis couldn't have really been so surprised when the staff finally moved to oust her. And they didn't even know about Fred Robinson, the fact that Ellis had allowed the doctor's admission for more than just medical reasons. She also wasn't surprised to learn the coup was led by Flynn, who had, of course, put forth his own name to assume the role of CEO. Apparently, the roots of his faith in her never ran very deep, Ellis thought. The choice between Flynn and Ellis was set to be presented to the board, allowing its highest stakeholders to choose the future of the fields. Even after their recent assurances of support for Ellis, they seemed more than willing to call for a vote. And so Ellis and Yasmin met alone to discuss the most pressing questions. How could they inspire those who were suffering to know they could trust the fields? How could they ensure the center was never overrun by exploitation and greed? How could they make the treatment more accessible for all? Together, the two women drafted a plan, allowing the expansion into for-profit fields, as long as the additional funds were also used to defray the costs of other patients' treatments, covering their lost wages or subsidizing childcare while they slept. 3 days before the board convened, Ellis paced the halls of the poppy fields, until she finally felt so claustrophobic that she exited the building through the waiting room and sat down on the steps outside. It was nighttime in the desert, and Ellis's eyes began slowly adapting to the dark, the cones and rods increasing their sensitivity to even the faintest of light, until she could see more reliably, though still she couldn't see much. Ellis wondered if she could really remain at the fields if she were no longer in charge. This place was her dream, her creation. It had taken nearly all she could give. It honestly scared her a little. Who would she be if she wasn't its leader? She found herself thinking of Fred. "I'm hurting because I can't do what I love anymore," Dr. Robinson had told Ellis in his interview to sleep. "I feel like everything is behind me, all the thrill and sense of accomplishment, and the only thing left in my future is feeling angry and bored and obsolete. I don't want to be doomed to those feelings." The future he had described, the same one possibly facing Ellis, sounded so bleak, an eternal night where one's vision might never adapt. But the darkness surrounding Ellis now wasn't unbroken, of course. Here, far from the cities, every star in the sky appeared like their famous cousin of the north, all of them bright and piercing and just begging to be admired. Travelers drove for hours, sometimes days, to reach a place like this, somewhere they could gaze up. Ellis had known a few astronomers in her years at school, but she'd never learned the constellations. The intricacies that always intrigued her most were found inside the human body, closer to home than the ones flung across the distant cosmos. And yet, no matter how much was studied of either, Ellis thought, both remained something of a mystery and a wonder. "What the body can do sometimes, it's astonishing," Dr. Robinson had said. Ellis had asked him at the end of his interview if he had any concerns about sleeping. "When I watch my most gifted colleagues make the perfect incision, when I see someone perform a procedure that we used to think was impossible, hell, when I used to do it myself, our bodies can do incredible things," he'd said. "So if you're asking whether I have any doubts that your team can achieve what you say you can, then no, I don't." He'd paused. "But I've been thinking about the side effect, the emotional, whatever the hell you called it. I love surgery. I love practicing medicine. And a long time ago, I almost lost that dream. But then I was gifted another 30 years, and I don't know why I was given that chance when others weren't. But I know that I was put on this planet to be a surgeon. So I can't imagine waking up and not feeling that passion anymore. But I do believe that even with the side effect, if you put a scalpel in my grip, my fingers would know what to do. They might not hold steady enough anymore, and I might not enjoy what I'm doing, but they'd still feel their way through the motions. The body has its own way of remembering." Ellis felt something in her own body stirring, the sparking of an idea in her mind, an illuminated fuse at the very start of its crackling journey, still in search of its destination. She hadn't quite felt these particular feelings since the early days of the fields, the nights working late in the lab. She hadn't realized just how much she'd missed them, these intoxicating currents of what could be. 2 days before the board convened, Ellis called Dr. Robinson. She offered him a job. Maybe he would never practice surgery again, but he could still help patients. He would join the fields as an on-site physician. Ellis hadn't technically broken any rules by accepting his application, but she always felt a little uneasy, keeping her knowledge of his background a secret. Now, at least, she had found him a new future. Maybe, someday, she would ask about his past. Maybe she would ask what he remembered of her parents. "Thank you for giving me my next challenge," Fred told Ellis. As it happened, Ellis hadn't slept much the night before, held awake by thoughts of her own challenge ahead. The future of the poppy fields would only grow more complicated, of course, but Ellis knew that she was smart and strong. She would figure things out eventually. She could make a solid case for herself in front of the board. She'd been doing just that her whole life, chasing opportunity, proving her worth. Or, perhaps, she could do something else this time. She could give her seat to Yasmin. Yasmin's faith in the fields hadn't wavered, and the team would trust her voice. Yasmin could enact the plan they had written together, and she certainly deserved to lead the fields a hell of a lot more than Flynn. Ellis could relinquish her executive duties and return to her place in the lab, devote herself to the ideas now brewing within her brain. Dr. Robinson had talked about muscle memory, the body's unconscious recollection, the learnings and memories like lyrics to a song stored deep inside of us. But what makes certain knowledge impervious to time, unable to be erased? Does all our learned experience and information leave such traces in our bodies, remnants hidden and waiting until finally called out from within? Ellis didn't know what any of this might mean for her sleep, but she was curious enough to find out. She felt, for the first moment in quite a long time, that freeing her patients from the side effect might not be a hopeless dream. That maybe the imprint of those lost emotions might still reside somewhere, unseen and unnoticed, until just the right key unlocked it. That maybe she had kept the news clipping for a reason, memorized the doctor's name. Maybe her parents had sent him, somehow, offering her some hope to cling to at a time when she needed it most. Ellis still worried, of course, what the public would say if she willingly left her post. That the brilliant founder was admitting defeat, showing weakness, acknowledging that she had been wrong and her critics had been correct. But she wasn't closing the poppy fields. She would never do that. She still believed that everyone's suffering should be given the choice to sleep, and she could spend this next stage of her career trying to make that choice easier. One day before the board convened, Ellis walked into the treatment room for the last time as CEO. It hadn't even been a week since Ava had come to the poppy fields, and yet so much in Ellis's life had shifted. The poppy fields would go on to sprout and sprawl around her, taking on a whole new life, while Ellis immersed herself in studying the side effect full-time, finding out if the love that was lost in sleep had truly disappeared for good. And she could use herself as a case study. Ellis looked at her sleepers, the old and the young, those nearing the end of their treatment and those only just beginning. Ava's friend Ray now among the latter. Ellis never spent much time dwelling on her own sleep, these past 3 years eclipsing most of what had come before. But now she remembered lying down in the bed, the initial panic, the whispered plea. Perhaps love had always been something that Ellis was willing to gamble. She'd left her little sister behind in Kansas, denying them the chance to grow together. She'd closed herself off to most people she met, and she'd drained the deep well of love she once felt for Granny Mae. She'd traded her past for her future, sacrificed so many pieces of herself at the altar of her work. Because Ellis wanted to leave a legacy. And what was the legacy of love? All these people asleep at the fields, unconscious in their beds? Ellis looked at all the spouses and siblings and children and parents and friends asleep. There was so much love inside of this strange-looking room. It didn't appear like the love in the movies, the love in the kiss between newlyweds as all the onlookers cheer, the love in the parents' tearful eyes as they hold their swaddled baby, the love in the secret handshake performed between childhood best friends. This was the other side of love. This was the aftermath, the cost, the opposite end of the bargain. This was the dirty, damp confetti and trampled flower petals, stamped into the muddy ground and tossed about by the wind long after the parade had ended. This was the sad, lonely echo in the hall, now that the dance was over. Here, in this room, was grief. But grief was love in its second shape. For so long, Ellis thought the pursuit of greatness was the greatest challenge she could face. But what if she was wrong? Ellis had always thought that she had to leave home because she wanted to do something hard, something impressive. But maybe it was just as hard to stay, just as impressive to build a life and nurture one's connections. Maybe they each required their own form of strength. Ellis envisioned herself as a caretaker, overseeing her sleepers' treatments, but she never really faced the day-to-day work of actually taking care. Ava was right. Ellis hadn't been there. She hadn't been there when Granny May slipped and relied on a walker for weeks. She hadn't been there when Ava bought her first house or adopted her dog or cleaned out the home that they all used to share. Ellis had done something so formidable in building the poppy fields, but she hadn't really learned how to do the ordinary, messy, tiring work of truly loving people. Ellis's job was incredibly difficult. Her research was life-changing. She'd accomplished her goals, built something that mattered. But all the sleepers who found themselves in Ellis's beds had done something difficult, too. Jamie Roberts and his wife, Johnny and Ray, the Russo siblings, Sandy and Adam, Abe Buckley, Jerry's husband of 51 years, the young mother, Zoe's best friend, Abby, so afraid of the side effect, the fiancé in Boston they'd had to reject, the girl eating lunch in the graveyard. Most of them would never see their names in the press or the pages of a book, but they had all done something that changed their lives and the lives of the people they loved. And maybe that mattered just as much as everything Ellis had done. 1 hour before the board convened, Ellis called her sister. The day that she'd come to the poppy fields, Ava accepted Ellis's offer, which meant that Ellis was faced with 2 experiments now, diving deeper into the side effect and reconnecting with her sister. Ellis had been a student with perfect grades, a swimmer with perfect form, an employee with a perfect record, an entrepreneur with a perfect pitch. But the challenge confronting her now, being a sister, being part of a family, these were roles where perfection simply wasn't possible. And yet, she still wanted to see who else Ellis Jones could be, what else she could do, and if her life could, in fact, be even bigger than she'd thought. "Where do you want to start?" Ava asked. "Maybe you could plan a trip to Kansas? You could meet PJ, you'll love him, and I could show you what I saved from our old house." Slow down, Ellis thought. She would need more time, especially with the transition at the fields. But Ellis did have one idea of where she wanted to begin. "Could we talk about Granny May?" she asked. "Of course we can," said Ava. "I remember all the facts from when she raised us," Ellis said. "But I'd like to be reminded about how it all felt."
The Valley Voice. An interview with the poppy fields' Ellis Jones by Ted Irving. Valley Voice. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Jones, on the eve of opening your new therapeutic center with a very unique offering for patients. And an equally unique name.
Ellis Jones. Do you know why it's called the Poppy Fields?
Valley Voice. Well, I assumed because of the plant's narcotic powers, a reference to your sleeping treatment? Or perhaps because of your location in California, where the state flower is the poppy.
Ellis Jones. Actually, poppies have a remarkable ability to grow in even extremely poor soil. After the First World War, they were one of the earliest flowers to begin growing again among the wreckage of the battlefields in Europe. They're often found in places where natural disasters or human behaviors have caused a massive disruption in the land. Their seeds wait in the soil, dormant, until they can emerge in the wake of catastrophe and help make way for other plants to return. Like they've been sleeping, just waiting to wake up and bring new life to the earth. Poppies are a rootaral species, which means that they grow from the rubble. If something so spectacular can still blossom in even the most disturbed earth, then doesn't that mean there's hope for even the most battered hearts to heal?
61. Sky keeps track of all of them. She's been living in a beach town on the California coast after leaping off a train that was tracing the Pacific. She's stayed in one place for much longer than expected. She loves living next to the ocean. Some days it feels like she might fall right off the cliffside edge of the continent. Sasha is back at work as an occupational therapist, delighting in her newest patient, a white-haired woman who ends every session by lauding her nephew, the lawyer. The last time Sasha spoke with Sky, she had just left the woman's house, where the nephew's framed photo had been conveniently moved closer to where they work. Sasha tells Sky that she isn't ready yet, but someday she will be. And maybe then she'll ask out the lawyer and make one meddling aunt happy. Sky speaks with Ava every few weeks and sometimes asks about Ellis. Though she's never met this mysterious older sister, Sky finds her intriguing. Apparently, Ellis no longer leads the company she founded. The Poppy Fields is now run by a woman named Yasmin. But Ellis doesn't sound displeased. She's recently raised the funds to fuel the next step in her research, to determine why the side effect impacts only certain sleepers. Ellis is visiting Ava this week to mark their grandmother's birthday. It's not the same as when they were young, Ava says. They're both different people now. But when they're together, she feels the pull of their grandmother's roots. They uncover even more memories. And Ava just sent Sky a photo of PJ, happily riding in the passenger seat as she drove her brand new car to pick her sister up from the airport. It was Ray who visited Topeka every week for 2 months to finish what Sky had started, teaching Ava how to drive. And even though Ava passed the test her first try, Sky still insists she's the better instructor. Ava denies anything deeper than a friendship between her and Ray, but Sky and Sasha still have their suspicions. After all, it wouldn't be the first secret that either of the two had kept. Ray is the hardest for Sky to catch up with, as he keeps odd hours at the station, but he did send Sky a video late last month of a spot in their hometown. Sky recognized the firefighters' fountain and memorial. Ray says it's been a while now, after sleeping, since he's felt the urge to scream. That his body doesn't feel quite as clenched in outrage all the time. But the absence of Johnny still feels like the air. Sometimes you notice it more, like when the wind picks up or the sky feels particularly humid and heavy, but always you're at least somewhat aware of its presence. You'll never exist without it. Ray is left now with the memories, imperfect though they may be, and with the task of becoming the kind of man who would make his brother proud. The kind of man who stops to enjoy the fountain and film a video for his friend. As he lifted the lens of his phone that morning, he was greeted with a gentle gust, the air sending the water spraying ever so lightly around him. Today, sitting on the terrace of her tiny rented studio, Sky is planning her week. Her next surfing lesson is this afternoon. She can finally stand up on the board. And then a babysitting gig tomorrow. And then after that, she doesn't know. She doesn't know where she'll be next month. Sure as hell doesn't know where she'll be next year or whom she'll be with when she gets there. She doesn't know how she'll make money. For now, she's managed to build a friendship, and a sometimes more than friendship, with the young receptionist at a nearby resort who suggests Skye as a nanny for guests. Skye doesn't know much at all, really. But this doesn't seem to upset her. She doesn't have a job lined up for tonight, so she knows at least that she will end the day by watching the sun set on the beach. She often sends them, Ray and Ava and Sasha, photos of the sunset. A picture snapped as the sun dips beneath the cotton candy clouds and lowers itself into the ocean, like a timid child slowly summoning the courage to fully submerge underwater. Because there is something sad about sunsets, especially for Skye, still young enough to remember feeling scared of the dark. But there is little else on the coastline more beautiful, more wondrous, more likely to halt your feet in the sand and hold your gaze so you can't look away, even when you start to blink and squint as black spots appear in your eyes. Because you know that what you're seeing is special, that it's something others dream about. You know that the world doesn't always work well, that it often feels downright broken. But when the fiery sun melts into the calm waves of water and the clouds turn to peach and berry sorbet, you can't help but feel that this one thing went right. And Skye only just realized now, after weeks of sending the pictures, that her 3 friends looking at all the photos might not actually be able to tell if the sun is setting or if it's rising.